Hello everyone. Clear Meat welcomes you all to the first international conference on sustainable meat solutions. Cell-based meat, that's a new boom, and every food giant is talking about it. Today, we are here to demystify this new sunrise industry and learn about the new trends. We will discuss the latest advancements in the process of creating meat in a more sustainable and innovative way, utilizing cellular agriculture. Science has come a long way, and India has been a pioneer in the research and development and innovation sector. I am elated to say that our company, Clear Meat, is holding the ground to innovate in the space of cell culture technology in India. Clear Meat is India's first ISO certified meat cultivation initiative using cellular technology. We are here to create delicious meat products and transform cultured meat into a viable and sustainable commercial option without compromising with conventional meats organoleptics. We are energetically working to make our vision of solving food security and sustainability issues linked with the conventional meat industry into a reality. We are proud as we have won numerous awards and recognition for our work and contribution. This year, we have organized our first international conference virtually, which makes it easier for you to join us from anywhere in the world. At this conference, we will get to hear from topics as varied as alternates to fetal bovine serum, market trends, new regulatory landscape, and finally, how to set up the most efficient value chain through supply chain and logistics. We will hear experts of their respective fields talking about the latest advancements in alternative protein industry, policy and regulatory aspects, global investment status, and market trends. Hence, stay tuned till the end and do not miss the informative sessions. Also, in addition to information, our session will be filled with interesting insights into quantum leap announcements which are still not out yet. Thank you for joining us. We have an exciting lineup of speakers who will share their insights on the future of meat production industry. On that note, let's get started.
Good morning, everyone, and I welcome you all to this interesting session on the current global landscape of alternative protein. Today, we have Josh, who is not only a guide and a mentor, but also a seasoned entrepreneur who has co-founded Just, the one and only company till date that has launched Cultivated Meat in Singapore. And I would ask Josh to introduce himself to the audience.
Hey, everyone. My name is Josh. I'm the co-founder of a company called Good Meat and a company called Just Egg. With Good Meat, we're the first and only company in the world to sell real meat that doesn't require the slaughter of an animal, called cultivated or cultured meat. So this is where you get a cell, you feed the cell nutrients, you manufacture the cell in a stainless steel vessel, and then you convert that into chicken or beef or pork or whatever you want. It's a way of making real meat without the need to slaughter billions of animals. We ultimately think it'll make up the majority of the meat consumed in the world, because today about a third of our world is used just to plant soy and corn to feed the animals we eat. And that's not a very good way to use our planet. So we think ultimately cultivated meat will be the meat. And for us, it started in Singapore. It won't end there. But it's about scale up. It's about accelerating the technology. It's about bringing the cost down. It's about making sure consumers are aware of what it is and ensuring they think it tastes good.
Great. Thanks for giving in the audience a brief perspective. According to you, Josh, what do you think would be the future of this meat? How, from the research point of view?
Well, there are a handful of things related to research and development that still needs to be done. One is you need to scale this meat into larger vessels. So today we're making it in vessels around 1,000 liter in size, and ultimately it needs to be 200,000 plus liters in size. And there are a lot of technical obstacles to do that. The design, the engineering of the vessel is called a bioreactor. You need to get our cell densities up. Cell density is a measure of how efficiently you can make it during a given period of time. You need to drive the cost of the media down. The media, for people that are not familiar with it, just means the feed the cell consumes. So amino acids and sugars and salts. So it's everything from the design, the engineering of the vessel, the physics of it, how high the cell density is, and how low the media cost is. So there are research initiatives across each of those elements.
Great. If you talk about those elements, we at ClearMeat have been developing or trying to develop various strategies, from be it how to cultivate meat to identify solutions to bring down the price. Where do you think Just and Good Dot is at what stage when it comes to bringing down the price?
In the very early stages, definitely bring down in price. So we're not going to see, speaking for us, we're not going to see our goal achieved, which is being lower than the cost of meat. Hold on, just give me lower than the cost of meat until the end of the decade. In order to get lower than the cost before the end of the decade, we need to get larger vessels. We need to drive media costs down. We need to increase cell density. So it's not something that's going to happen next year. It's going to be a multi-year and longer term, multi-decade project to get this kind of meat to be ubiquitous. It is far from easy to do, but necessary to do.
Do you feel that the current landscape, the number of companies that are into this domain, will they be sufficient enough to answer this particular problem? Because, or it requires more input from both entrepreneurs and people out there?
I think it requires all the above. I mean, it requires entrepreneurship. I think it requires the insight of large pharmaceutical companies, people that work in large scale fermentation. I think it requires an integration of lots of different ideas from people all across the board. It's important that, something can be absolutely necessary and extremely challenging at the same time. And just because something is extremely challenging doesn't mean that you shouldn't go after it, because in this case, it's absolutely necessary that we solve it.
Great. What do you think is required from the perspective of consumers? Because you've already started selling it in Singapore. What is the bottleneck for them to accept, and how much time they will take to accept such a thought process from the product point of view and also from the concept point of view? And when you feel companies like us would shift our gears from focusing on certain population or audience that has already understood to moving to global audience?
So it depends. When you talk about consumers, there are different groups of consumers. So just think about electric car. When an electric car first launched, when Tesla first launched, it didn't sell to every single consumer, right? It sold to some consumers, a smaller group. And I think that's what cultivated meat is now in Singapore. It's selling to people who are more highly educated, who have a bit more money to spend, who are living in an urban environment. So that's the group it's selling to today. Now, ultimately, it's got to sell to everyone to have the kind of impact that we, ultimately that we want it to have. But among that consumer group today, it's being taken in really positively. People love the taste of it, meaning they think it tastes like chicken. They're willing to eat it instead of conventional chicken, which is really important for us because we don't want them to eat it every once and again. We want them to eat it instead of the conventional approach to making chicken. But ultimately, companies like us and yours and all the others in the space need to drive the cost down so far that it's accessible to everyone. And then ultimately, we need to continue to be very transparent about what it is. We shouldn't, hide the fact that it's made in a stainless steel vessel in sterile conditions without hormones and antibiotics. And this is different than needing a live animal and slaughtering it. Now, some people will hear that and think, oh, that sounds kind of strange. But some people will hear it and say that sounds like something that I'd want to get behind. So I think driving down the cost down and being really open about it are both important.
Based on your consumer feedback till date, what has been your experience when it comes to people who are so, I would not say negative, but so not accepting this product from the perspective of manufacturing?
People will say this sounds strange. That's usually it's strange that it's made in a vessel. It's strange that you don't need a live animal. And some of those people decide not to eat it. And then some of those people decide to eat it and they realize it tastes like chicken and then they get used to it. So I think we have to accept that, this is for so many people, this is a completely novel, odd way of making meat. Now, maybe to us, it's not, right? To us, it's just obvious. But we have to accept that it's new for a lot of people, and that's fine. And we just have to work through it, right? We have to try to meet people where they are. We have to explain the process patiently to people. And, just like all new technologies, it takes some time to get used to, but then before you know it, it becomes the only thing that people use. It's hard to think of a technology that wasn't initially strange in the beginning. There's a microwave over here to the right of me. That was strange. Phone was strange. An electric car was strange. Buying stuff off the internet was strange. Delivery in 30 minutes was strange. Watching a movie in 5 seconds that you normally would have to go to the theater to was strange. But these things that are a little hard to get used to eventually become wound in our lives because we realize they're better. And I think the same will be the case for me, made in this way.
So based on your customer feedback, do you think that people accepting such a product has to do more with their consciousness towards sustainability, or is it just a social stigma attached to it?
I think like all things with human beings, it's very rarely a singular thing, right? We're not AIs, right? We're multidimensional emotional animals. The reason why I love my dog is not just because she's playful. It's not just because she cuddles with me. It's not just because I think she's smart. It's not because all these things, go into it. And I think with cultivated meat, people are drawn to it because it's real meat that they can feel better about. And better about is everything from it being free of hormones and antibiotics, it being much less intensive to the environment. Better about is that it doesn't require the slaughter of an animal. There are a lot of different things, and different things weigh differently for people, but I think there's overall an impression, a sentiment that this is just a better kind of meat, and that's what people respond to.
And what do you think that industry like ours would have an impact on the traditional way of cultivating meat or traditional meat format?
Well, depends what you mean by traditional. So I'll define traditional in my way. So 99% of the meat that we consume, 99% of it is what I would call factory farmed meat or large scale industrialized meat, which is a nicer way of saying it. And this is a situation in which animals are, kept body to body in small spaces. They are under any measure not treated well and given good lives. And that's how most meat is made. And for that system of production, I think it should go away. And I think cultivated meat ultimately, across the long term, will replace that. But that's across the long term, and there's a lot of work between today and then to make that happen.
Great. It's a very great insight. And I would add on to that it's a process which will take its own sweet time depending how everyone adopts it. And I feel there are certain challenges in how the market is adopting it from all the pain points. But it has to do something with how everyone in this domain will work together and identify a right solution in the right way. Moving ahead, what do you think, how lab-grown or cultivated meat, is it branded the right way? Is this the right term used?
We think cultivated meat is the most ideal term based on the data that we've gathered, and that Good Food Institute has also gathered. Ultimately, though, I hope we just call it meat. Just like ultimately, I hope we all just call electric cars, and we call smartphones, phones. And I think that's where this should go. Ultimately, the name should be chicken or beef or pork. We don't need to caveat it. It's cultivated. But I think cultivated for now is the right label.
But don't you think, as we move on, this might create a confusion between the consumer with respect to how quality checked our product is and how as compared to the factory farms?
For sure. I mean, if you're saying if it's just called meat.
Yeah, if it's just called meat.
Yeah. I mean, that's a longer term. I would only say it should be called meat in the very long term, as it gets so ubiquitous, as to take over vast majorities of meat. But for some period of time, I think having the distinction of cultivated meat makes the most sense.
Generic speaking, what do you feel is the current landscape of cultivated meat from every country's side? If I talk about India, there are hardly any companies. Our company is one of the first company which is working in this domain. And apart from that, the policymakers are now started to understand this domain and taking baby steps to form the right strategy. So India is in a very initial stage, but it is one of the most highly valued market for any food product. So when you take this as an example, what do you feel is the status of other countries?
Well, the status of other countries. I don't have that deep of insight into sort of the very specifics of what other companies are doing all around the world. But I guess I'd just say more generally, I think that this shouldn't be something that one company or 5 companies are doing. I think there should be hundreds of companies in the space trying different approaches, failing, winning, stumbling, working together across all these different elements of how you get to sell, the media design, cell line development, scale up. That increases the probability that this is going to succeed longer term.
Do you feel that number of companies, there are approximately 120 plus companies globally working in this domain. Do you feel we would be able to match collectively the current demand, or there is a huge demand supply gap, even if it is accepted?
Well, I guess the capacity is less about number of companies, because you could have 1 billion companies. You could have 1 billion companies that are only able to produce 100,000 pounds a year, and that would be insufficient to supply the world's meat consumption. Or you could have 100 companies that are able to produce a lot more and could. So it's less about number of, and it's more about companies building the capacity, the infrastructure to do it. But there are 80 billion animals on the planet roughly that are slaughtered on a yearly basis, and to build the infrastructure necessary to produce enough meat to replace them is an enormous task, and will require a number of companies, require tens of billions of dollars of investment, and is a project of a lifetime. There's no getting around that.
You talk about investment, so that brings a question in my mind. You have been raising funds for such a long time, and every company out there is trying to hold, because it's a very financially intensive project. What makes you? What are your thoughts that why investors are so reluctant to get into this domain?
Well, I think some investors see it as an unproven technology, right? There's only one cultivated meat product that's being sold anywhere in the world today, right? That's our chicken product in Singapore. So, I think it's understandable that they look at it as unproven. There's still a lot of work to be done to drive the cost down. Still a lot of work to be done to drive the technology. So for some investors, they'll see this as very early days, and they won't want to be a part of it. And some will look at it as very early days and see there's a massive opportunity to get into it. So I don't think every investor looks at it the same way.
Yeah, there are different thoughts to it. I will give you an example. I was talking to one investor, and you were talking about the bottlenecks in this domain. And I gave him an example that yes, there is a product launched already in Singapore, and people are eating it. Policymakers are thinking about it. His first response to that answer was, see, Singapore has a different problem when it comes to food. You talk about countries like UK, US, and India, for example. He was not ready to accept such a concept being adopted by government policymakers. So from your experience, how are different countries reacting to such a thought process?
Can you be specific? How are different countries reacting to a thought process?
How are different countries reacting to the thought process of cultivated meat?
Of cultivated meat.
From the government perspective.
Yeah. Well, I think we have to take a step and remember this is very new for every country. So we all want, including me, we all want speed and action. And for a lot of countries, this is not for for all countries, this is new. This is a new area of regulation. So Singapore approved it. We expect to sell in the United States sometime this year. So the US will be on the board. And there are a couple countries like Qatar in Middle East and North Africa that also seem to be aware of it and pushing forward in developing a framework to regulate it. China included cultivated meat into their 5-year agricultural plan. So I think, countries, and there are a number of countries that see cultivated meat as a part of a food security and innovation strategy that are pushing forward to regulate it faster and to build an industry around it. And I think that's an awesome thing.
Yep. To add on to that, Japan has recently declared that they will also work. They will work on this domain.
Right. That's right.
And you rightly pointed, Qatar and Emiratis are already thinking on those lines.
That's right.
When you talk of the political perspective, do you feel this industry will play a very important role in the geopolitical or the economical growth of any country?
If established in the right way, yeah. I mean, it'll be the new meat industry in various countries, and that can generate a significant number of jobs. It can enable countries to export new innovative technology. It can help countries diversify away from more traditional industries. It can mitigate food security, enable countries to build a more resilient food system. So there are an enormous number of positives around it.
Coming back to the global landscape, I would shut off the political side of it. When we speak of alternative proteins, specifically the cultivated meat, from our experience that we have understood, there are 5 major parameters: taste, smell, texture, nutrition, and price. Price I will negate for this particular session. But if you talk about other 4 parameters, what do you think or where we are globally from the Just point of view or other companies' point of view, from your experience, what do you feel where we are? Are we close enough to match that 4 parameters?
Well, remember in answering that question, what a company can do in the lab, including us, is not the same thing of what a company can do when it's selling to a consumer, right? So we only have one company, ours, actually selling to a consumer in a butcher shop in Singapore today. Because there's some things, for example, we can do in the lab that are not approved for regulatory sale. So I could say, well, look at this in the lab and you could be really impressed with it, but we're not allowed to sell that. So in some ways, who cares? It still matters, but so I think it's just important to note, just because one can do something in the lab, again, including us, does not necessarily mean you can do it on a plate in the market with a consumer, because it has to go through regulatory approval. Ideally, you'd want generally it to have a decent cost structure. And I haven't tasted every company's cultivated meat, so I'm more just answering for us. When someone tries our chicken at Huber's Butchery, their most common response is, "This tastes like chicken." So I think from a taste, smell, texture perspective, I think already what we do is good enough. Now there are a lot of things that I'm sure, and other companies can improve on the fat side, on the structure side, and that's all to come.
Yeah, I would ask more about, just because as you speak about what you are doing, it makes me more inquisitive about what the strategies are. But keeping in mind the time constraint, I will ask a few more questions to end it up quickly. When you talk about Just itself, what is your global vision to growth?
It's a pretty simple one. It's build cultivated meat infrastructure in Singapore, in the United States, in the Middle East, elsewhere. Make lots of chicken, beef, pork, other animal proteins, depending on where the consumer preference is. Drive the cost down, higher cell densities, lower media costs, larger vessels. Communicated openly with consumers about why it's better than conventional meat, and then do that again and again and again and again for 50 years. That's pretty much the deal.
It's great to see the vision, and I hope, as you rightly pointed, we might be eating more cultivated meat soon, as you rightly just informed us. And I thank you for giving us an insight, and the audience an insight on the global perspective and also what you guys are doing. Just one last question to end it up and summarize it. What keeps you motivated?
Well, my main motivation is I don't like to see animals harmed. And I think there are a lot of reasons to do cultivated meat, from the environment to human health. But for me, just personally, and this is not the thing that always resonates with consumers, but me, I don't think we need to harm another living thing to enjoy good chicken with our friends and family. I don't think we need to, abuse another living thing to enjoy, a nice dinner with, our best friend. You can make meat in a way that satisfies what we as a human animal want without causing all this harm to other living things. And the more I can focus on trying to make that happen, the better.
Great. But this makes me ask you one more final question, and that is how it all started for you. I'm already aware, but I want the audience to know how it all started for you.
Yeah, my best friend, his name is also Josh. He really pushed me and opened my eyes up to the food system and how really broken it is, and really encouraging me to start something with him that would fix it. It's about 10 plus years ago, and I'm glad I listened to him. So it was really him that pushed me, and that's how I got into it.
Your friends made you get into this domain, and now you're working for your friends to give them the right product, more nutritious and more sustainable product. Makes sense.
That's right.
Thank you, Josh, for giving such a lovely insight from the landscape of cultivated meat. And I hope it was a very informative session for the audience. Thank you once again, and thank you everyone for listening.
Thanks, everyone.
Great. What an insightful session I had. Amazing. Thanks to Josh for giving such a lovely insight to the audience from a very broader perspective, giving us the right strength to understand the whole concept. I hope the audience is liking and enjoying the discussions that are going. And I'm amazed that we have, as Josh has rightly pointed, we will be having more outlets of just to try out our cultivated meat. And let's see how it goes. Great. So I think we are already running, we are almost on time. So that makes everything perfect. So let's start with the next session. I will ask my team to, I hope Professor Akcali has joined the session, and to give the audience a brief. The next session is on the research landscape of cultivated meat. And this session would be moderated by Neeraj, who is the head innovation and operations at Clearly. And the speaker is Professor Akcali, who is the co-founder and CSO at Biftek. So Biftek is another big company from the domain of cultivated meat, and I hope the audience enjoys it. So over to you, Neeraj, please, and welcome, sir. So let's start.
A very good morning to all of you. Myself, Dr. Neeraj Verma. Currently, I am holding the position of Head of Innovation and Operation in Clearmeat. Today, we have our expert guest, Professor Akcali. He is the Chief Scientific Officer in Biftek. He obtained his MD degree from Ankara University, and he also obtained his PhD from University of Cincinnati Department of Cellular and Molecular Biology. So, sir, I'm going to take over to you. Please introduce briefly yourself and tell our audience about what Biftek is doing, how you pursuing your research in that company. Sir, it's up to you.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you very much. I thank you for your invitation for this opportunity. As you said, my name is Akcali, and I am the CSO of Biftek. Biftek is a startup company. It's a US company, but based in our labs are in Turkey. And I'm actually, as you mentioned, I'm an MD. And after I received my MD, I did my PhD in US. Now I am professor of in medical school in Ankara University, and I am also the director of Stem Cell Institute of the same university. In Biftek, Biftek is at Biftek we are trying to come up an answer for one problem that is associated for the progress of the cultivated meat industry. In that is the cost. So, for example, based on this, the cultivated meat takes advantage of differentiating or making the muscle cells from muscle stem cells. This is not a difficult task to do it. Actually, it's very easy. You can isolate the muscle stem cell, and then you can differentiate these muscle stem cells into the muscle cells, which is actually all organisms in the animal kingdom do this. So it is that's a normal process. But when it comes to the consumption or commercial wise, that is an expensive process normally, because the expensive process, because you need a special solution for these cells to grow and to proliferate and then to differentiate in order to provide enough mass product for the consumption. And that is actually one, this solution, what we call this fetal bovine serum. This is a serum that is obtained from the embryo of the bovine embryo. You kill the embryo as well as the mother, and you suck all the blood, and then centrifuge it and use the growth factors and the other kind of factors that are required for the growth of these cells. Now, and that is a very expensive product, which is actually like 1 liter of this fetal bovine serum is around $700 to $800. And you need to use certain amount of it. So that's the reason the cost of production of real cultivated meat, I'm not talking about the hybrid combination, but the real cultivated meat, it's very expensive, close to like $2,000 for the. So obviously there are not that many people that can buy that give $2,000 for 1 kilogram of meat. So therefore, I think the basic problem here is, so at Biftek, what we are trying to do is to come up with another solution instead of fetal bovine serum. So that is, I can explain you later what we do, but as a nutshell, Biftek is a startup company which tries to or works or focuses on the developing of growth medium supplements to replace fetal bovine serum from this cultivated meat progress.
Okay, thank you so much for giving the insight about the technology and what Biftek is doing and what are the bottlenecks you are currently facing in that to develop the product and commercialize it. And sir, I'm going to start because we have a huge audience of which are coming from the student backgrounds and research scholars, scientists from industry and academy. So I'm going to start from the basic question, sir. What actually inspired you to pursue research in the field of cultivated meat, and how do you envision it transforming to the meat industry?
Okay, yeah, as I said, I'm an MD and PhD, and all my academic life, I work on the stem cells, different aspects of stem cells. We actually, in academia, we do iPS cells, induced pluripotent stem cells, mesenchymal stem cells, and all stem cells, all kind of stem cells share the same kind of feature. Now, some of them are more potent than the others, but some of them are only found in the embryo stage, and some of them are found in the adult stage. But all stem cells have this certain kind of similar features. So, since I am an expert, I spent like almost 30 years in this, and I did my PhD in the developmental biology and cell biology in US. So we think that this is which we use our expertise to use or to come up with something that could be used for all people. Now, okay, so stem cells in health, it is important because you may need stem cells when you are sick or when you have a disease. But you need stem cells, muscle stem cells, for the protein production if you want to consume it as a protein, if you eat meat. So therefore, not everybody is going to be sick, but everybody needs proteins for the meat. So therefore, we thought about, when we started this startup, we thought about many things that are obviously, we set up this company in 2018 or 2019. We started the lab at 2019, but and then we thought about what can we do to do something that could be used in this cultivated meat industry. So since my background and our co-founders' background also, we thought that we may come up with some idea to lower the cost of this production. So that is the, as I mentioned before, making muscle cells out of the stem cells or muscle stem cells is not difficult task, but it is very expensive. So therefore we came up, so this, and the solution should be, in order to follow the basic principles of cultivated meat, the solution should not be genetically modified, should not be animal product, so it should be 100% animal free. There shouldn't be any GMO material. So therefore, we come up with a solution which we use microorganisms. It's a natural, no genetically modified, a natural, non-pathogen, and it is a natural product. So therefore, we came up with this story, or with this, but we felt that we can go, and there's a space for this area. So one of our co-founders is also a microbiologist. So we take advantage of her knowledge also in this product. So therefore, we decided to come, if we could, to come up with some kind of solution for this problem. And so far, I think we are in the good direction, and we already produced our first meat that is non-fetal, that doesn't contain any fetal bovine serum. And so it is, we think, we are looking for the next couple months to scale up this process in order to be used by other companies as well.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving insight about the technology and product aspect which Biftek is dealing currently. As you have mentioned that the fetal bovine serum itself cost a huge amount, and we have to look for the reduction of the cost for the cultivated meat product. So you are looking for the alternative to fetal bovine serum, and you using microbial technology to produce some growth factor and alternative to that. So in continuation with that, I want to ask you, sir, what are the some ethical consideration that need to be taken in the account when developing the cultivated meat or looking for the alternative to fetal bovine serum, and how can we ensure that animal welfare is prioritized throughout the process?
Okay, so maybe I should just show you one or two slides at this point, because
sure, sir. Sure.
This is just to explain, so it doesn't mean, let me just share this. So this is, for example, so the one that is on the left is where the fetal bovine serum is produced from the mouse, from the bovine embryo, and you kill this embryo and as well as the mother. And this is the one in the right hand side is our source for the fetal bovine serum. So it is obviously, even if you look at to this slide, you can see that there is no involvement of the animal in terms of to taking the growth factors and everything. So therefore, we decided. So since this is a animal-free product, so we don't use any kind of animal for these purposes. What we need is, for example, their microbiota or microorganisms in order to produce these growth factors. For example, let me just show you this. So if you think why we are interested in the microbiota, so this is a question. This slide explains why we are working on microorganisms. So if you consider, if you or audience may not know how many microbes are there on the earth, and it is actually this 5 times 10 to 30. So it is million, trillion, trillion. So 5 times million, trillion, trillion is the number of the microbes on earth. And if you also consider how many stars in the universe that we see, is 10 to 23. So it is like 800 million more or more than 100 million more microbes on Earth than all the stars in the observable universe. So therefore, yeah, actually we can say that Earth is a microbial planet. So therefore, so it is this microbiology is the ultimate big data science. So we can get this information from these microorganisms. So if there were no microorganisms, we can't survive, because we already, all of us has at least 2 to 3 kilograms of microorganisms in our system. So if these microorganisms are not, so for example, if you use antibiotics, for example, and then you will see that your intestinal microbiota will be changed, and so you will be more susceptible for the other kind of problems, immune problems, for example. So that is why we are working for what is the reason for our choosing postbiotics, the microorganisms. But we are very familiar with these microorganisms, because many products like yogurt and other kind of things contain probiotics now, but the probiotics contain the live organism, live microorganism. These are not pathogenic, but these are live organisms. But what we use is the postbiotics, what we call the postbiotics. These are the metabolic byproducts obtained from these microorganisms. So therefore, let me just stop so therefore, as for your question, since there is no involvement of any kind of animal product use of this, so there is no problem with ethical there is no ethical problem on that in our approach, I would say.
Excellent, wonderful, sir. Sir, in continuation with the production and scale-up process, I want to get more insight. How do you approach the issue of sustainability by producing the cultivated meat or alternative to fetal bovine syrup, or I am talking about the cell culture growth media and their supplements? How do you, sir, approach the issue of sustainability in this cultivated meat production?
I think it's an excellent question and point, that because this is also one of the things that we work very close in order to keep the sustainability, because this is, as you pointed out very nicely, you can provide a solution right now, but that solution may not be the solution in next week or next year, whatever.
Exactly.
So therefore, actually, just before to answer these questions, if you consider the fetal bovine serum, the sustainability of the fetal bovine serum is not 100% sustainable, because every time you use an animal, so the next animal that you are going to use that is obtained, fetal bovine serum is obtained, may not be the same kind of animal. So therefore, so you can't provide the sustainability. But one of our advantage of our system or our product is, or our approach, I should say, since we are we obtain these from the bacteria, so these bacteria we have, once we isolate these bacteria, we have tons of these bacteria, and this is the same bacteria. So whenever you want, for example, what we do is, whenever we finish our product, then we go back to our freezer and receive another and grow this bacteria again, and then use it. And we always have the same kind of response from these kind of same microorganism products. So that is actually, instead of making, just one large freezer or minus 90 or minus 100 degree refrigerator or freezer would be enough to keep many different volume of too much of, too many liters. You can generate tons of these our solution. So the sustainability is not a question at all. And the other thing that is also just to lower the cost of this production, our product in the Biftek, what we do is, it's a lyophilized form, which means that once we are obtained, we make a powder of it. So you can just ship it without need any cold chain. So that is also to decrease the cost of the production and shipment. And basically, literally, you can put it in an envelope and you can send this solution with a regular mail. So you can, and it contains at least 6 months. This lyophilized form or powder form contains its activity at least 6 months in the room temperature. So you don't need to put into the refrigerator if you are going to use it. There is no problem of solubility, and I think these are also important aspects of to keep up with the sustainability of any kind of product.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So, if we talk about the cell growth media, so we Clear Meat itself develop a in-house media which is named as the Clear X9, and we have completely removed fetal bovine serum from that media, and it's completely natural. There is no synthetic component, and we compare the efficiency from the conventional method of growing the cells with the fetal bovine serum, and we compare with the Clear X9. We founded our cell in Clear X9 looking more healthy comparatively to the control one. And many companies are developing on their ways to looking for the alternative of fetal bovine syrups. As Biftek is developing the microbial technology, some companies are looking for the synthetic growth factors, and there are so many companies who are just emerging to develop the alternative of fetal bovine syrup and growth factors. So, sir, how do you see the market of cultivated meat and the cell culture media evolving over the next 5 to 10 years? And what the role do you see as a researcher or as a scientist as play to develop this industry and revolutionize these cultivated meat technology in future?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if just to answer, I am going to answer from the last question. Start from the last question. I think there has to be, of course, eventually, all the problems will be solved, because there is no other way, because of if you consider the increase of the population and the climate change and everything. So there has to be a solution should be found, and that is actually I would say maybe from 5 to 10 years, it will be more and more become available, this kind of things. According to the United Nations, a couple of years ago, there was they reported that 10% of the all meat industry will be from cultivated meat industry production by the year 2030, and then it may be 2030, 31, 32. That's, I mean, I'm not sure, but I think that we are all these all the people that are trying to do something are in the good direction. As a human race, or as our people on the earth, so we have to find, there has to be a solution for this based on the population. I mean, if you consider that there were half of the people on earth at 50 years ago when you compare today, so there is, in 50 years from now, probably it will be if it goes like this, the population of the earth will be probably triple or quadruple of this what we have right now. So obviously we don't have the land is not increasing, obviously, and you need to provide, or you need to, I'm not saying that conventional meat industry will go away, because I mean, this is a process, that it has to be you cannot just say tomorrow all the conventional meat industry, you cannot say, no, you are not going to do it at after this point, but it is going to be gradual process. So therefore, I think it's going to be, it has to be, because you need area or land for the animal the food for the animal as well as the climate problems. So therefore, I think the important thing here is just to increase this. I think you need to lower the cost of this production in order to get, to receive pays for this. So if the fetal bovine serum is $800, you are not going to do too many research for this, or very little amount of companies can do this. So, but if you lower the cost of this production, now, then I would say there are other things also needs to be said. For example, the bioreactors or the microcarriers, that these are required, as well as these growth medium supplements. But I mean, this will be solved much more easily if the cost of the production will be decreased. So when it decreases, I think it's going to be much faster. Now, the one thing that is for future, for example, people are. It's not related to our the cultivated meat, but we have a couple of weeks ago we have a couple investors from US visited our lab in Turkey, and we were talking. Actually, they were interested in the space. So they are interested because in the next coming years, not only the meat but the space industry or the space journey will become popular in maybe 10 or 15 years. So how are you going to feed those people? Are you going to take the animals to the spaceships and transport it to the planets and then do whatever you do there? So that is actually, this cultivated meat should be successful if you want to go for the space. We may not be able to see it to go to space and eat the meat there, but actually that's another applications that our children's or grandchildren's will pursue.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, as if you looking for some countries, they have approved the production, like US recently approved the production process of cultivated meat, and Singapore already companies are selling their product. So, sir, how do you address the concern around the safety and regulatory approval of cultivated meat product, and what steps are being taken to ensure that these meat product are safe and aligned with the food safety standards? So how government play the role to approve these products? We are also have developed our product. There are two type of product. One is we call it the chicken keema, and the second product is cultivated meat based on the scaffold. So we call it scaffold based meat. So it's a more texturized than the keema one. So we have developed the product. We have product in our basket, but we are stuck with the government body. We are continuously dealing with it to get approval. So how do you address these concerns with respect to the safety and regulatory approval?
Okay, so when I receive this kind of a question, first I would say, how do you know that the meat that you eat are safe? So
yes.
So people are asking whether the meat that after the cultivated meat, whether it's going to be safe or not, but we don't know actually whether the meat that we eat right now is safe, because I mean, this is not just my idea, because if you look at for the health statistics, many diseases are associated with the intestines and stomach and that kind of stuff, and liver. So we don't know what is the effect of today's meat production or the consumption contains to this. So therefore, of course, it has to be safe. So there are ways of checking whether this is safe or not. And I think with the technology developing, the biotechnology developing at this point, it is more than it's safe. The safety of this material will be evaluated without any doubt. So therefore, I don't think that there is going to be a safety problem. in terms of because this is what we are doing is actually instead of a uterus of a cow, you produce this in the bioreactor. So I don't, people are saying that we don't know the meat that we are in, how much antibiotics will be pushed or pulled, given to these animals to keep them safe, healthy. But these antibiotics that we are not using that kind of antibiotics here, that much of antibiotics in this process. So therefore, I mean, it is, I would say if somebody asks how safe, I would say how safe today to eat meat. So the other thing is the government regulation. Of course, this is a important issue. I think people are. I understand that people are, or the governments or the other people are. If something becomes new and people should approach with a caution, so there is no problem with this. So whenever, but this has to be in previous. If you look at 100 years ago, or you don't need to go 100 years ago. For example, 20 years ago, if somebody told you that there is going to be electric cars, people do not, believe you. But now it is. I mean, it is safe. It's going to be the option in the next few decades. So there is going to be every new thing will receive some kind of every innovations receives some kind of caution. So that is no problem. I think the role of governments here is, of course, to regulate this process. So this should not be produced in a way to make it hazardous for the human health and also for the animals as well. So, but that is the job of these government officials or other kind of regulatory people to set up rules for this. But I think, as you mentioned, now after Singapore, for example, both US and Israel is also approve this kind of usage to certain level, but it is going to be increased by the coming years. But now what is needed for this purpose, to tell you the truth, I don't know, because I am not a government regulatory people. Sometimes they ask me how this concept will be accepted by the population, and I said I am a scientist, so I am trying to make up develop this process to make it less costly, but I am not a government official or any kind of lawyer or something like that. So in this is not only our task. So people are always thinking, this cultivated meat, this is the solution for the earth, and these companies should know. I think all people on earth should do something, because
Exactly.
not only the scientists, but the government officials, lawyers, or the religious people or clerks and this kind of things. Also, everybody has a different role in order for this to become more common. Obviously, people, there are many people also very strictly oppose this kind of approach, the cultivated meat. But if they think whatever they think is, I respect them. But their children or grandchildren, this is going to be what they consume. There is no turning back.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for giving your opinion and view about this industry and the future projection about cultivated meat industry and what Biftek in doing from last few years, and also you are completely involved to develop and scale up the production of cultivated meat and looking for the alternative to fetal bovine serum. And I am not taking more time of you, sir. And finally, a final question I want to ask. So, sir, what advice would you give to the student or researcher who are interested in pursuing a career in cultivated meat research? And what skill and knowledge do you think the most valuable for the success in this field?
For advice, I would say, so this process, these people should be patient, the students, because these are the early days of this progress or this change. But I think these students or researchers should contact because this is an expensive also as well as expensive process to do this. So to join the forces with the other people and other labs, and also talk to the scientists or whatever people on these companies that to do what they can do. So sometimes, for example, in our company, we have people in the wet labs, so that we do the experiments and the other things, research, but as well, we have also people who work on the computers like bioinformatics. So it is not, not only doing the bioinformatics. So it's not only the molecular biology or developmental biology, but like the people who, if you are interested in the computer, for example, and if these students or researchers have computer skills, for example, understand it. So just you can provide very important research data by using the computers as well. So my advice is you all are different. For example, if you are, as I mentioned before, if you are in a law students, for example, if you are looking in a law school, so you can specialize on this kind of regulations, which is going to be common in the coming years. It's going to be very popular in the coming years. So I wouldn't say there is only one. I say that there is not only one way of providing as a student. Almost every disciplines, both science on social sciences and in the general science, can provide to this production, to progress in this production. And the second question that you ask is the second question. I told too much. So what is the second question, by the way?
That's it. That's it. I want to ask that. What are the skills and the knowledge?
So, there is not only one skill for this.
Yeah.
So there are many skills: computer, social, biology, as well, of course, veterinarian. So these are all the skills that are required for clerks, religious people, also not only the science, but the social sciences as well as this religious science will be required for this process.
You have mentioned correctly, sir. So thank you so much, sir, to having you on board of the expert discussion. And I would like to really thank you from our whole team that having you on board, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me, and it's very nice to talk to you. Hopefully, we will see you again.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Dr. Neeraj and Professor Akcali. It was such an insightful session. And I must say, that we learned a lot. We learned how exactly fetal bovine serum is produced. And I must say it's a terrible sight to watch, which gives us a cue that, why fetal bovine serum needs to be replaced in the industry. So we are already going late by 5 minutes. The audience who are watching us on YouTube, please use the YouTube platform to post the questions, and the audience who are watching us on our website, please use the WhatsApp button which is given there and post your questions. So without further ado, I'll move to our next session, which is the market landscape of cultivated meat, global perspective. This session is between Robert E. Jones, a VP of Global Public Affairs, Mosa Meat, and Ms. Sutapa Sikdar, Head of Marketing from ClearMeat. So over to you, Sutapa.
Good morning, everybody. I am Sutapa, heading the marketing programs in ClearMeat. Today we have Mosa Meat for this session. Mosa Meat is a Dutch food company headquartered in Netherlands. They are into the space of cultivated meat and makes the most kindest beef burger. Hi, Robert. Welcome to this chat session for cultivated meat to have a global perspective. May I request you, Robert, to introduce yourself?
Yes. Good morning, Sutapa. Honored to be here. I appreciate the invitation. My name is Robert Jones. I serve as Vice President of Global Public Affairs for Mosa Meat. As you said, we are the company that pioneered cultivated meat technology, and we're focused on making beef. I also have the great honor of serving as President of Cellular Agriculture Europe, which is an industry association that we were part of building, focused on market entry, regulatory approvals for 14 companies across Europe and Israel. So happy to be here and talk a little bit about the industry today.
Great to know that. So definitely now taking it over, as you said, and as it has been described in the website, you build the kindest beef. So hopefully all my questions will be very kind, which you can answer progressively, and let us take it forward.
Sounds good.
Yeah, great. Okay, so my first question will be, related to the awareness. So why I'm asking this question, the reason behind, there are lots of confusion in the market about this. So I need to understand what level of awareness was there in your market when you were launching this product, and how you have leveraged, or how marketing has leveraged it out, so that awareness is unanimously been spread across the market and the population know about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a great question. Well, just for clarification, we haven't entered the market yet. We're working on regulatory approval for our beef in a variety of geographies around the world. And there's only one approval in the world so far. I believe you talked to Josh Tetrick earlier today, and Good Meat has a product on the market in Singapore, and others are getting close. To answer your question, though, in concept, awareness is super low. With consumers, with stakeholders, even with regulators who are going to be responsible for approving these products. Even though it feels, for those of us in the industry, it feels like it's been many years, and we're ingrained in this. Average consumers, average stakeholders are still just beginning to learn about these products, and there's a lot of education to do. I view it, I kind of think about the famous diffusion of innovation graph that shows, there's about 2-3% of innovators, very early, and then very early adopters that make up still less than 10% of the total market. And these are folks who are really paying attention. They're reading all the news. They know a lot about cultivated meat so far. But the vast majority, early majority, late majority, and laggards of consumers, we have a lot of work to do. But the good news is that there's enough early adopters and innovators that will kind of match our production scale. Because when all of these companies first enter the market, we're going to have fairly low production because we have to build up capacity. We have to build new supply chains. And so there's more than enough consumers for the early phase of products, but it will take a decade plus really to educate the rest of consumers about these products.
Okay, that's a good insight actually, but I'm really curious when you said there are only 10% who are aware. So what are the activities you are garnering around it, so that the market penetration is more to that? And how you're working towards that, how you're achieving, so that the awareness is built, layer by layers and continuously from 10 to 12%, from 12% to 15%, how that graduation, how you're trying to focus that, how you're trying to build that?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I generally think about these audiences in concentric circles, but you have to start at the center first, is who are the people who have the power to actually authorize the product for sale. And so our audience starts very small first, and it's the regulators around the world who are responsible for determining our products to be safe and authorizing them for sale. And that's where many companies are focused right now, is really educating and raising awareness, dispelling misinformation. And there's a lot of misinformation out there, some of it harmless, some of it intentional. And working on really providing accurate information and proving that our products are safe, because they are. In fact, arguably, cultivated meat will be safer, healthier, and certainly kinder for people on the planet than many conventional meat products. But then you move out. Once you start getting authorizations, then you need to start focusing on the partners that you need to build the supply chain and those very early consumers. And a lot of the work that we're doing right now is sort of more traditional public relations. It's generating press, it's generating buzz, it's generating coverage, a small number of tasting events. And then, of course, there's a couple of products that, by Good Meat for sale in Singapore, and that's gotten quite a bit of coverage around the world, and that's good for all of us. But then you move out to the next concentric circle where you start, you're going to market, you've got a product for sale. And I think most companies will pursue sort of a gastro approach first. And by that, I mean, our production scale will be relatively small at first. And you want to make sure that first introduction goes very well. Because we're not making widgets or a new tech gadget. We're making food, and people are very passionate about food, which means the first time they try it, they better have a good experience, because they're not going to come back and try it again. So you have to really nail that first introduction in terms of taste, texture, sensory experience. And so I think many companies will enter with a gastro first approach. And by that, I mean restaurants, food service, where they get to use chefs as the messenger. Right? Chefs are beloved, they're credible, everyone loves their favorite neighborhood restaurant, and they trust their favorite chef to really deliver a product to them that meets their values and is mission aligned. And so the first phase of a lot of this marketing will be through culinary professionals. And then after you scale up the product and you kind of move to the next phase, then you start talking about retail, grocery stores, but that's further down the line.
Got it, understood. I mean, there has been lots of emphasis on the end users, and somewhere in between you are emphasizing on building the kind of influencers who will be augmenting these products into the market. So there is a bridge you are looking for who will take your products to the end users by using the influencers. When I say influencers, so the emphasis on the chefs, right? This is exactly what you're trying to replicate it out.
Yeah, that's right. Chefs are critical influencers in that way. And then that early phase, those early adopters who try the product and have a good experience, they begin to talk about it. They're credible influencers in their own circles, and you start to build a center of gravity and momentum from there, and start working your way up to that first big phase in the innovation curve of the early majority. And that's where a lot of companies will struggle, right? Is because now you're moving to folks who have never heard of the product before. They're going to have a lot of questions about how it's produced. It might seem strange or new or weird. And so building on the credibility of that early phase of first adopters and chefs and influencers, as you said, is going to be really important.
Wonderful. That's good to know, because we are also working on those similar patterns, and we are definitely looking for those inputs to that. So may I know, like, how different you are from other brands or other other brands who are cultivating beef in the lab, or what could be the differentiators between you and them?
Yeah, great question. Well, there's a few things. One, Mosa meat, we have the great advantage of being the pioneers of this technology. So we have a unique position in the market already, because our founders were the ones that really made the breakthrough on this technology, and others have followed. But there's something else that's unique, as you said. Our founders and our company has stayed laser focused on beef. And actually, bovine cells are some of the hardest cells to work with this technology, as compared to avian or fish, other seafood. So bovine, that's a challenge, right? But we've taken that on because our company is very dedicated to helping solve the climate impacts related to beef. And so that will be a huge part of our value proposition for consumers. And I want to be clear about something. We don't consider our product to be, we're not targeting vegetarians or vegans necessarily. We're trying to come to market with a product where we are replacing beef with beef, and offering hardcore carnivores an alternative. Because there's so many people who are meat eaters, myself included, where it's going to be very difficult to have that behavior change shift if you can't shift over to a product that has the same sensory experience. And so Mosa Meat has been very dedicated to making fully differentiated muscle and fat tissue, so that we can replicate the sensory experience of beef. And that will be our highest value proposition, is making a product that's indistinguishable but better to the conventional beef product that people are buying today.
That's really good to know, because this is something insightful which you have shared with us, that the target audience is very vast and you're not exclusively targeting the vegetarian or the vegan here, because the market is so vast. And I'm also a meat I do eat meat. I eat everything, like from beef to pork to everything, because I'm a foodie basically. So yeah. Good to know that your audience is not very precise here. You're targeting the larger audience, and we can leave out the small tickets there so that we have a more market penetration actually.
Yeah, absolutely. If somebody has already made a conscious decision for climate or animal welfare to shift their diet, good for them. Great. I mean, they're doing a great thing for the planet and animals. The challenge that we're going to have in order to meet our long-term climate goals and environmental goals, biodiversity loss, is that many people won't make that decision unless you make it really easy for them, sort of almost the laziest option possible to switch from beef to beef. And so that's the pursuit that we're going for.
Okay, so now when you say beef to beef, so you're not planning to expand right now. So the all focus will be on the beef, right? Beef and beef products.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that we'll leave open the possibility of pursuing other species in the future. But right now, and throughout the history of our company, we've been laser focused on making beef. And there's not that many companies around the world who are pursuing that. There's a handful. Aleph Farm, probably the biggest example, a company that's in our consortia and CellAg Europe, who we work very closely with. And I think they have a very similar ideology, is that we, there are beef eaters in the world that they're not going to switch unless you give them a product that really meets their sensory experience and expectations.
True, I agree completely to this. We have spoken so much about the market, so much about the market penetration, the awareness. So now comes the question, like where we are building the product. Now, ultimately, this product has to be launched in the market, right? Like whenever it goes live, might be 1 year down the line or 2 year down the line. So whenever you're building or creating your pipeline. So what I really want to understand, or like from a marketing person also, and also from a clear meat angle also, how do you plan to harness this awareness which you have created, and how will you ensure the supply chain or the demand generation is built, and how we will join that? So this is something very important, because ultimately sales has to happen. So how this sales will be augmented, how this demand generation will be created, and for this, what kind of activities you are planning so that in the market it's seen, the sales happen, and the demand generation is also increased. So there are lots of bridges which has to happen. So how do you plan to take this up in the future?
Yeah, it's a great question. There's a lot wrapped in there. And one of them being the single biggest challenge for our industry, which is scaling up. And so you said, how do you marry these two? And the demand generation is going to be just as important as supply. Because we're having to build an entire new industry, a new value chain, a new supply chain, from the hardware like bioreactors to the inputs like the growth media and all of the ingredients that go in. And on that side, I just want to address something very quick. it's critically important for our industry that we be seen, but not just be seen, but we are a new adaptation of agriculture, and we have a proper place in the agricultural ecosystem. And by that, I mean, sometimes people have a tendency to create this binary environment where they assume we're a replacement for agriculture, that we're a threat to conventional farming. And that's not a reality. The reality is that meat consumption is expected to rise between 40 and 70% in the next 30 years. You're going to go from a 1.4 to 1.8 trillion US dollar meat market. So the pie is growing, and we can't meet that demand without destroying the planet. In fact, you would need, if you were going to feed that many people meat, you would need about 2.5 planet Earth's worth of resources.
That's huge. That's very huge.
Yeah, it could be devastating if we try to use today's methods to meet that demand. So you have to layer in alternatives. But it's really important to remember that the inputs for our growth media, what we feed ourselves, the cell feed comes from plant nutrients. This is plant wheat, pea, soy, sugar beets, etc., amino acids, glucose, all the things that an animal would have turned grass into. And we're going to need relationships with farmers to grow those vegetable proteins, plant proteins, in order to be reduced to raw ingredients for our cell feed. So that's one really important part of building the supply chain, is relationships with traditional agriculture. This doesn't happen separate from them, it happens together. And so I wanted to bring that up because it's just as important as how are we going to create demand for the product. And initially, as I said, when we go to market, our production scale will be much smaller because it will take a decade plus to really ramp up these supply chains and build all of the factories necessary. And we have to do that in a very responsible way, right? We need, you can make meat in a much more sustainable way, but you have to use renewable energy to do it, which means at the same time, we need to be working with governments around the world to be growing the energy accessibility for really clean energy. In the Netherlands, we have the great fortune of having 100% wind power, or lots of wind power. So we have access to that. So as we ramp up production, it'll be fairly small scale. And right now, with just innovators and early adopters, we've got more than enough demand for what we'll be making. But we can't stop there, right? I mean, you have to really ramp up the marketing efforts to show the value proposition of switching to these meats, how it's better for the planet in particular, and grow as you go. And it is going to be a tricky balance of not over-promising, being able to meet the demand that you have, and strategically grow it at the same time.
I completely agree with you, because there are so multiple stakeholders in this, who needs to be brought under one single platform. They need to be married, to achieve the end results, to create those awareness, to create the sustainability model going forward. So there are like lots of activities which has to run together to achieve the ultimate goal to this.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing too, I think it's really important to say is that no one company can do this.
I was about to say that.
Yeah. I mean, this is why we worked with our partners to form Cellular Agriculture Europe. And then now Cellular Agriculture Europe and AMPS Innovation, the US Industry Association, and APAC Society of Cellular Agriculture have all joined forces. And so the 3 cultivated meat industry associations in the world are now collaborating in a global alliance for cellular agriculture. And we're doing that because we consider ourselves pre-competitive, right? I mean, someday we'll be fighting it out on the grocery store shelves and restaurants, but a lot of things have to happen before you get to that point. And we have a lot more shared challenges than we do opportunities right now. And so we are joining forces, and the industry is going to have to work closely together. So like for example, when I saw the FDA give the green light for safety to upside chicken in the US, we all celebrated, because that's really great for the whole industry. We're not even thinking
we also
about
celebrated it in India. Like, wow, this is a good news which is coming up for everyone.
Yeah. One more box checked. And that comes back to another point about your question about growing demand and consumer acceptance. It's going to be critically important that consumers feel like that understand these products are safe, which means that we have to have we have to welcome those robust safety reviews from regulators, because it's going to be a critical point of building confidence that people should try these products.
I agree. Now, yes. So I do have a question on the consumer part also, but before I proceed to that, there is one question adding to this, what we have discussed right now about the value proposition, about the value chain, the supply chain, what we are discussing here right now and has been shared by you. Do you think that the models which you have just shared with us, the inputs, can this be replicated across all geographies to achieve success? Can all the meat building organization, they can also follow the model which you have just proposed across?
Yeah, great question. So I would say that there are 3 critical variables that every company in this space is going to have to meet. First and foremost is taste. It is the driver for food. I mean, you said it, you're a foodie. Most people, they will not put something in their mouth that they don't like. The second is price, right? The economics of a household always are a very powerful driver. But the third is the cultural relevance of the food to somebody's daily life. And that's the one that is really going to vary geography by geography. You know, introducing a hamburger in every region of the world doesn't make sense. But luckily for us, we're making a minced beef product, and there's a minced beef application for our product in almost every culture in the world, right? And so, but demonstrating that your product comes in a culturally relevant way, but with the taste, texture, and price point that makes sense for people at the point of sale is going to be critically important. So I think every company in the world, if they have their eye on those 3 critical variables, and if they, enter the market in a way through credible messengers, like chefs, like home cooks, influencing home cooks, I think they can be successful.
Okay, as you said, there are 3 different parameters, critical matrices which decide or which elaborate or define the market if someone has to enter. So coming back to this particular matrix or this, I have a question here, because I'm from India, and when we talk about beef, it has lots of sentimental values. If you're aware that majorly in India, we do not consume beef. Okay, so barring me, like I could be an exception to this, but rest majorly they do not. So what kind of marketing strategy will you adopt for such markets? Like surrogate marketing, will it be effective, or do you have something in mind to penetrate such geographies?
Well, this is a very good question because one of our founders, Dr. Mark Post, who is famous for being one of the inventors of this technology, he's a cardiac doctor, and Dr. Post would be the first person to tell you that you shouldn't necessarily eat more red meat. It's not something that you should seek out to do, but if you're going to eat beef, you should eat beef that's as sustainable as possible. So I think from a moral point of view, we're not necessarily in the business of pushing people to switch to eating red meat that aren't currently eating it. That's not our goal. Our goal is to get current beef eaters to change their behavior. And so I want to be very careful about this is a cultural sensitivity question, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but it's also a moral question.
Yes.
And so I think what we will be focused on are the places in the world that currently have high beef consumption, or where it's expected to grow rapidly. And that China is a perfect example of that. Red meat consumption is rapidly increasing as middle classes rise in China. And that simply is not sustainable for the planet. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it's answering. I mean, yes, of course it has answered. But from strategic point of view, I really wanted to understand, for such companies, I mean, what could be the actual strategy? Of course, you have made it very clear you're not getting into that space and respecting the cultural aspect, the sentimental values. I completely get into that. So when you spoke about being sustainable, we are all marching towards it. So this sustainable industry, which is very big, when people say this is a booming sector, this is a sunshine sector, which is coming up, you know. So I want to understand, or like my question is, how big is big, if I have to define or describe? And what could be the milestones to penetrate the market when we say this is big? Number one, I want to understand what is big here, how to define that big, what big is big, and what could be the various milestones which has to go or that can be described or to penetrate the different markets which you are planning. Or general.
Well, I think I'd probably maybe answer that best thinking on a global perspective first. So again, right now, the global meat market is just over about 1.4 trillion US dollars. So as big goes, that's big. That, you know, that is a great opportunity for us to enter. And a lot of people are currently questioning their diets, their behavior around food. Now, that said, the market penetration prospects in terms of the major consultancies in the world and predictions have varied widely. You know, one of the more conservative ones is the Boston Consulting Group, which thinks that by 2030 that we're somewhere around a little less than 1% market penetration. Which seems insignificant, but when you consider what 1% of $1.4 trillion, it's still real money and a real opportunity to grow. And then there's some very much like McKinsey, A.T. Kearney are much more in the like 30% range by 2030. I think that's probably overinflated, but still is huge. And so there's 115 companies around the world right now making cultivated meat. That probably will contract a little bit in the economic environment, but there's still huge opportunity for growth in this area. If you had 30% of the global meat market, and remembering that the global meat market is also rapidly expanding at the same time, you know, you're talking at $800 billion plus a year of market opportunity for this space. So I encourage all of the entrepreneurs out there who are thinking about entering the space. It's a tough time right now, and the economic environment's a little bit rough. But there's plenty of opportunity. There's plenty opportunity in market share here.
No, I completely agree. Even this question has actually come up. You know, I was reading one of the journals, one of the write-ups from A.T.K. Kearney only, and there was an article from McKinsey as well, you know, as you said. So they had suggested this 8 billion and they have mentioned there. So from there, I just wanted to understand, everybody is claiming big, but what is big? So I am not able to, and we are not able to tap that. So as you said, even if we are able to tap even 1% of the 8 billion, and we all are millionaires, then from that monetary aspect, also we are able to solve the problems of the future, you know. So that is something very, very big and critical, I think. But only thing is that we have to stick together, keep motivating us, and working for the complete synergy which we have to build together.
I agree with that, and particularly focused on the metrics of making the planet a better place, right? And here's another point I want to make, is that I think it's really important. Not only do sometimes people get into this posture of trying to position cultivated meat as a binary, it's mutually exclusive with conventional farming. Sometimes people get into a posture of comparing complementary proteins against each other. Right. And it's like either plant-based or cultivated meat or precision fermentation or insects or traditional meat. And the reality is that the problem that we have created for ourselves on this planet is so wicked and so huge. You have to have all of those things. You have to have all of those tools in the toolbox in order to have a chance for us to meet our climate goals and turn biodiversity loss around. And so it's really important that all of us in the complementary protein space lift each other up, right? We don't consider ourselves a competitor with plant-based products. We consider ourselves to be a completely separate offering. And in fact, great potentials for great partners. Because one of the best ways to make a plant-based product better is to add cultivated animal fat to it. And then you get the more of the sensory experience and the taste that you're going. So all of the opportunities for partnership, but more importantly, not tearing each other down and lifting each other up is going to be important if we're going to really survive this and meet our goals.
No, I agree to that completely, because there is something in the future I think can happen through a hybrid model, because everybody individually I don't think can work that way. So there needs to be a kind of hybrid that has to be built, because everybody is drawn towards one vision, and we all are working towards that vision only, so that the sustainability is approached. We are able to feed the world, which is our tagline actually. So we are drawn. I mean, especially the entrepreneurs who have built this, the founders who might have a vision to build this, and they have created this. So everybody is drawn towards this vision, and we are being move towards that. So we are attached to that vision, which you very correctly said, biodiversity, saving the earth, then the plant part, I completely agree to that. But in coming to everything, which is the future aspect, which is futuristic currently, and we have just started the steps. It's a very nascent stage. So ultimately, everything will depend on the success story, that is the acceptance by the consumers. We are building a product that has to be accepted by the consumers. At the end, this will be a success story. But what do you think could be the triggers and barriers for the consumers, to accept or to reject this product? So the triggers and barriers, as a marketer or from company's perspective or as a general person, I would like to understand.
Yeah. Well, I think the first and most important thing is accessibility, right? I always get a laugh out of all of these current studies about what consumer acceptance of cultivated meat is likely to be like, because the reality is that all of these respondents that they're asking in these surveys have never seen it, touched it, smelled it, or tasted. So you're asking them a question very much in the abstract, which is difficult to answer. So having access to the products is going to be the game changer, right? And right now there's cultivated meat being sold one place in the world, and that's Singapore. And with the vast majority of people on planet Earth are never going to go to. So it's again, it comes back to being critically important that we get these regulatory approvals, that we start entering markets beyond Singapore, Europe, the United States, other parts of Asia. And then once consumers have accessibility to it, and then they see their friends and family and trusted messengers trying the product and talking about it in a positive way, I have extreme confidence that we'll be successful. And so but it is going to come back to those other three variables that I talked about, is that we have to nail the taste, right? And we have to, the first generation of products are going to be things that are easier to make, like chicken nuggets, like minced beef, but we can't expand just on that. We have to improve the texture of these products, and we have to keep pushing the boundaries of the technology and moving towards products that mimic whole cuts, that feel, taste, and have the sensory experience of cuts of meat that people really are used to. Now, that will take a while. Science is a bit far from that, but that has to be the ambition of the industry.
True. So the thing is, like, the products has to be visible for the consumers to try, taste it. Then might be from the feedback per se, it's like a more like, I will not say barter system, it's more like a give and take. They will come back with the feedback, what is working, what is not working. Accordingly, the organizations or the companies, they will also try to figure out what is working, and accordingly they also will be coming out with a new basket, new category. But before that, all these categories or the basket, this needs to be visible in the market or in the shelf for the consumer to understand there is something in this category, we need to take it. But this category to come into the shelf, we also have to work with the regulators. So what do you think that time or the effort is going to take place so that the regulators come into picture and they give approval, and why it's being stopped? Like, how long should it be taking it ideally, or how long will it take actually now?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think, Singapore did a great favor for the world by giving the first approval, and it took these products from being science fiction and abstract to being real, but still untouchable for a lot of people. But the FDA green light for upside in the U.S. is huge for the industry. And the reason being is that regulators around the world are really paying more attention after the U.S. has given a safety green light. Now there's still another step. The U.S. Department of Agriculture has to authorize the product. But I'm seeing more activity from regulators around the world than I've seen in years. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that now somebody has broken through the barrier and sort of put themselves out on the line and said these products are safe. And now there's a sense of global competition. And so I think the speed of regulatory authorizations is about to grow exponentially, because China has added cultivated meat to their 5-year food strategy. You have an incredible amount of activity in Asia. Korea has just created an entire new ecosystem for cultivated meat. The Prime Minister of Japan last week said they're going to create an ecosystem for cultivated meat. You've got the FDA approval in the US. The United Kingdom, post-Brexit, is looking at changing their law to make approvals easier and faster. And so now all of a sudden, major countries don't want to be left out. And so I think that sense of global competition is going to speed this process up. Now, let me say, though, it's important for us as an industry to never sacrifice safety, right? We may want our approvals to be as fast as possible and efficient. That's fine. But we can't be advocating for cutting corners. We have to welcome a robust safety review by these regulators. And get that green check mark from them, because that is going to be so important to inspiring consumer confidence.
I completely agree to what you have said. I really, because the whole world is coming under one forum and building that ecosystem, and it's really good to know that they have been pushed, or we have been pushed. Everybody is moving in the same direction. Like I did have my set of questions on this. May I ask you the last question? Like, if you are okay with this, and we will conclude the session with that.
Sure.
Okay, so I started my question with awareness. So ending my question with awareness again. So my question, it will revolve around in the market, like there are different protein sources. So this is coming back to the competition here. So as there are lots of different there are different proteins in the market, and there are different protein sources in the market. So what are the means and tools do you think can demarcate them, or demarcation of the cell-based cultivated meat products will have distinctly from the rest?
Yeah. Well, I come back to targeting current meat eaters, right? People who are hardcore carnivores. There is nothing on the market right now. There's not a single plant-based product. There's not an alternative complementary protein right now that the average American steak lover is going to tell you is as good as beef. And I'm not taking a dig at anyone. It's just, it's going to take time for these products to get to having an analog of the sensory experience of real meat. And so that is really going to be, I think, the #1 value proposition for cultivated meat, is providing the real sensory experience for meat that is going to be very, very difficult to ever replicate with plant-based product or any other complementary proteins. And again, we don't advocate for more people eating meat than currently do, but we have to give people a way to switch. And so I think hands down, that's the value proposition of cultivated meat.
I mean, this was actually music to my ears, because we are into cell-based cultivated meat space. So this is very, very motivating and like very good to know, good to understand this. Thank you, Robert. Thanks for your time. Thanks for taking out the time from your busy schedule and joining this session. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Sudhapa and Robert, for such a spontaneous, discussion. It was such a treat to the eyes to watch both of you, talking about this particular discussion. I think the most important point I have taken from this particular discussion is the collaboration. How, you know, all the partners in this particular sector has to collaborate together to cater to this, you know, ever increasing demand which is coming. So yes, it was such a insightful discussion. We are running late by almost 2 to 3 minutes, so we will go ahead with our panel discussions. So the next discussion we are going to have is on the topic of global investor status. The next session will be chaired by Mr. Ravi Nandan Sinha, who is the Director of Development at MSME Business Forum India, and we are going to have esteemed panel of investors from this particular sector. So over to you, Ravi sir.
Mr. Rahman, Abdul Rahman, and then who's CM and who's Clear Meat? Nikhil, I hope I'm visible.
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
Are we live now?
Yes, we are.
So we can go ahead then.
Yes.
No. When they will give us a green signal, we'll start.
Priya messaged in the chat to say we are live now. Over to you, sir.
I hope I'm visible. Namaste, everybody. Good morning.
Namaste.
It's my privilege to be here and moderating today for this wonderful session, which is being organized by the team Clear Meat, the Sustainable Meat Solutions, and as rightly the tagline says, which is very, very impactful, which is very, very meaningful, which says investing, innovating, and solving food challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege, me, Ravi Nandan Sinha, Director, MSME Business Forum India, and believing in Clear Meat's concept, welcome you today to this very power-packed discussion that we are going to have along with my fellow panelists. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the panelists who are here are all experts in their field. And it is a pleasure for me to introduce them to you. And also would like each and every person in this participating webinar to come forward and keep your questions parked. Because remember one thing, these are the people who have come together for a purpose. These are the people who have come together to talk about, give your views. These are the people who are experts in their field. These are people who are going to talk about the things which is going to come in the future. It's most welcoming when we can have some kind of a discussions with them, one-to-one with them, and I'm sure you will find a lot of inputs coming from them. I'm sure you will find a lot of new information getting you, which will be a beneficial for you. Let me introduce my fellow panelists, the power-packed fellow panelists to this beautiful webinar we have. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Chandru R. Chandrasekhar. Mr. Chandru R. Chandrasekhar is an MD with Ahimsa Investments, and Ahimsa Investments focuses on sustainable proteins. Mr. Chandrasekhar is a management graduate from Akcali Business School way back in 1996. He's based in Singapore, and today he's taking this call from Chennai. So, namaste, Mr. Chandru Chandrasekhar. Welcome on the
Namaste.
panel.
Thank you, sir.
It's a pleasure, and I think on behalf of the entire ClearMeet team, we are very privileged to have you here.
Likewise.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Sri Hemendra Mathur from FICCI. And Hemendra ji, let me tell you, you are standing at a very, very, very good place, free from pollution. He's joining us from a farmhouse. Mr. Hemendra Mathur is the chairman of the task force of agri startups in FICCI. He's an alumni of IIM's Ahmedabad 1996 batch. He's also a venture capitalist, manages Bharat Innovation Fund. Bharat Innovation Fund is focused on deep tech investments in emerging sectors. He's also a co-founder in Think, that is Think AG, which is a non-for-profit platform to support adoption of innovation in agriculture. It is a pleasure to introduce to all of you Sri Hemendra Mathur.
Hello, sir. Good morning to everyone.
Hemendra ji, it is a pleasure to have you here. Also with me is my fellow panelist, an IITian from Mumbai, the CEO of Wadhwani Research Foundation. Is also a he had done his bioengineering, in fact, from IIT Bombay. Prior to this, he was CEO of Exhort Life Sciences and headed the business development in Vetro Diagnostics program. He has done his PhD, looks very young, ladies and gentlemen, and he has done a PhD in biomems from University of Florida in 2007. And he is an MS in electronical engineering from University of Connecticut. So please welcome Dr. Abdur from Mumbai, joining us live from Mumbai.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for joining, Dr. Abdur. And we have another young gentleman who is another very talented person, a chartered accountant, a banker, have worked in Big Four. He is none other than Mr. Nikhil Srinivas from Bink India. Nikhil Srinivas is also a venture capitalist. And prior to that, he has worked for DCF Ventures, Yes Bank, Naman Network. He's a CA of 2014 batch. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very, very powerful analyst team out here talking about what is the future, what the investors feel about it, how are we going to go about it, how the scenario is going to change. And trust me, it's going to be a very, very absorbing next 30 to 35 minutes. Keep your questions ready. Any webinar becomes very powerful when you interact. And I assure you, I will ensure that the questions you are raising is answered in totality by the person you would wish to ask. Let's begin. And I would request Sri Chandrasekhar ji, please start off today's webinar with the opening remarks and your views. I'll request all my panelists to please take 2 to 3 minutes to just say something about the ecosystem that we are in as an opening remark. Good to you, Sri Chandrasekhar.
Thank you very much. Our company, Sustain and Ahimsa, our focus is on seeking and developing sustainable protein platforms that could work at India scale and India price. So India is at the same time, both probably the biggest growth opportunity, as well as the one country that has also the largest challenges in this field. Because India is a young country, and we have over 1 billion people who would love to eat meat if that meets their expectations in terms of taste, price, convenience, nutrition, and above all, ethical principles. the unmet protein gap in India is of the order of about 20 grams per person per day. That translates into about 10 billion kilos of pure protein per year for the whole country. And industrialized animal killing for food is neither going to be able to meet this challenge sustainably, nor in time to safeguard our demographic dividend, which is imperiled by protein malnutrition. So we have a huge problem on our hands, but at the same time, a huge opportunity, because although we talk about the so-called alternative proteins or smart proteins, India needs an all of the above approach, and we need all the protein we can get. And I believe India would be the largest and also perhaps the first country to ever leapfrog industrialized killing, slaughter of animals, raising animals, slaughtering them, dealing with the waste problems. We have a beautiful opportunity to do this kind of leapfrog that we did with mobile technology, leapfrogging landline telephony for the entire country. So in this context, we also have probably the biggest resource capability as well as the market demand if we rise to the challenge and provide our customers, consumers with non-slaughter or ahimsa meats that are suitable for people of all religions, all across the country, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Gujarat to Arunachal Pradesh, because there's a wide variation in the taste preferences. So if we can meet the consumers where they are, I think this would be probably the biggest opportunity in the entire world. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Mr. Chandrasekhar, and I really like word ahimsa, and the way you're saying that the revolution can start from here. I would like to bring in Hemendra ji here. Hemendra ji, you are on mute. If you can unmute yourself. Hemendra ji. I think Hemendra ji just got lost due to some connectivity issue. We'll get back to him. Nick, yes, Hemendra ji, are you back, Hemendra ji? If I can request, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, I'm in a low network zone.
No, not an issue.
Clearly,
Hemendra ji, any opening remark?
Right. No, I think it's a very interesting topic. The whole ecosystem around alternative proteins is developing. Of course, it has matured a bit in some of the geographies, but I think in India, it is still at a very nascent stage. And I have seen the whole agri-tech ecosystem developing in last sort of 8 or 10 years. I see the same happening in alternative proteins now. So it's a very interesting space. And definitely we need more entrepreneurs like Siddharth who can come forward and build something really interesting, not just for India, but for the globe. So I'll stop here.
Thank you. And in fact, Hemendra ji, I remember I had met Siddharth in Dubai where I was there, the World Food Expo as a guest, and I had seen the passion that Siddharth and the entire Sutapa and the entire meat team had, and what nice reception they received on introducing their product. So I understand that the future is very bright. Nikhil, I would like to bring you in here, and I would request if you can please give us your opening statement.
Thank you, Raviji, and good morning to everyone who's watching us right now. So Brink is a global venture accelerator. We're based out of Hong Kong with offices across the world. So sustainability is at the core of what we do, and alternate protein is a sector that we actively invest in. We believe that we're in the midst of a revolution of sorts in the alternate protein space. The meat that we consume today in future will come from a laboratory and not from a farm, right? We also see a change in consumer interest. Consumers today are also looking for sources of food, not only tasty food, but also sources that are ethical, healthy, and environmentally friendly, right? Particularly the millennial and Gen Z consumers as well, who are open to alternate sources of food. That being said, technology over the past decade has evolved. There are various ways of getting the texture, the kind of meat that people are used to that are free of hormones, free of antibiotics, free of any contaminants, free of foodborne diseases, have better environmental or have a lower environmental impact of sorts. There are plant-based meats, there are cultivated meats, there is precision fermentation that works. And like Chandrasekhar ji earlier mentioned, this is a space that is massive. They have seen reports that say that this could be a $2.7 trillion market by 2040, or 60% of the global meat market by 2030. The consulting from ATT says that this would come from alternative protein itself. And India has been the food plate for the world, right? And we could potentially do that given the talent we have in the size of the country for alternate source of protein as well. And this is a space that I think has just got started with massive scope to this thing and potentially revolutionize the way we consume food going forward, right? So,
well, thank you so much, and I really appreciate the market size that you're talking about. I think that market size is I think a lot of companies will get very bullish, and the fact is we are moving towards an era where we have to adopt the culture of stopping killings and all, and going into more of an innovation. I'll come back to you on that, but Mr. Abdur, I would like you to come and say a few words as your opening remarks. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ravi. So just briefly, I'm part of Vadhwani Research Center at IIT Bombay, as you all know. Many of the most important technologies or impactful technologies today in the world, be it genetic engineering, therapeutics, vaccines, antibody, and so on, all originated from academia. And that's where we are at IIT Bombay. We began working with professors at the idea stage, concept stage. We've been since 2014 investing in projects, and we are one of the very, very few centers that is actually funded. Government is the biggest funder through DBT, BIRAC, and other programs. Outside of the government, there are very few funders, big funders for technology development research. And Vadhwani Foundation is one such. And we operate in the area of bioengineering, therapeutics, medical technology, synthetic biology, biotherapeutics, and so on. And till date, we have funded more than 80 projects, out of which about 8 startups have come out, and there are many more in the pipeline. So my view today on the panel is going to be, we have some very eminent VCs representing, and the funding equation has 2 sides. One is the funder, and the other side is the utilization of fund. I want to say a few things about how the public infrastructure in India can help better utilize funds that are available to startups. Yeah, that will be it.
Thank you, Abdur. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So primarily, we've got some initial information that all of you have shared, and again, to the audience, I would like to say one thing: keep your questions parked. It's the time when you can really ask the questions, and we'll try and give you the answer as much as possible. Right, Dr. Chandrasekhar. To begin with, I would like to ask a question that. What is the current level of global investors' interest in the cultivated meat industry? And
there is plenty of
involved. How was it involved over the time? If yes, you can tell us something about it.
The key moment, I think, was a few years back when not the cultured meat, but the so-called meat analog companies got a lot of traction from Silicon Valley. It's very much like the iPhone moment back into 2007, when it completely changed you're putting a powerful computing platform on the palm of your hand, and we have begun using it in ways that we never imagined that would happen, but it helped the whole industry take off in a big way. And a similar thing happened with investments going into the likes of Impossible Foods and Beyond Meat and other companies. And from then on, I think there has been, in fact, Eat Just, Josh Tetrick, who was speaking earlier today, his company then decided to get into cellular agriculture and cultured meat. And from then on, there has been parallel developments in many countries, starting from the United States, of course, Singapore being the first to give regulatory approval, the Netherlands, of course, being the pioneer with Professor Mark Post. Incidentally, a lot of doctors have been involved in this, because coming from a regenerative medicine background, stem cell background, and it is just a natural progression to say, if we can make it in small quantities for therapeutic uses, perhaps we should really do it at large scale for food use. And this has been an important consideration, even in India, where the meat consumption is very low. we are about 6 kilos per person per year, whereas even China, our direct competitor in many ways, is at 66 kilos per person per year. And in other Western countries, it's about 100 kilos per person per year, and they have 500 meat-based meals every year. But in India, even the...
I just wanted to say, coming on to this statistics, can you also tell about the other Asian countries' statistics, if you know, if I may ask, because if you said we are 6 to 66 or maybe 6 to 100, because then also that means this will also reflect on the market size that's going to increase.
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, the other Asian countries do not have as much meat. For example, the next biggest country is Indonesia, again, where they do have protein malnutrition on a scale that is not a lot different from India's. Meat consumption generally, apart from Hong Kong, Singapore, and China, rest of Asia, there's not enough meat to go around. In fact, Indonesia import quite a lot of meat and live cattle from Australia for their domestic consumption. And of course, we know about Bangladesh, Pakistan, about Sri Lanka. The situation is not very encouraging. Whereas in India, we do have plenty of cattle, but we also export a lot of meat. We are probably the second or third largest meat exporter, depending upon the year. And that's primarily because our animal welfare standards and our problems related to keeping the animals alive. In fact, even with milk production, we are the largest milk producer, but the limiting factor, the critical step is water availability. That, in fact, restricts the milk yield in India. So we have huge amount of problems, but also this is a huge amount of opportunity that if people across the country are receptive to this idea of non-harm, non-slaughter, ahimsa kind of meat, and any person of any religion can have any meat. For example, Hindus can eat beef, Muslims can eat pork. That's a different issue altogether, but it shows the tremendous size of the market. We have to scale 10 times our current meat consumption just to meet world average. World average around 40 to 50 kilos per person per year. But again, it's just an average. It's not a reflection of the distribution of the range. And of course, the other big opportunity is in Africa, the continent of Africa. Meat consumption is quite low.
In fact, I'll come back to you on that. But Mr. Chandrasekhar, thank you for giving us the averages, the statistics, and what I see is the scope of growing is about 7x. And I think there will be more statistics and more research coming into this. Mathur Sahab, I taking off from what Mr. Chandrasekhar said, I just wanted to understand from you, because you are also an investor and you also see, you must be discussing with lot many others, which regions or countries are seeing the most investment in the cultivated meat industry. Now I'm being very specific, and what factors are driving this investment? Let's be a bit specific, because now this is a very growing market, what Mr. Chandrasekhar said.
So the total investment in alternative protein is about $3 billion last year. It was $5 billion about a year back. And I would say 70-80% of that money is going into few countries. One is USA and second is Israel. I think these are the top leading countries in terms of investments. And I think India has to catch up, very frankly. The interesting part is that out of $3 billion, which got invested in all proteins, roughly $896 million came to cultured meat. So almost 1/3 of the money which is going into all protein is in cultured meat, which is very significant. I hope that share would go up further. I think there are a few other things which we should keep in mind. From an investor perspective, I think it ticks many boxes, especially ESG, because this is one segment which ticks almost all the boxes on ESG parameters, as more and more investors are becoming ESG compliant. I think this will become a very, very important sector. I think the two things that we need to change in India is one, how to make alternative protein mainstream protein. We are a protein deficient country, so the market has to grow multiple times. And second, I think we should not think from a India perspective. We should rather think from a global perspective. Can we be the food factory in this category for the world? Because the biggest challenge in this category is the cost, and we need to bring that cost down. So can we make these products more affordable? I think that is going to be very important. So I'll stop here.
Thank you so much. Nikhil, coming to you, Nikhil, from your banking and from your finance background, can picking from what Himanji said, I want you to come in here and tell us what types of investors. Now I'm segmenting it. What types of investors are most actively investing, for example, in the cultivated meat industry sector, and how do how do their investment strategies differ? Means, firstly I want to understand what types of investors are coming, and how are they different, what are the strategies, because as Mr. Chandrasekhar said, there is a scope of about 7x we are already lacking, and then there'll be a further growth in that. Give us some light on that.
All right. So if you look at the cultivated meat space specifically alone, right, there's data from GFI that says investments in the sector between 2015 to 2020 grew about 15 to 16x within 5 years. That's a massive inflow of capital that's come into this space. I'm pretty sure that post 2020 also, I don't have the numbers with me right now, but that trend has kind of continued, right? A couple of reasons why investors, I believe, have been coming into this space. One, there's a potential significant market disruption. The market size is there. There is scope for the market to expand. All that exists, right? Plus, technology has evolved at a very quick pace. Today, you have startups that are developing plant-based protein, which probably wasn't a source that was available in 2014-15 at that point in time. There's increasing consumer demand, right? And there are also specialized funds like Lever VC, for example, looking to invest specific only in alternate forms of protein. There are family offices that have come. Now, if you look at the sources of capital, right, from angel investors who might want to make some sort of take a early bet on early stage companies, to family offices wanting to put in capital to support a specific cause, to specialized VCs that are there to invest in a specific sector of alternate protein, like Ahimsa VCs themselves who are there looking at Ahimsa meat, as Chandrasekhar ji mentioned earlier. So investors have come into this space, right? And one second, I just saw on the chat, there's a question: why do investors not see India as a potential market for investment in this domain as well, right? So investors have come into the sector. Now, coming to India specifically, I think it's a space that's just beginning up. We've seen innovation begin to happen over here. There is also that there's a massive growth opportunity and growth capability that's there in India. So it's obviously going to become interesting for investors going forward. But also, I think it's a function of the infrastructure that's available. Also, the market, there needs to be consumer acceptance in India, right? The idea of plant-based meat. And I remember, I'll give you an example. I ordered plant-based keema from Good Dot of Swiggy once, and the package comes on, and I'm come from a vegetarian family, right? I keep experimenting with food, and my mom looks at it like, तूने मीट मंगाया, मटन मंगाया घर पे? उसके पहले जो प्लांट बेस्ड लेके वो तो पढ़ लीजिए please. So that customer acceptance is something that needs to come in, right? And once that comes in, with obviously startups solving for taste, texture, and affordability, and customer acceptance coming in gradually as the younger population starts looking at alternative sources of meat and alternative protein, if not, if we could use the term alternate protein, if not meat per se. I think that's one thing that could kind of drive investments into the India market as well.
I'll come back to you on the investment size. And ladies and gentlemen, keep sending us questions. I will take it, and I'll ask all my panelists. I'll take up the questions, and while we are discussing, we will not be answering questions. But yes, these questions are with us. Once the panelist has completed his viewpoint, I will take up the questions. Abdurji, my question to you is like, when I asked Nikhil, I was more specific on what types of investors and what are the investment strategies. What are the key challenges that investors face? Now, while we are seeing they are very bullish, but there must be some challenges. So what are the challenges that investors face when investing in cultivating meat industry? And while everything is very good, let's also see at the challenges. And I want you to talk about these challenges.
I think one is regulatory challenges. I think regulations has to become more compliant, in my opinion. Regulations are also evolving, and I think a lot of entrepreneurs are working with the government. That's one challenge. And second, as I mentioned, it's still seen as a niche product. We need to make it mainstream to really become affordable to large section of consuming population. And third, some bit of education among consumers that it's good, and what has gone into making it, so that there's a comfort on the consumer side. We need to build the ecosystem among retailers, industry guys, startups, government, food testing laboratories, research institutions. I think everything has to come together for this to become more interesting for investors. It's already interesting, but it can become more interesting.
Thank you, Hemanji. Thank you so much. Coming to Shri Shekharji, my question is, tell me something. How do the investors evaluate the potential profitability and scalability of cultivated meat companies? And what matrix do they typically use? Tell us about that, because that can give us an idea. Shekharji.
As with any industry, investors are looking at the risks and how fast the products can be scaled. So scalability and the inherent risks, both the political, technical, environmental, ethical risks, are a big factor. Right now, the risks are too huge because it's a long path to commercialization. Even Singapore, there's only one company selling one product, and that's about it. So in India, with a multiplicity of factors, and this is common world over, is scale. Even the meat analog sector, there's only one company that can make whole biomass fermented products to make meat analogs at scale, which nobody else has even managed to reach even within a short distance. So it's a huge gap between doing something in the laboratory and being able to make it commercially as a demonstrator, and then being able to scale according to market demand. So fermentation bioreactor capacity is probably the biggest constraint. And if people could address that and say, here, we have, first of all, the feed costs, the nutrient costs, the growth factor costs, the bioreactor costs. If we can bring it on parity to current biotech fermentation in pharmaceuticals or even brewery, then we have a winning combination which says we can use this infrastructure to take these cells and make real meat products that can compete on price parity with conventional meat.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Mr. Chandrasekhar. Thank you. Nikhil, just wanted to understand from you, what are the key trends and developments in the global investor landscape for the cultivated meat industry, if you can throw us some light, and how likely it's to shape up in the industry in the coming years?
Could you help me answer?
You want me to repeat
better?
the question?
Yeah.
I was just wanting to understand some of the key trends and developments in the global investors landscape for the cultivated meat industry. The key trends and development. That's one part. And gradually, how is it going to take shape in this industry in the coming years?
I think the next couple of years, at least next 5 to 10 years or so, we look to see cultivated meat probably hit some sort of price parity with animal grown meat. Investors are looking, or I see investors being a little bullish in terms of plant-based foods are addressing specific white space areas, clean label, healthy alternatives, cellular agriculture, fermentation-based protein, some upstream technologies, innovations on the supply chain itself as also for the sector. Probably, precision fermentation, and if you're able to do this at scale and bring down the price point for customers, I think that's something that will drive adoption. And that really will also open up the market for larger funds to come in, larger institutional capital to come in and take bigger bets. Like Chandrasekhar ji mentioned, the risks today are massive, right? India also doesn't speak specifically about cultivated meat in any of its food safety regulations, right? Or you don't. I wouldn't say it's a gray space in the regulations. You're not clear what can you do, what can you not do. As the policymakers kind of start focusing on this, as that evolves, I think more capital exists. Capital is there to invest in this space, but it's just being patient at this point in time is what I would say, right? As the sector evolves, and we're seeing companies come in, and as an accelerator ourselves, because we take early stage, we make investments in the seed and pre-seed stages, right? We make early stage investments.
Nikhil, sorry to interrupt. You were saying family offices are also now showing interest.
Correct.
Which means India is opening up that from the traditional not investing, because I also manage the solar fund with many family offices, and I've seen they're very particular not to invest in tobacco, alcohol, liquors, meat, because those are the family offices. Because we ourselves have in solar about more than 1,000 crores of solar funds, so they're very apprehensive. So when you said about family offices getting interested in this, which means India is opening up, see this market.
So, and also, I think the reason family office are investing is because they want to make investments in line with some of their personal beliefs and in sectors they want to create an impact in. Right now, I remember back in 2017-18, I was speaking with a bunch of investors who are very clear: we will not invest in anything that has to do with harming animals, right? And today there are more family offices saying, okay, is there something? Let's say again, a recent example right now, I was speaking to a family office that wanted to look at lab grown cotton itself, right? Are there ethical sources of this? So not just meat, in other places also, people are looking at making investments in areas which have a better or a lower environmental impact, are more ethical per se, and are in line with their personal beliefs as well. So early stage investors have come in. There are VCs that are operating, and as the market evolves, as we see policy and regulations improve, as we reduce some of the risks that Chandrasekhar ji also mentioned, there will be more capital that comes into this space because the market is there for the taking.
Absolutely, absolutely. Abdulji, we had lost you in between. Are you there? Can you hear us, Abdulji? Technology has its issues. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I am ready to take some questions if you have, because the time says that we are running out of, and we can take some questions on this. I think Mr. Chandrasekhar is already responding on the government's response. Mr. Chandrasekhar, if you can actually speak on that, that'll be
Sure. I think over the last 5 years or even 7 years, there's been tremendous amount of investment in basic research in the government institutions like Cellular, CCMB, and other bio research institutions from DBT, from BIRAC, and forums such as yourself. But the key factor would be bridging the gap between basic research and pilot scale. Abdur is back, if in case you want to ask him a question.
Yes, please carry on.
Yes, so there is a lot of interest and there is a lot of investment coming in, but clearly we have to have an integrated holistic approach which says the government is aware of this and these would be the regulatory pathways going forward, and the VC and the venture community and the startup ecosystem is ready to come out with a viable product that actually the consumers can get a bite off, and then that would be the key factor. Consumer acceptance. And we also have to do work in parallel to inform the public and be transparent about what this means and contrast it with the conventional meat industry, where there's a lot of issues with animal welfare, slaughter, and the waste management issues as well. So there's a lot of work to do. We have to start.
Thank you. And Abdurji, I would like you to give us the closing remark, because we had lost you in between, especially the role of investors coming in. We missed you. We wanted to act because you're doing research on that, and also the government's role, because Nikhil actually has opened our eyes with the amount of family offices coming in. Chandrasekhar ji spoke about the consumer demand, and just the closing remark, because we've got hardly 2 to 3 minutes left, and I want to give that entire time to you to please tell about that perspective. We cannot hear you, Abdurji. Abdur.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I don't, technology troubles. So just briefly, sir, I mean, if you look at the funding in the US for the Canadian dollars, right? So I think funding is a huge gap. Like I said earlier, we're trying to bridge that gap through private funding. In the US, for every dollar that the government puts in for this kind of work, private philanthropies, not return on investment funding, philanthropic funding is almost matching the government's contribution. I think there is a huge gap in the Indian ecosystem where the philanthropic funding for these kind of efforts has to come in. And our center does a lot of the work in terms of raising philanthropic funding, because a lot of this ecosystem building, country building has to go in so that the foundation has to be laid for innovators of tomorrow, and for the VC and the investment community to be able to find a lot of late stage, well-developed and well-grounded technologies for them to invest in. So those are my final words there.
Thank you so much, my fellow panelists. And with this, we come to the end of this session of investors' perspective on the meat industry, the cultivated meat industry. Thank you very much to the audience for listening us and giving us your questions. Thank you, Mr. Chandrasekhar. Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you, Abdurji. And I think thank you also to Hemantji. We lost him. He's outside. Thank you so much. It was nice hosting all of you. And we look forward for more such discussion, more such awareness programs, wherein we will come to a more innovative awareness that is coming into India into the food processing.
Can I just add one point to say that if any country should do it and can do it in alternative meat and especially cultured meat, that is clean meat, ahimsa meat, it should be India, and India can do it, and we should do all it takes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Namaste, and we look forward to more such interaction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. And I completely agree with what, Chandrasekhar sir just said, that India has to do it. And I take proud that, I am part of Clear Meat, and we are pledging here with the help of all the, panelists who have joined us and all the audiences that we are going to we are going to put India on the global map for the segment of cultured meat. So without much ado, and thank you, Ravi sir, for moderating the session so well. We'll move to our next session, which is on current landscape of cultivated meat, the Indian perspective. So this was the global perspective. Now we are going to discuss about the Indian perspective. The session will be moderated by Mr. Sushant Bhatia, who is the investment manager with Caspian. So, Mr. Sushant Bhatia, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this session. I am Sushant Bhatia, and I have with me Dr. Kadalmani and Shubhankar as the guest for this session. We will be talking about sustainable and meat culture-based products in Indian market, and how both the ventures that Kadalmani and Shubhankar are driving are contributing to that. Before that, I want to give a quick background about myself. I work with a fund called Caspian. We provide debt and equity investments in impact sectors like food and agri, climate, healthcare, education, and wash. Right. So these are key focus. We have been investing for last 15 years now, 9 years through debt and 15 years through equity. We are yet to do any investments in alt meat products. So I am personally very curious to hear thoughts of the guests tonight. I want to invite Dr. Kadalmani to give a brief background about himself and then also talk about his venture.
Yeah. Thank you, Sushant. Thank you very much. My name is Kadalmani Krishnan, and I am the co-founder of the company called as Biftek Private Limited. We are based out of Bangalore in India. Again, academically, I have a PhD degree in biochemistry from the University of Cambridge, UK. And I also worked at Harvard University as the postdoctoral research fellow for some time. And I have about 18 years of experience in healthcare industry, wherein I was engaged in maintaining the GMP facility and to be able to manufacture therapeutic drugs at a scale for commercial launches. But Mealtech is a food tech company. The vision of our company is to provide safe and affordable meal via sustainable and efficient technologies. Basically, we want to touch the life of people who love animal, but also love meat. And they would also further want to contribute to the environmental catastrophes and, some way helping it to stop. Now, we are driven by the question, or the problem is the current production method of meat are unsustainable to cater to future demands. That's what is driving us. And we all know from the discussion since morning that meat in future will not come from dead animals. Therefore, we cannot ignore this fact that we need to have a sustainable technology or ecosystem to be developed so that we are able to cater to the future demand, which is safe, affordable, and to be able to secure food for all. That's about meal tech.
Thank you. Shubhankar?
Yeah, hi. Hi, Sushant. Glad to be here and talk about what we're doing in MyoWorks. So first off, I'm Shubhankar. I'm the CTO at MyoWorks. Am I audible, by the way? Sound good? Okay, great. So at MyoWorks, what we're trying to do is create an ecosystem of input products for the cultivated meat industry, starting with a novel scaffolding solution, where we've taken a generally regarded as safe food material, which can also support animal cell adhesion and proliferation. So you can have the kind of same taste, texture, mouthfeel as meat without, having to kill an animal and without the need for recombinant proteins or without the need for animal origin proteins. So that's what we're doing in MyoWorks. In addition to this, we're also developing a couple of more products, like developing some cells. And so, yeah, that's the brief of what we're trying to do in MyoWorks. It's just exciting here to talk more India specific because this is a new space here, and I think that could be an interesting, at least from an export perspective, is what we're seeing right now for these products from India. There is demand because we have great people like some of my panelists here who has so much rich experience in biotech, and that's common in India, right? And we have that knowledge base here that can be easily cross-applied to this kind of millennium challenge, and where we can drive a lot more value toward India in the future for this industry specifically.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Shubhankar. So the first thing I want to understand from both of you, and I'll go to Cuddle Money first, is in terms of customers, right? As a customer, how far do you think the Indian industry is from the product? And you should also take, of course, your example in terms of meal tech also to it. When do customers, maybe B2B, B2C, you talk about that also in terms of business model, and what kind of timeline do you see industry and meal tech within that context?
Right. Thank you. Great question. I mean, just before getting specific answer, let's look at the global perspective. Just let's look at the customers themselves. Like for us, the customers can be bucketed into 4 categories. Number 1, the meat exporters. Number 2, the meat sellers. It could be some brands like Licious or Fresh to Home, etc. Number 3, these are the packaged food companies like Godrej, ITC, which is getting into chicken nuggets and frozen foods. And 4, the final is the QSR, quick service restaurants like Pizza Hut, burgers, McDonald's, so on and so forth. So these are the 4 buckets, okay, which we are looking at. But the consumers are non-vegetarians, okay, non-vegetarians and flexitarians to begin with. And second is people who are looking for more quality food, nutritional food. These are the consumers. And others consumers or the customers could be the geographies wherein they are resource constrained. For example, lack of land, lack of water, so on and so forth, where they cannot have industrial farming at a large scale for consumptions. So having understood now, they are all, as I said, our customers or consumers are primarily non-vegetarians and flexitarians. They know the taste, they know the texture, they know these flavors. So getting closer to the sensory experience is very crucial. So as everybody spoke in the morning, taste is the king, number 1. We have to give them the right taste at right pricing. and which should be quality assured. These are the three things. Now, to get these things, there are basic steps that you need to follow. First of all, to get to the taste, you need to have cells, the real cells, which tastes exactly similar or have the same taste profile, at least let's call it taste profile, as in traditional farming. So we have to grow cells at that scale and have them, mature like a tissue engineering setup to make them as a tissue and to be able to present it in the cuts, whatever the consumers are. So this in itself has got various stages to get into this stage. Number one, you need to have a strong R&D to, develop such cells at this scale, right? So, but doing R&D is not simple here, because first problem that we will face is availability of commercial cell lines. So if I want to manufacture something for the consumer, I need to have a, approved cell line, which is not commercially available right now. So one has to develop it and then, work on it. So that's time consuming, number one. I'm just trying to give you the time frame and how across the value chain. Number two, okay, I have established the cell line. Now I would have to grow it, in terms of scale. For growing, I need to have a media. Right now, the issue in the industry is the media is very expensive, as everybody in the morning spoke. Media is expensive. So one has to, bring down the cost of media. Again, some sort of research has to get into this. Innovation has to happen to bring down the cost of media. So assuming that you have also solved that, now you would move to scaling it up to the magnitude, to achieve magnitude of economies, to be able to, have a sustainable business. Now we don't have bioreactors of that scale. So we have to, have manufacturing facilities built to cater to that scale level. So that's again a challenge. And that's again, building that infrastructure will take some time. And then once you have that, then you would have to have the product which has to be market tested for market fit. You would have to do a lot of sampling. Then these things should happen parallelly, okay? And a lot of innovation and players will have, like Shubhankar sitting here, will have his own, innovation brought into this entire value chain to be able to speed this up. So parallelly, what needs to be done is we need to have regulatory guidelines settled so that you have the right investor who has a clear vision that this product will reach. So the answer to your question would be the product launch will be somewhere around 2026 and beyond. I mean, meat as such. But if you say the inputs for manufacturing the meat, for example, cost raw material, which is almost ready with us. We have the low-cost media, which is readily available with us, which can be scaled up and given. So those sort of allied products can be commercialized much earlier than the final meat product as such. That's the stage where we are at.
Yeah, thank you. And this partly also answers the question that was there in the chat. What is the current state of companies? Why there are very few? What I'm taking away is the timeline for launching cultured meat, either to consumer or even for exporters and sellers, is long, so that consumers might not be even seeing them, but there is action happening in backend, which will reach them in few years. Now, I want to come to Shubhankar. Shubhankar, because you are sort of an input provider, right? You are laying the foundation of these products. What kind of action are you seeing at your end in terms of your own product development and, even the market accepting something like, scaffolds that you are building?
So as Kadalmani clearly pointed out, this is an interlinked question about why there are so few companies that are getting invested and are in India. It's because of the revenue, the vision that a VC will have. If a VC has a long-term play that says, okay, this is eventually going to make money, this is key IP that's going to make money in the future, they really need to see some kind of a pathway to revenue. And that's where input plays come in handy, because in more liberal, you can access then more liberal jurisdictions that have, something in the pipeline already for commercialization, like Singapore, like the US, like hopefully a few more countries join that list soon. And for that, what we have seen is that, ever since we started actually working on this from an input lead, an inbound request of saying, hey, this is a problem in the cultivated meat space. Can you do something about it? And we've seen this time and time again that, companies abroad are very excited and about, finding these products on the cheap. Because if you look at any other food industry, any food manufacturer, it's very, very distributed, right? If one manufacturer makes one kind of powder, they just do that the entire life, and they just are the experts in that. And that's how your processed food today is so cheap and accessible and standardized, is because of specialization. And that's like a cornerstone of all a huge amount of food companies around the world. And I think that's the kind of action we're seeing. We already have a few proofs of concept in-house, a couple of companies we're working with as third-party collaborators. And we started working on this project in 2020, back when we incorporate this company through some government support we got through BIG. And then we started kind of, the snowball effect went from then on. And so it's been great since. I think clearly there is a need for it. These technologies need to be created. And, I totally agree with Kadalmani that it's going to take like an all hands effort to solve these individual problems individually, so that we can all become experts and then eventually deliver a cheap, easy, tasty product to the consumer.
Yeah, and cheap is also a big criteria, right? In India, we have, of course, plant-based products that are kind of coming closer to the market right now. This cultured meat sort of would be very interesting segment. So one question which is in the chat is, I think Kadalmani also mentioned multiple hurdles. So there are is there cost, government approval, consumer acceptance? What is the biggest hurdle? Maybe quick input from both of you on this.
So there is no
challenge. Kadalmani, the challenge is you have to just choose one.
From scientific perspective, it is very difficult to choose one, because it's a combination of all of these. Why these are not? Suppose I'll give you a theoretical example. If you are able to clear one, but you do not have a regulatory approval, what's the purpose of doing this, right? So therefore it's a combination of everything which is happening. See, I'll give you small figures of things. Number one, gestation in this entire thing, cultivated meat industry is high. One has to wait. So, and cost of R&D is huge, and which is also coupled to, building capacity and infrastructure, which is, cost intensive. So these are pertaining to this. And second, suppose if I'm an investor, I want to invest, but there is no clarity on go-to-market strategy with regard to approval status at all. Will the product get approved in 2016, 17, or 2025, 28, or 30? So that in turn will decide my returns as an investor, correct?
Yeah.
So investor is, they aren't clear because there is no real clarity on, go-to-market strategy that can be developed for India at least. Right? And the third, consumers, for consumers now to put this onto the menu card, how are you going to differentiate between, let's say, butter chicken and cultivated butter chicken?
Yes.
So category creation is also in terms of awareness. So these are, it's a combination of all of these. I must tell you that the people who are working in this space are very, very courageous, who believe that they can overcome all of these issues at some time point and can be successful. So I'm glad that there are many companies who are trying to do this.
Got it. So all, there are multiple challenges and they are not separated from each other. I'm just trying to answer to someone who asked that. I'll quickly move to the next part where I want to, and Kalimani briefly touched upon this, is investors. See, from venture capital perspective, even globally, right, and later it came to India, venture capital was supposed to go to these kind of issues which require that capital, which creates innovative solution. Over time, over last 5 years, it has chased quicker results, though, quicker returns. So I want to ask Shubhankar first, in terms of your personal experience, how have interactions with investors been? Do you find them interested or excited about it? And what stage have you reached there? And then same question to Kadalmani as well. Shubhankar, first you.
Sure. So from an investor perspective, we're grateful to have closed our kind of first round of external VC funding from our partners at Ankur Capital last year. So it was quite a journey. We went through quite a few different calls and conversations. What we are hearing from the market right now is, as you said, right, like there needs to be a little more venture and venture capital, especially in the Indian context. We, from a foreign context, there is a lot of appetite for this still in the accelerators and those other VC firms abroad. But the challenge with that is the incorporation abroad. So you really kind of have to choose at that point where they're not comfortable with, like either Indian IP holding abroad or stuff like that. And the Indian investors, like we were lucky, and there are quite a few now, who really want to invest and are really looking deeply at deep science, deep tech, and that's really great. But we really need more of those to really put venture back into venture capital. And I think hopefully, I'm an eternal optimist, so I think eventually this will get easier and easier as more cutting edge innovations come to market from these kinds of investments. These VCs will see a return, and forces of the market will get VCs to take more of these bets, and I think that will happen in the near future. On the other thing, the biggest scale up thing, I think it's just about cost. Like personally, there is all these keystone technologies that need to be solved, but if you solve all of them, then you have cells that are meat, right? There is no question about that. And if they taste the same, and if you can prove, which has been proven, with some of these pilot studies and food safety studies happening around the world, that it's reasonable, scientifically reasonable to say that cultivated meat is safe to eat. So the biggest hurdle to scale up is the cost. It's these input ingredients that are made in the pharma industry, pharma grade, pharma level, that are never going to scale up if we don't crack our heads on how to make better bioreactors, better medias, better scaffolds, cheaper, sasta.
Yeah. Okay. Once you make it both cost and safe, you're there, is what I'm hearing. And good to hear, Shubhankar, your experience in terms of investments, and good to hear that Ankur is already there. Right. Kadalmani, what has been your experience in terms of investors?
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So here it is. Generally, these cultivated meat companies are pre-revenue, correct?
Yeah.
So these are pre-revenue. So there is nothing like valuation depends upon the stage where you are at and what you have invested and how much is it. And if you don't have an IP or something which is valued, then the entire game changes. So here I'll give you a theoretical example. Let's say a company, pre-revenue company with having some IPs like let's say Mayo Works or some Clear Meat. Let's say they are valued at $5 million. Okay, and if to do this sort of activity, they would require let's say $2 million. Okay, for next 16 or 18 months. Now, $5 million is the valuation. You need $2 million. So for, let's say $2.5 million. So you would have to give out 50% of your equity, right? That's one of the key challenges, for players or upcoming players like any company like Biftek or big players, because because the input cost is high to be able to go to the next level. So therefore, the way out is this. There are
Ahmed bhi aa gaya.
Sorry, can you go on mute? Others, please?
Ahmed aa gaya. Ahmed ko pehle join karwa raha hu. Kar raha hu.
Clear meet, you are on. Okay, yeah, thank you. So the way out is this. What companies are doing is this. They are applying for grants. Like we have a proven track record, like Mayo Works, who apply grants, get some fundings, get some inputs, show that the capability to to be able to prove something, make value out of it, and then the valuation increases. Right. So right now, as small companies in India, this is the path that everybody is adopting, because otherwise you would have to shell out, or you'd have to cut out your company and at a very early stage.
And so do you think grants are helping at that stage, and we have sufficient of those in India?
There's not enough, but at least there's something. I mean,
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
It'll never be enough.
Yeah. So because it's a huge mammoth task to solve many problems. And I mean, I'm glad that DBT, DST, they are all taking initiative, to give out at least small grants so that many people get benefits, many ideas can be catered to. They are thinking in that way as a policymaker, agencies for grant. But having said that, this is the time where we need larger grants for scale-up activities. Right? Small grants will be given for R&D activities. That's fine. The time we are maturing. Now, for the maturing companies, you need to have larger grants to be able to, go to higher scale for manufacturing. That's the need of the hour, which I think will evolve with time.
Yeah, got it. I want to quickly take one question which is in chat. I think from a consumer perspective, they're asking, traditional meat is natural, right? Cultivated meal, isn't it same as processed meat, and it's not perceived as natural? I mean, is there any view do you have on that, Shubhankar or Karlimani?
So I think the steady, like the standard boilerplate answer to this is that, traditional meat is not non-processed, right? 70% of all produced antibiotics are used in so-called traditional meat, like this romanticized vision of you have 10 chicks and 20 goats and you cut one. That's not the case when it comes to industrial livestock agriculture, as we call it. It's highly processed. There is high amounts of intervention in it. So I think we're beyond the point of saying, just you should have something that's non-processed. If you have that luxury, you should. But from a mass market perspective, you're always going to have some degree of processing because of how populated our world is, because of how the centers of population are made. And cultivated meat is amazing for that because it requires a lower land footprint. So the material needs to travel less, fewer preservatives are needed, and it's self-defeating when it comes to antibiotic use. If it gets infected, that whole batch becomes useless. You can probably sell tainted meat. Selling tainted cultivated meat is impossible. Cells won't grow in a contaminated media. And so I think on that perspective, cultivated meat does much better. It's not 100% natural, but nothing has been 100% natural since we left the cave. This is just the next step.
Yeah, no, well said, Shubhankar. And yeah, from all of us, what we are saying is, in some ways, cultivated meat might be even safer than what we get in the market. So whoever asked this question, and of course, the challenge is getting the consumers to believe that, and I think all of us are working towards that. So one last question, because we are short on time as well, in terms of farming, right? Does it affect the farmers negatively? Are we trying to impact their livelihoods? Because in a way, some portion of dairy, etc., is going to be replaced by cultured meat. Both of your views quickly, 2 minutes each on that.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, there are various aspects to look at it from various angles. Say, let's look at the milk industry. Earlier, how the milking was done and how it was delivered. So it was very fragmented. Few people had their own traditional farming. They took out milk and then they supplied to the nearby areas. Now, when the milk revolution and industrialization happened, what happened? So industrial milking came into process. So which was, were catering to the entire field. Now, how we would have to look is, you can't suppress technology and benefits of technology. We need to understand that. You can't do that for a long time. This will come up as data clearly shows that future meat will not come from dead animals. So we have to accept the fact. Secondly, what I believe is this will normalize or harmonize the standards for food industry as such. Right? The fragmented meat market will get organized, will become an organized sector. We have a clear example, right? 5-10 years ago, meat industry India was very fragmented. Now, Licious, fresh to farm homes, these people have trying to organize this sector in itself. And also to answer to your previous question, how to differentiate between traditional meat and cultivated meat. I mean, as you rightly said in the beginning, Gen Zs and millenniums are the early adopters, will be the early adopters of these, in many cases. So they are prone to, taking their mobile phone, taking a QR code and tracking it. Cultivated meat gives the power to, ability to track where it started and where now, what is the, the course of travel that the meat has traveled to get onto their plate. So entire traceability can be provided.
Yeah. Okay. So what you're saying is it's bound to happen, and we better adapt to it. It's like when computers was launched, everyone thought humans will be jobless, right? That may not be the case, but even farmers will have to adapt to it. I had one last question. I want to quickly take your inputs. Whenever you are selling, is environment impact story, or are consumers or investors buying actually because of that? Quick thoughts on this, both from investor perspective and your customer perspective, because we talked about land, it saves water, huge savings, but is that why people are buying and investors are investing? Shubhankar, you first.
Yeah, sure. I think I would say there is definitely a ESG sort of impact angle to this, 100%, because it just makes more sense. And in this situation, like, there is an alignment on impact and efficiency, and thus probably savings in the future. Just because it is more efficient in land, water, and resource usage, because you put fewer calories in to get more calories of protein out. That play is quite well aligned with saying this will eventually make a more efficient form of meat. And so I think that story is what people have right now, because as you know, the commercial story isn't like completely out there yet, right? We're still developing the science. So this is a hope for the future, and the hope that we can develop these cool technologies along the way, and maybe if this larger dream doesn't come true, you still have these really useful pieces of tools that can be cross applied elsewhere if necessary.
Yeah, Kadalmani, closing thoughts on that question.
Right. See, from our experience and things, like, what we believe is consumers, I mean, there are a very limited number of consumers who really, want to make an impact in environmental per se. Because most of them are unaware of the implications of how it was bred, made, and what it is. However, the awareness is increasing now. Okay, one. But having said that, the investors are very well aware of the impacts, global impacts. So they want to be in line with the vision, global vision. Okay. Say, for example, they want to be in line with the COPP, which happened 3 months ago. Right. So they are, and they want to bring a meaningful change. Hence, investors are very cautious. They want to have an impactful investments, both in terms of business as well as ethically, in terms of society and environment. That's what I believe.
Good to hear that, from both of you, in terms of at least investors just clearly being aligned and consumers also slowly catching up to it. I think that's a good optimistic note to end the session on. I hope people who have listened to it found it useful. Thank you so much, Shubhankar. Thank you so much, Kadalmani. It was, learning for me personally as well, and as an investor as well. Great to see action here, and hopefully as consumers we would all see cultured meat products in our plate in 2 to 3 years in India. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Sushant Bhatia, Kadalmani, and Shubhankar, for such a great discussion. And frankly, I would say everyone, that it is great to see other people joining. There are other companies which are joining in this domain in India. And as we said in our last discussion, that we Clear Meat completely believes, that collaboration is the only way. And we are already working with MyWorks. We have already started the discussion with Mr. Kadalmani. And that's how the world is going to change. And that's how the sector in India is going to change. So without further ado, I'll probably move to our next session. So our next session is on policy and IP, India and global perspective. At the end, we all know, that the regulations, the regulatory world is going to change and has to improve a lot before, this sector gets aligned. So the next session is going to be managed by Ahmed Khan. He is the founder and editor of Cell Agri. It's amazing page, and I myself is a fan. So yeah, so over to you, Ahmed. Take care of we are going to have a very good session right now lined up. Thank you, everyone.
And wonderful. Thank you to the ClearMe team and the organizers of virtual conference for having me be part of it, and for having this really interesting panel discussion. For those who don't know, my name is Ahmed Khan. I'm the founder and editor of a platform called Cell Agri, and we track all the different companies and players in this future food cellular agriculture space, including the cell cultured meat ecosystem all around the world. As companies and players have emerged in this, looking to this field of using animal cells to grow meat directly, there's been an explosion of interest all around the world. Companies across North America, Europe, and across Asia are looking to explore how we can use novel technology to help create a more sustainable future of food systems. And while that is fascinating, one area that needs to be addressed for this field moving forward is the idea of policy. How can we establish the right platforms to help not just ensure that this field is going to be safe for consumers moving forward, that companies making products with the technology know what they need to do, and policies to all help advocate and promote this field for a sustainable future. I'm really excited to have these panelists here right now with expertise in the different areas of policy within India and around the world as well, so we can start looking into that topic specifically. To get started, I'm going to ask each of the panelists to give an introduction to themselves, their work in the future food space, and I'm looking forward to this panel discussion. Chinmay, let's start off with you.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon all, and pleasure to be here. It just happened that Parul heard me at one of the conference and she called me for this in the session. So thank you, Parul, for this. I'm Chinmay Devargaonkar, and I head the American company Food Chain ID's Indian and Middle East operations. We are into certification, DNA testing, regulatory services, and catering to nearly 40,000 plus food companies across the globe. I'm personally part of many ISO, BIS, FSSI committees in framing standards, regulations, etc. And thank you so much. Pleasure to be here in this new topic of cell culture. Thank you. Over to you, Ahmed.
Hey, thank you. Sanjay, great to hear an introduction.
You could not hear?
No, that was great. Sanjay, it'd be great to pass on to you.
Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sanjay Sethi. I'm the Executive Director of Plant-Based Foods Industry Association. This is a new association formed about a year ago. We have 100 members and we are working in the plant-based food space. We are also part of International Plant-Based Food Working Group, which is an international grouping of some of the countries, mainly from the West, which have been a part of this movement on plant-based foods. And I'm very happy to be part of this discussion on plant-based and new cell culture-based meat.
Hey, thank you, Sanjay. Simka, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ahmed. Hello, everybody. I would like to thank Clear Meat for inviting me as a speaker. My name and I represent an animal rights organization, Gaia, from Belgium, Europe, and I work for them as an external consultant on societal transitions, alternative proteins, and cultured meat.
Hey, thank you, Simka. And Vikrant, before we get started, passing the floor to you.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vikrant Rana. I manage a law firm called SS Rana and Company, and we specialize in IP and corporate laws. And we have seen a lot of action on, on both fronts, IP as well as corporate, from plant-based, protein-based companies in India now.
Hey, wonderful. With a panel like this, we're really looking forward to our discussion moving about the policy space in India and globally. But before we get started as well, to the audience tuning in right now, please feel free to submit your questions to the panel. I believe you can ask your questions through using the WhatsApp button on the ClearMeat website or through the YouTube live as well. There may be an option in other places as well to submit your questions, and we're looking forward to seeing them. Please keep asking them, and I'll try to include many of them as possible to our panelists. So to get started, to understand how policies within India can support the sustainable and future meat space with cell agriculture and cell cultured meat, it would be great to understand what the current policy landscape looks like for alternative and plant-based proteins within India. Sanjay, what is the current landscape in India to support the development and growth of plant-based alternatives?
Yeah, so Indian government has been at the forefront of saving the Indian enterprises and providing amazing safe food to the consumer, and at the same time providing a good opportunity for the farmers to flourish, even the small farmers. In this sector, the agriculture has been also including dairy and meat sector. So although those sectors were not like a traditional agriculture, but within the parlance of agriculture, this definition included them. So last 10 to 15 years, we saw a lot of growth in dairy and poultry. And as a result, a lot of support which was meant for the traditional agriculture farmers went to these farmers. Similarly, on the consumer side, the government wanted to do a lot of things so that people get the safe food, because the street food was tasty, but it was unsafe. So the small and medium enterprises were good at providing tasty food, but not good at providing the safe food. So they came out with various laws and providing a policy framework, and recently by a vegan food mark. So it only meant that the bigger organizations would be able to provide the safer food much better as compared to the smaller organization, because they wouldn't have the HACCP certification, they wouldn't have those kind of conditions which are necessary to provide those kind of certification. So on two accounts, one on the farmer side and both on providing the vegan logo, the small and medium enterprises, the startups, those who wanted to provide plant-based foods, they were at a disadvantage. The third thing came about providing support through Mega Food Park and various other schemes that the government had. Even on those areas, there was no pinpointed scheme to provide such kind of a support to Indian startups. So as a result, what we saw that either the opportunities were going to outside the country. For example, Canada came out with a protein cluster, and we couldn't provide something like that in India, or they went to the bigger organization who were more adept at understanding the laws and the regulations and working together as a team. And the startups were trying to mimic the animal sources of foods through the plant-based foods, and they were struggling to just do it right. While they were struggling to do this part right, rest of the things, they had absolutely no plan. So those things which can be managed very well by big organizations, they begin to lose the advantage. And the result is that the going is becoming very, very tough for the startups in the plant-based food sector. Then came the the cell culture-based meat. And the talk went around because it has been taken apart from the animal body. That means in terms of taste, you would be able to exactly replicate, because this is part of animal body in any case. So the message went to the investors that as if the cell culture-based meat would be able to mimic the taste better, so the plant-based foods again got a disadvantage there. So suddenly we realize that how do we make sure that the government looks at us? And then on top of that, some of the nomenclature issues came, and they said you cannot call it soy milk, you cannot call it the oat milk, you cannot call it almond milk, call it almond beverage. I mean, there was already a product by Amul by the name of Badam milk, because they cannot call it, they can call it Badam milk because they put milk inside, and which is where the true Badam milk, the true almond milk, cannot call itself almond milk because there is no real milk inside. It's the plant-based milk inside. Anybody who was buying, whether it was the almond milk or the plant-based milk or plant-based foods, they were not being cheated. They never bought thinking, oh, this is ghee, or this is butter, or this is plant-based milk, or this is just milk. They always knew that this has not come from the dairy source. It has not come from the animal source. They were buying knowing fully well that this is not from the animal source, it is from the plant source. And yet the impression was created by some of the large organizations and some of the leaders in the dairy industry that as if this industry is trying to cheat, which was not the case. So what happened in the process, they utilized their influence with the government, and they successfully told the government that prevent them from using the dairy terminology. So you can see from all directions, we were squeezed in, and then came the issue of the GST. So GST on the animal sources of foods is either 5% or around that, whereas for the plant-based meat or plant-based milk, the GST is 18%. When we went to the government, they said, no. You are a processed food, and we are putting all processed food, whether from animal category or your category, into the 18% category. Yes, that is right. It looks like it's a level playing field, but it is not, because when the customer is switching from a meat to a plant-based meat, he is switching from 5% category to 18% category. So over there, the government could not provide us the level playing field. So as a result, the message went that these are the people who are very small. They cannot solve India's problem of the employment and the GDP. Why should we listen to them? So the dairy, meat, seafood, all that sector continue to remain the hog line, remain in the center of attraction, and they could influence the government and the entire ecosystem that we should be supported more than the plant-based movement. I think this is very, very unfair, which has happened to the plant-based movement, and the government must do something to ensure that these young startups don't die.
Thank you for sharing that, Sanjay. Sounds like there's quite a bit going on currently in the policy space around the relation and advocacy for plant-based milk and meat right now in India. Looking at the global picture right now, Simka, why does Gaia, as an animal rights advocacy organization, support the idea of cultured meat and advocating for policies to promote that field within Europe?
Thank you for that question, Ahmed. Well, indeed, Gaia stands up for the welfare of animals, and to work effectively, we focus on addressing the organized mistreatment of animals. And as it is estimated that each year 80 billion land animals are slaughtered for food, and intensive livestock farming, as we all know, falls badly short of animal welfare standards, a transition towards alternative proteins, and for us that is plant-based, precision fermentation, and cultured meat or fish, is very important. So we believe that cultured meat is a part of the solution in the protein shift, because we saw in research that a large group of still wants to eat meat. So many people want to cut back in their meat consumption. They want to eat less meat or a smaller portion, but they still want to eat real meat, especially the male audience. So we think that it is really important to support cultured meat, and that is why we are lobbying. We see that global meat consumption is still going up, and food is often linked with cultural traditions and habits. It's very difficult to change that. So it's a complex transition with many challenges and opportunities. So good research and support from the government is needed for a successful transition. And that is why Gaia supports many research, and we bring out the results towards the politicians, towards Belgian politicians, but also towards the European Member of Parliament.
Wonderful. Thanks for sharing that, Simka. I'm sure later on we can dive into some of those pieces of research and study that your team has published in the past. Looking back into India, for any policies looking at food technology, ensuring food safety standards is going to be a top priority. Chinmay, from your experience, what are areas of concern that policymakers may have about novel food technology, and specifically looking at cell-cultured meat and novel foods like that?
Great. Thank you for that question. And where do I start? I start right from its classification, because I mean, we all know that it goes as a novel food, but then in reality, where do we really classify this? Because this doesn't come under regenerative agriculture. The regenerative agriculture requires an ecosystem to be in place, which culture meat doesn't have. So number one, the challenge that policymakers will have is, where do we really classify this culture meat, or there has to be a separate category. The second aspect that we see is about the safety. Is cultured meat safe? Probably yes, because it doesn't pass on the diseases which typically live animals brings in, and so it is so-called, free from harmful bacteria like E. coli and Salmonella, etc. But then, is it not? Does it mean that it doesn't contaminate? No, it doesn't mean that, because the culture media is full of all the growth hormones and fats and proteins, and it has got all the growth elements to it. So hygiene becomes utmost priority for cultivation of cell meat. So it cannot be just the regular hygiene standards what we have, but it will require a different set of hygiene standards for the cultured meat. Then comes the testing methods, like because it has got a number of multiple variant. This cell is not a typical muscle cell, right? So it is deprived of, the structured muscle cell which a normal cell would have. And of course, the nutrition content can be altered depending upon client requirements. It can be high fat, high protein, high vitamin, high minerals, etc. But then what are the testing methods? How do we really test that? So that standardization of that testing methods will be another area of, let's say, look out for the regulators. And the most important part is the environmental factor, because cultured meat always has been about animal-free, cruelty-free, etc. And also it talks about the water conservation that it has got by saving the, animal rearing. But one of the factor is the bioreactors in which the cell is cultivated emits hell amount of CO2. And this CO2, as compared to methane and nitrogen oxide, which is generated by the traditional conventional method, cannot dissipate in the environment the way others do. So there is high amount of CO2. So how much will be the environmental standards will also be the lookout for the policymakers. So from my perspective, these would be the challenges for the policymakers. That's over to you, Ahmed.
That's fascinating. Thank you for sharing that. When we beyond the policymakers' perspective on how to regulate this field, another area where policy comes into place is how policy can support companies as well in this process. As companies look to enter this future food space like plant-based or cell-cultured meat, what's the current regulation and policy landscape right now to support companies, whether it's in terms of regulation or in terms of helping them protect their IP or their trademarks moving forward?
Yeah, thanks, Ahmed. Investment, I would say, is directly proportional to the protection to IP there. On a general front, India has come up with the SIPP in 2016. That was for giving IP support to the startups. And we have seen during the last few years, a lot of plant-based protein companies have been filing their patents in India. And there's a lot of support from the government on number of factors. One is the reduction of the official fee by almost 80% there. An expedited examination procedure where you are able to get a patent granted in India within 6 months, which is much faster than many other countries. And then you have a list of facilitators on the IP India website. So you can actually, a startup can actually go to any of these registered patent agents who can guide them with the technical know-how on filing and protecting a patent. So these things have really helped in the IP side of the things, which would, I would say, correlationally lead to more investment there. But I think like what Sanjay and Chinmay mentioned about the different regulatory issues which are there, and the government has been seized off, like even the vegan logo and the criteria for giving those vegan logo, the GST issue, the labeling issues, those are I think they're still grappling with. And what Sanjay mentioned about the milk, that milk thing, I could refer to a judgment of the EC in 2017, where in France actually they had come up with the same thing, that anything which is not coming from the milk from the animals could not be treated as milk. And probably that is being followed in countries around the world. And it would be time, probably at an appropriate time, that the definition of milk, would it be amended to include other things or not? So that would be a big question there. But as of now, they are not treating these beverages. I mean, they're calling them beverages, but not milk. So on the regulatory front or the IP front, this would be a base for investment. These policies have to be, as such, so as to help people to invest in these particular industries and give them that kind of protection from regulatory and IP front.
Hey, wonderful. Thank you, Vikrant. That was an interesting answer. Looks like we're having quite a few questions coming in from the audience, and these are great. Keep them in, and towards the end of this session, we'll look to address as many of them as possible. Looking at the questions overall right now, one of the main ideas we're looking at is the idea of social impact. When it comes to the development of policies around cell-cultured meat, it will be important to be aware of any of the social impacts around that development, particularly novel food technologies like that. Simca, Gaia recently concluded a study actually in Brazil looking at the social impact of alternative proteins, including cell-cultured meat. Can you please share some of those findings from that report?
Yes, thank you. Well, cultured meat, indeed, we had a study. You are talking about the Brazil study, correct? This is done by the Federal University of Paraná, and we see, as I mentioned before, that it's a complex transition towards plant-based meat and cultured meat, because many parties are involved. So what we need to have an effective, good transition is a holistic and layered approach. This means that we need to address consumers, entrepreneurs, manufacturers, farmers. I will come back to that on the project of Respect Farms, governments in an early stage support. We need that, retailers. So the transition thinking has gaining momentum. It's quite new. And although it's a relative young field of science, and is still in its infancy, we see that much research is already been done on this complex transition process. And today, Brazil is the largest exporter of beef in the world. I think about 23% export is coming from Brazil, and the second largest producer of the world after the US. So we think that it was really important to know what the feeling would be of the stakeholders in Brazil on this. And I will come back later on the details if the audience is interested for it, but we see different challenges and opportunities from the study.
Thank you for sharing that. Sanjay, have there been similar studies looking into the impact of the wider alternative protein space in India?
Yes. So if you look at the entire opportunity in India, it is not just the plant-based foods or cell culture-based food or meat. It is also the fact that Indians do not consume much of protein. So we have about 40 grams per capita per day, and we could be consuming maybe 60 grams or more. So if we were to increase the protein consumption, the performance of country in various fields will definitely go up, including in the Olympic medals, because ultimately it is protein which is a very, very big differentiating factor. So the government recognizes it, people recognize it, and that's why there is a big consumption of meat, which is growing in the country, which is at 5.5 kilogram per capita, which is very, very small as compared to other countries. And if it grows to 10 kilogram or 15 kilogram, we do not have so much of extra land to grow fodder. So if we will be growing so much more fodder, that means we will be dependent on other countries to import more foods, and there will be inflation all around for the other foods also, because when a country with a 1.4 billion population goes to the market for anything, the market goes through the roof. So that means the solution of animal sources of food is just not the sustainable solution. And if we look at the alternate proteins, then you immediately go into the amino acids theory. So the amino acid theory says that animal sources of foods have all 9 amino acids, whether it's milk or egg, whereas plant-based sources do not have in one product all the whole thing. So, but there are some plant-based sources like soybean, which have got all the 9 amino acids. So if soybean has got all the 9 amino acids, why can't we look at that? But unfortunately, the most of the soybean that is grown in our country is keeping in mind the animal feed in mind, and it is also processed that way. So if we were to go outside and bring the high quality, high grade IP soybean, then we'll have to go to maybe Canada, but Canada doesn't have much of non-GM, probably US. So US has the the non-GM high grade protein, so soybean. So if we bring that to the country, then probably we can look at the alternate protein sector in a big way, and slowly India can also develop its own capability to provide soybean to the protein from Indian soybean to the market for within India and also abroad. So what we have been proposing, that we bring that soybean here, keep the oil and the protein we process for Indian consumption and overseas, and that goes into the alternate protein sector also. So Indian youngsters have been consuming whey protein. Whey protein is something that in our childhood we used to consume protein and throw away the water. So the water also has some protein. And moment the youngsters came to know, who are the gym goers, and they didn't like it. They found out, oh, we have been consuming something which was thrown away yesterday. So that means it is substandard quality. And that's why they wanted to move to now plant-based proteins. So the alternate protein is not just in the sports category or gym goer category, it's also in the normal day-to-day foods and the snacks that we consume. Snacking is on a rise in India as the consumption is rising, as the affluence is rising. So we are thinking, can we have a samosa with 10% protein? Can we have roti with 10% or 15% protein? Can we have those alternate protein things which can go inside the various foods that we have? Today, samosa is made from clarified wheat, which is considered very, very unhealthy. But can we have something like maybe Maggi or those noodles which Nestle and some companies are making? Can we have high protein noodles? So I think that trend is coming, and very soon the government also would provide some encouragement to products which are providing 10% or 15% protein. So the alternate protein is a very big category. Indians are not going to eat insects the way it is being talked about in the rest of the world. Indians will eat only the plant-based alternate proteins. And that's where the big opportunity is, whether it's Indian pulses or Indian soybean. I think that will start becoming important. But for the time being, we are looking forward to bringing the soybean from the US so that we can provide the amazing tasting, maybe tofu or those plant-based meat or soya chop, which are with the best quality, high-grade proteins, and those are there to ensure that there is no aftertaste of the soybean in the plant-based meat.
Great, thank you, Sanjay. The idea of enhancing products with protein, with different types of protein, could have quite a significant social impact moving forward. To keep moving forward on the idea of impact, I know we might be short on time, but I think this would be a really interesting topic to explore. One of the many socioeconomic questions that commonly get asked about, not just cell culture meat, but the wider protein space as well, is the impact this may have on farmers. Chinmay, how do you think that would impact decision makers' perspectives on making policies in favor of future food companies and technologies, looking at the impact on farmers? You're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. So Ahmed, it's a good question, and taking the examples Mr. Sanjay has given, we recently had a query for certifying a cookie which is infused with cricket and mealworm. So insect protein is another thing which is coming up widely in the market. You take black soldier fly larvae, and these larvae are infused with animal feed so that the animal gets a high amount of protein. So alternate proteins are being developed. So if it's not that the source is closed, in fact, the opportunities are widened for if we talk about farmers, because companies are looking out for good larvae, companies are looking out for good mealworms and cricket to infuse them with the various products. So it's just not meat. So the point is that there are alternate proteins available. Many are being researched, and so opportunities are wider. So it's just that how our ecosystem is geared up for this, educating consumers till the farm level, making sources available. I mean, even if you just take this culture meat, it is not that you just put hormones and then some kind of fat and proteins, for the muscle to grow. It requires animal source raw material so that it doesn't impact, because this cultured meat doesn't have its own immune system of its own. So you require good level of raw material. So I think it's all about how new opportunities are looked into just from the traditional conventional way to a new way of cultivation, to a new way of how the future food looks like. So that's my personal perspective, Ahmed.
Thank you for sharing that. And Simka, Gaia recently announced a partnership with an organization looking into the impact on farmers specifically. Can you please share about that?
Yes, so one of the results that came out of the Brazilian study was that farmers are really worried about their future. So we think that it is very important to give them a perspective in cultured meat, in plant-based opportunities, what could be the future for them. And that is why Gaia is the Belgian partner for Respect Farms. And Respect Farms wants to see if it would be feasible for local farmers to produce cultured meat, so on a small scale. And first we will do a feasibility study during 18 months. And if the feasibility study is positive, then we will make a proof of concept. So I would like to invite everybody to go and check out the respectfarms.com website to find more information about that, because it's really very important that we include all the stakeholders in this transition. And the
Hey, thank you for sharing that. It looks like we're coming close to the end of time. So before we start going towards the questions from the audience, I'm going to ask all our panelists to share some of their closing thoughts about initiatives from the government and the impact on policy in the cell cultured meat and the wider future food space moving forward. Vikram, shall we start off with your perspective from the more legal and regulatory side?
Right. I mean, yes, because if India has to be a hub of, plant-based and related products, it has to have policies which are in tune with the industry as such. Law. I mean, I remember Scorpion's song, "Two Steps Behind." Law is always 2 steps behind industry, but we have to really plan that out, that we are able to bring in those policies which take in perception of all the stakeholders involved, and have a policy which is forward looking, like the definition of vegan or the milk, and so have debate on these policies and see how we can actually have all the stakeholders on board so that the industry flourishes.
Yay. Thank you for sharing that, Vikrant. Chinmay?
Yeah, so I would say that, I mean, if you can just if you could just repeat the question.
Sure thing. As we're wrapping up, before we jump to questions from the audience, a lot of different areas from policy around cell cultured meat and different themes we need to address moving forward for this field. It'd be great to hear some of your thoughts on what needs to happen moving forward.
Okay, so honestly, I was busy reading the questions in the chat box from the audience, so I missed on that. So it's the same question which I would, I can answer. It's not right to classify everything as just one protein, high protein products or something. We need to have segregation, plant-based, meat-based. Within meat-based, we have lab-based, because there is also a debate like whether we should really call this as cultured, use the word meat for this cultured meat. Can we use something else? So maybe there would be some kind of, some terminologies, nomenclatures that will come in. But the point is that the classification has to be separate. The standard has to be separately defined so that it becomes the specific to the process and the output of that process, and not just a generic standard of high protein with just 20% of protein content. It has to have a different standard.
Thank you for your closing comments there. Sanjay, similar question, as you're wrapping up looking at policy moving forward for alternative proteins, what do you imagine the field needs moving forward?
I think that the government needs to recognize that the startups is a reality. Government needs to realize that startups cannot stand up to big corporations. Government needs to realize that the big organizations or big sectors like dairy and meat are not going to allow these sectors to come up. Government needs to realize that if it has a responsibility towards the consumers and responsibility to the farmers, it also has a responsibility towards those young boys and girls who have set up the new startups, and they also want to survive. It is not just the farmer wants to survive or the consumer wants to have a safe food. These people also want to have some food to eat so that they can survive. There is no policy framework recognizing this. You give money for the entire sector. When you give it for the entire sector, then the other sectors come and take that money. When you give this money for the entire agriculture sector, then these organizations, which are multinational organizations, they ask their supplier to pick up that activity, because we always support the integration of the supply chain. So those which are gilded and the gold-plated startups providing support to these sectors, like big multinationals or big organizations, those startups get funded, or those which are part of the dairy and meat sector. But these kind of startups which are bringing a change in the society through the behavior of the consumers of what they are eating, and they are helping the government to meet its target of 2070. And this is not vehicular pollution or the coal-based solution that we are talking about, that you are supporting, the way you are supporting solar organization. Similar way, you have to see this organization that they're bringing a big revolution in the society, and they need more support than anyone else. So like you have various kinds of children. You have children which are more endowed, and you have children which are less endowed. So the parents always take care of the children which are less endowed, so that they also come up to the same level than the other children are. So the government has to give that special support to this sector. Otherwise, you will not be able to bring in a wholesome, sustainable change in the society.
Thank you, Sanjay. Simka, having now looked at the policy space within India as well as the global context as well, how do you imagine the policy needs moving forward?
Yes, what I heard, and especially also from some Sanjay, is that what we see in research really confirms that. So the government really needs to support. It is essential if we don't want to end up this new technology only with the big companies. It is essential that the government supports this transition, that it creates a good atmosphere for young companies to grow in this environment, that they are providing subsidies. In Belgium, for instance, we are still funding commercials for eating meat and drinking milk. This money should go to new companies that are working on alternative proteins. So I think there is a very for the government in this process.
We came out with a cluster in Bhiwadi, the India's first plant protein cluster, and we are talking about during the AHAR conference on 14th of March and later on during 25th of May. So I request you all to kindly come and see what is happening on 14th of March in Pragati Maidan in New Delhi and support the plant protein cluster, which is India's first protein cluster in Bhiwadi.
Hey, wonderful. Thank you all for those closing words. As we can see from these discussions, there's a lot going on when it comes to policy. It's not just regulations about food safety. It's about social impact, about how can we support farmers, and also how can we support startups in this field to move forward within India and globally as well. Policy has many different angles, and we hope we were able to address as many of them as we could right now during this session. During the questions, we hope we were able to answer many of the questions that we got from the audience as well. Thank you again to the ClearMe team for having us all here for this interesting discussion, and we hope and looking forward to the next sessions as well. To all the panelists, thank you very much for being here. They were very fascinating answers to a wide range of questions. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And I must say, Ahmed has managed the session, moderated the session really well. Thank you, all the panelists. If I have to summarize this session, I was going to say that there are really good points which were raised by everyone, regarding the alternative protein. There are plant-based protein, there are animal-based protein, there are other different kind of proteins which we have to look about. And again, saying the same thing, I'll keep saying that collaboration, because the market is so huge. One sector, one cluster, one company cannot cater to the market, and everyone has to move in a more hybrided, a hybrid manner. So with this, I would like to thank all the panelists, and we are here at the mid of our session. We'll take a break right now, all the audience, and we'll take a break for 30 minutes for the lunch session. And stay tuned. We are going to resume our sessions at 1:30, and the next session is going to be on market trends and consumer acceptances. So we'll join back at 1:30. Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Thank you, Parul.
Thank you.
Hello.
being recorded.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back after a short break. I hope the earlier sessions have been very interesting for the audience, and we continue with the same passion and the same energy post the lunch break or the break that we had. So great to see everyone out here. And today I have two interesting people. One is Sir Chef Harpal Singh Sokhi. He is one of the lead, or I could say the most influential or the most promising chef in this domain. And we have been interacting with him for the last couple of years, and he has given us the right energy to understand this domain, because clearly people come from a vision of research, and for us, understanding the customer feedback is almost out of context, and we do not have the right thought process on those lines. But he has been a guide to us in that domain and helping us understand the whole concept. Apart from Sir, we have Ahmed, who is a very nice moderator, I would say, because he had just conducted one interesting session, and he parallelly works in the domain of Cellular, especially runs a company by the name of Cellular, which is a platform for various stakeholders, from investors to companies in alternative protein, to people who want to understand the domain, providing the right information and right strategies to make sense to this domain. So I would not waste much of time in introduction, and let's jump into the thought process. So this session will take care of the market trends and the consumer acceptance when it comes to cultivated meat or lab-grown meat or cell-based meat. So I will immediately ask Sir Harpal Sir to give your feedback. What do you feel this product is, and how it would be inducted in the audience?
So, hi, good afternoon, everybody. And as a chef, I tell you what's important is that we've seen in the last 3 years or 4 years, or in India especially, the domain of cooking, the domain of ingredients, the domain of newness changed to such an extent that you need to actually wake up every day and read about things, that what is new and how can you adapt to it. So I could be one person who's excited about newness and new things, but is the country ready for it? I'm not sure about it. That is an honest answer, I would say. Having said, when you talk about cell-based meat, it is something which is a complete new topic for most people in the country. Although it's very exciting, but it is a complete new topic. It could probably, lead to making the environment a little more healthier, which is a great acceptance when you talk about this subject, this side of it. But when you talk as a chef, have we used this product? No, we have not used this product. Have we seen this product? No, we have not seen this product. Has the country seen this product? No, the country has not seen the product. For me as a chef, I recently remember I was in Boston in my restaurant, and next door, not just your ordinary Joe's, there's a restaurant, burger, lounge bar restaurant, just next to my restaurant. And my friend ordered a Beyond Meat burger. And I remember, when he showed me that, and that was my first, I would say, visual look of what the product actually looks like. And when I saw that, I said, yes, this is something which is required probably. Okay, this is something which is beautiful, because as a chef, the color, the texture, the feel, the juiciness, everything that what a chef needs to know or what a chef finds in a burger was visible there. And that excited me. And ever since then, I remember I was like, I said, okay, I'm carrying back some knowledge when I would be actually speaking in this forum. And that's quite exciting. But to put together, this is a new domain which definitely would require a lot of education through various channels, I would say. And would there be acceptance? I think there would be, because after my experience, and as a person who understands taste very well and have tasted, I've got the opportunity to taste recently, I think there is something which is there in the product, and which will be accepted very well in time to come if done rightly, I would say.
It's great to see that you have tried the Beyond Meat. Beyond Meat, however, is a plant-based alternative. But coming from a cultivated meat thought process, my main concern, I totally accept your thought that it has to be put in the right ways for the audience to accept it. And what do you feel would be the right strategy to make it market presentable or give it an entry point?
So, just look at the simple. You are trying to replicate something, so you need to replicate the core product to the T level. Okay, if it is, for example, if I were to look at how you would consume meat, if it is a goat meat or a chicken meat for that matter, if it is a goat meat, for example, so you need to have that look, feel, color of the goat meat exactly the same way it should look like. I mean, if it is a cell-based meat, the look, feel should be exactly the same. If you're replicating it, or if you're saying that, okay, this is an alternative to chicken, then probably it should look like completely like chicken. That is the first thing that would actually be a winning scope, okay, winning point for whoever develops this product. And the next step would be, okay, the way it works in a cooking medium. That is how it should exactly look, or the end product when you cook in a tandoor, when you cook in an oven, when you grill the product, okay, how it works, that visual feel should exactly be same. Finally, the taste of the product should be same, and if it is not close to what the original meat is, then it is another product. You're not looking at replacing the non-veg product. You are saying that I've got another product. It's like, okay, if you are to look at probably plant-based meat. Plant-based meat in India is always there. It was always there in some form or the other, because you were eating protein in legumes. You were eating proteins through soya, paneer, whatever. You could shape them in any form. Now that you have extruded it and given a new shape to it, added some value and made it little more fibrous, like the way the soya granules are, it's still not. It is still another product. So if you were to replace, and if you are talking that, okay, the meat product exactly, what is a lab-grown meat is a replacement of the main meat, then there should be clear comparisons, which should be as close as possible. And that's what, as a chef, I would feel that if that comparison is not there, then you are entering a market by saying that, okay, I've got another product which is an alternative, which is not a complete replacement, but it is an alternative. You can try that also.
So it's very glad, because you rightly said you need to have the right taste and texture to the whole thought process. But as a chef, what do you feel, or it can be a very generic response. I'm not asking for a specific thought. Do you feel which has more which will have more market acceptance, plant-based alternative or an animal-based alternative?
I think an animal-based also, 100%, because I feel that if you are looking at India, India is still predominantly 70% is a non-vegetarian market. Okay, the recent aggregators who created this chain of supply chain of meat products, they were themselves surprised, and I have been interacting with their MDs, and they themselves are surprised the kind of consumption that happens across in India. And India is 70% non-vegetarian, which I strongly believe is very true as far as the data is concerned. So if from that 70%, if you were to take a chunk that's saying that, okay, I take a chunk of this 70%, don't even think of talking to the vegetarians that I've got a cell-based meat product. Don't even think of doing that. You have to think of talking to the people who are actually consuming the animal protein, okay, and tell them that now I've got an environment-friendly animal protein, which is a lab-grown meat, and this is what you need to consume. I think that's where the market is, and I think there are people who are willing to change for the sake of environment, for the sake of making the earth a better place to live in. And I think that segment is there. And even if you are able to capture maybe 20% of it, which is a very, very large market.
Yeah, you're rightly fine. Put it. Ahmed, I will come to you now. Sir has already given a perspective of the Indian audience and how it can be compared with the people who are making it for the audience to try it out. What do you feel from your experience, how the global audience, does the global thought process match with the Indian diaspora?
Hey, thanks for having me. I think that the concept would be very similar to India. When explaining any novel food technology, it's great to have a celebrity chef on board to advocate for the novel food technologies. The whole idea is of taste good. Will chefs be able to use it the same way as conventional animal products, and the texture and appearance? Those are all going to be very important concepts all around the world when we look for consumer acceptance of these novel food protein products like cell agriculture and cell cultured meat. In general, when we look at how people are aware of the technology, or in terms of people being open to it, there've been lots of different consumer surveys done all around the world looking at that topic, whether it's across Asia or in Europe or North America. And the general consensus of how these surveys, the common consensus of conclusion is that instead of explaining the 1, 2, 3 steps of how these products are made, you take the cells from the animal and you grow them in your facility, instead of explaining the how the products are made, but explaining the why. Why are company scientists looking into producing cell cultured meats when there are animal derived products right there as well? Explaining the why you're doing it, from the potential environmental sustainability, the public health implications, food security, and animal welfare. People are more open to the idea of, this is why companies and players are doing this. All right, as long as it has the right taste, appearance, and feasibility for being used, like by chefs, people are open to the concept of cell cultured meats. It's all about explaining the why as well as the how these products are made. And I think that's going to be a common trend all around the world. Something else that's going to be important there is going to be price points. I'm sure we can get down to that later on.
Yeah, India is very, I feel personally that India is on the upper end of a pricing differentiation, that it needs certain products, but not specifically India, also the Asian scenario, APAC scenario is very pro to the pricing of the product. But as per your understanding, Ahmed, when you see companies developing in this domain, the investor portfolio, do you see any traction from people like Harpal sir putting their efforts to understand? Because I have seen Harpal sir putting his personal efforts, his time into this whole thought process. What is your experience or observation on those lines?
Yeah, absolutely. Having well-known celebrity chefs like Harpal sir on board is going to be really important for this field. When companies generally around the world are looking to launch their first cell-cultured meat or seafood products, generally the idea of most of these companies are thinking of is partnering with a well-known chef in their country and looking to launch at restaurants. Helping launch through this manner helps consumers get on board with the idea of this is a renowned chef. We support their work. They're trying this novel food technology in their kitchen. They must know how to make it in a really good manner. We should go visit their restaurant, try it out. This is exactly how Impossible Foods and Beyond Meat actually launched in the US initially. So the idea of launching through chefs and restaurant partners is a great way moving forward. In Singapore, for example, the only place right now where consumers can go and buy cell-cultured chicken nuggets and other chicken products is currently through restaurant partners of Good Meat, the Eat Just company over there in Singapore. Companies that are looking to launch soon in the US are planning the exact same manner of launch, partnering with partnering with chefs and restaurants to initially launch their cell culture meat over there. So working with chefs and food partners that are advocating and supporting innovation like this is going to be really important for the field.
Yes. Coming back to you, Harpal sir, what do you feel? I've seen you grow in this domain. I personally admire that whole thought process and the story behind it. I am of the understanding that you have seen how soya has entered our kitchens in India, and you have seen that transition happen. Do you think cultivated meat, if it matches the right taste and price expectations, will it be able to penetrate the consumer?
I think definitely yes. The primary thing I would always say is I always tell the plant-based protein guys that do not tell people, they're vegetarian especially, because that, I have bought something which is tasting like meat. So the plant-based guy or the vegetarian guy is least bothered because he says that I have never tasted non-vegetarian. So why are you selling me this product? Okay. So one, you are tapping a wrong market. So the plant-based meat products in India, that's why they are lagging behind, because till date, whomever I have met, everybody came with this perspective that we are tapping the vegetarian people to give them a taste of non-vegetarian. Why would you do it? I mean, because the vegetarian guy is least bothered to know that this tastes like chicken because he has never tasted like chicken. But when you come to cultivated meat, you have a market which is a meat-eating market. You have to go and tell them the story, like Ahmed said, that why you need to shift, because this brings in little more responsibility, sustainability, and is friendly to the environment, which is why you need to shift. Now, this story, if it is rightly told to people, there will be a shift happening, 110%. I don't see why an educated person will not shift. Now, for the shift, the most important thing is that it should match as close as possible to the taste, texture, look, feel of what he has been consuming for years. If it matches, then you've got a complete winner in hand. And I think that is what the focus of any cultivated meat company is, whether it is India or it is global. Okay, this is a complete scenario, and this is how I think the approach is being used across the world by large companies. People like us, yes, we are there to support all these companies. We are there to tell companies that, what is the core? How do you approach the market? What is the right kind of product? Did you test it right? Did you create a panel of people who consume it in the larger scope of things? Did you tell people that, okay, take this and cook? Because that's how you or the company who's creating the product will be able to understand that did they have the right product before they went to the market? If that is cracked well, then I think you could do it right. I mean, if you create a product and say that, okay, I have created the product, now let's go to the market, that will not happen. You have to, sitting in your lab, you have to clearly, match an orange to an orange, and then say that, okay, I have matched an orange to an orange. Next is, in my testing lab itself, let me create how the geographical area of that particular country consumes the product. Okay, if they consume it in grilling form, is that product working right as a grill product? Is it not becoming chewy? If it becomes chewy, remember, sometimes it might visually match the product. But if a country like, for example, I would say African countries where there's a lot of grill products used, or the Western countries, and if you create grill, if you grill a cultivated meat, lab-grown meat, and that becomes chewy, rubbery, then you're finished. It doesn't work, okay? And even if it is fibrous, you see threads coming out, okay? And again, that is not going to work. If those fibers stick inside your teeth, it's not going to work. These are absolute fine points that we understand as chefs, that how a person consumes, what is his liking, and that, I mean, a visual feel could be matched. You could match a visual feel, but at the end, cook it, grill it, taste it, put it in a curry, okay, put it in a sauce, cook it, keep it in the refrigerator, take it out next day, then recook it and see, is that working? Because in India, that definition is very high, that everybody loves. The first thing I always hear as a chef is, chef, I want to cook and keep it in the fridge. I always tell them, Are Baba, you have cooked, you eat first now. Why do you have to put it in the fridge first? So their first thought is that, is this product, storage friendly?
Mm-hmm.
So there are many of these factors which we define. I mean, having worked with a lot of food products companies, we tell the thought process of the lady, especially in India, who actually controls the kitchen. So what is her main concern? How does she react when she sees a product? So we come with these backgrounds and we understand those fine points. And we share this with people who are actually creating new products. And sometimes it helps. Sometimes people listen. They definitely create a winning product. Sometimes people say, no, okay, we will create a product and go to the market. Then reworking on the product is a long drawn process. And sometimes it takes a hell lot of capital to actually restructure the product after it has failed in the first instance.
Yeah, rightly. Pinpoint thought on those. And Ahmed, I would like to ask you, this is a perspective of a person who makes for the consumer. So do you feel companies in this domain are thinking in the same line, or they are still in a very early stage of how to attach themselves to the consumer?
Yeah, those are really great points right now. I think in terms of what companies are looking at right now, it varies based on the company stage and how early they are in their own development process. At the earlier on stage, they're focusing more on, can we make a viable product that has the right taste, texture, and food experience? But companies more later on in the development process, looking to launch in the next year or so, for example, they're looking absolutely at everything Harpal said about the cooking experience. That's something so important when it comes to this field. Not only can you make a product that tastes good or has the right appearance, it has to match every cooking experience that you want it to do. Without that, you're not necessarily going to have the wide array of uses that conventional animal products can fill right now. You have to be able to cook in very specific ways based on what you want the audience to do, as well as if you want this product to be global and be able to reach different markets. You need to have different players all around the world making products with technology to fit the local cuisines and what people are interested in actually cooking in that country. Not going to feed the world with a bunch of cell-based burgers, for example. You need to be able to make products that fit local cuisines and fit people's personal food choices. In terms of making products that for the food business side, like I mentioned earlier, companies are looking to launch in that B2B, working with restaurant partners or chef partners initially in the cell cultured meat space. One company actually in the US, it's called Wild Type. It's quite interesting. They're looking at doing cell cultured salmon, sushi, and sashimi. So what they're doing is they're packaging and preparing their cell cultured salmon in blocks, in packaged blocks that can send to sushi chefs right away. Because having worked and discussed with chefs the ideal way they would like to receive their sushi to work with. So it's not just about matching the current food experience, but by working with chef partners and restaurants, they can even enhance the experience that chefs receive the product and make it better, have better experience for them as well to work with it compared to, let's say, the conventional seafood or meat product. So there's a long way you can actually go over there.
It's great to see the thought from the global consumer manufacturing side, basically, and you giving an insight on that. I feel the consumer and the manufacturer, they are going in a parallel type of situation where they are unable to understand each other's demand, and we need to figure out a way. And I feel people like Harpal sir we have to catch them and get everything looping in those things, because they will ultimately become our moderators in the line of making it more sensible and market acceptable. Coming back to the thought, I just thought a question popped in my mind. How do you see, Harpal sir, that how this product should be labeled? The reason for this question is, in the morning we were talking to Just, we were talking to Mosa Meat, we were talking to Biftek, all three big companies in the domain of cultivated meat. Just has already launched a product in Singapore. So we were talking with them, what should be the brand, ultimate brand? Because everyone in this domain, companies like us, we are all are of the notion that we do not know how to brand or label this product. And the same discussion was happening in the Ahmed's session also, how policymakers should define it. So we as a company, if I speak of what has happened in the morning, we are of the notion that it should be ultimately labeled as meat. So there should not be any cell-based or cultivated diversification to it. So as a consumer, and as a person who makes these items, what do you feel will this stick out perfectly with the audience?
So, during the early stages of discussion, I made this statement that, the first mistake, plant-based meat products, these people made the mistake of naming a plant-based thing as meat. Okay. So a plant-based thing can never be a meat. So a lab-grown meat can be a meat, and you cannot digress from there. Simple. It's a clear thing. Now, in small letters, you write lab-grown, cultivated, sustainable, like the organic guys write in one corner, a green dot, mentioning in the other side, organically grown, earth-friendly, etc. All those jargons can happen across in the label, but you are simply selling meat, so it should be meat, and there is no alternative to it. So you can, in your communication languages, you could say, you will probably have to say one very clear thing. Okay. You have to say one very clear thing is an alternative to chicken or goat. That is a very crucial thing. You must not have thought about this right now. Okay. You cannot define meat as meat. For us, meat is goat meat. Okay. And for India, meat is goat meat. Mm-hmm. And for India, chicken is chicken. It is not called meat. Mm-hmm. So that is another point which you have to seriously think. And all those panel members who are thinking now, or all those companies who want to enter India, have to start thinking the way I have just given them this thought process. You cannot label as meat. Meat is a broad spectrum. Okay, you have to define. Meat means goat meat for us, clear, red. So you have again probably, shortened the span or the audience, because the first guy is that the day anybody has high cholesterol, okay, the first thing that goes out of his plate is the red meat. So your product will also go out of the plate, irrespective of whether you are sustainable, cholesterol friendly, however you name it, it will go out of the product. So this is another thing which everybody has to think, that you cannot label. We in India have never called chicken as meat. For us, meat is goat meat.
It's a very interesting thought, because it rings bell in my mind, and I am going to tell you immediately after this meeting, I'm going to change everything, every nomenclature in my presentations in every way.
Absolutely, you have to do that. I mean, that is where we come. As a chef, as a person who understands the market very well, we know very clearly how it works, how it happens, why it happens, and these points, like Ahmed says, you need to understand the why. So if you understand the why, and this is the first thing you need to understand. If you label it as meat, which means your audience is the goat meat audience. Your audience is not the chicken audience. Remember this.
Right.
It's very clear. I'm very, very clear on this. And you will face this. Okay.
No, your thoughts are giving me a lot of clarity with respect to what feedback we get, and you do not know how much questions you have resolved for us. Ahmed, if I am right, do respond to that.
Yes,
it's fascinating. The idea of labeling contentious is going to be a contentious topic as generally alternative proteins come to market. Looking at Europe and North America, the question of whether plant-based products can use dairy terms like milk has been up in the air for a while. When it comes to the day cell-cultured meat or cell-based meat comes to market, that conversation is going to continue down that road. Essentially, just like Harpal sir said here, these are meat products. We could look under a microscope right now. Conventional meat product and a cell-based meat product will look exactly the same. It's muscle cells, fat tissue, connective tissue, the exact same composition. That's ultimately. The idea of wanting to one thing I will add on as well is similar to how some of these other products, organic, farm raised, all these other labels have a premium to it. Maybe when brands cell cultured meat products have that premium as well initially, as instead of trying to just say in small letters, this is cell cultured, it should be labeled as that. Promoted as a premium product because of that. Hey, this is grown from cells. That means it's more sustainable. It's grown in a safer environment. Here are all the benefits. Let's promote down the road when cell cultured meat, let's say it becomes large scale and economically viable. Then we can explore whether all that labeling may be needed. But initially, there's clear labeling to help consumers be aware of what they're eating, whether it's at a restaurant or road at the supermarket, will be important for them to understand all the different options that are there for them and what they're choosing specifically.
But it's really interesting to see how we started with a thought of discussing how the market would respond, and we are right now with a discussion of how the packaging should be and how chefs and consumers will. I find it on a very positive note, because frankly, when we thought of this session, we had no intention of speaking on those lines and understanding this aspect. I was more into how the global and the Indian consumer would respond to it, and I was expecting some negatives out of it. But Harpal sir gave us a different scenario, which is really interesting to see, and we will make a note of it. Quickly, I know we are already running it, but I will ask a few more questions before I wrap up. Harpal sir, from your experience, have you received any interest from consumers who want to try out?
So I think there is no free education or free information across in the country. So right now, I don't think so. Apart from a very few set of people, which would be minuscule, who understand this whole, lab-grown meat. It is a connotation which I think some of the top chefs or some of the top food technologists and people who are into this subject understand and know. Beyond this, people actually don't know. I would honestly say this. So companies who are thinking of launching it probably 18 months from now should start this subject. And it's a good way of, bringing this whole webinar to probably, educate probably 300 people if they are listening to us. That would convert to 3,000 and more such large audiences. But it's about time. If you are thinking that 18 months is your launch date from now, it is about time that you should have more such interest being raised or more such topics being spoken about. You should also look at how you can reach out to more audience who would be consumers or who would be people who would be cooking this. So I think more than consumers, you should reach out to people who would be cooking this first. So it's a great way to reaching out to some of the top hotel management institutes in the third year and telling them what this cultivated meat is all about, creating seminars for them. Okay, because if you have 300 students passing out, and if you have probably 10 such colleges where you have, educated them, you probably have 3,000 students coming out, multiplied by X, Y, Z, and they would be probably serving every day, maybe 100 people, 50 people, sometimes 1,000 people. Okay, and they would ultimately keep spreading the word about this new ingredient that is there in the market. So I think this is one way of educating the consumer. So it's very important that at this point of time, we must start to begin, talking about lab-grown meats and how they are more friendly, and keep writing notes about them across through various journals, across through webinars, across through people who would be actually cooking. Consumption will happen later, because if you cook, only then consumption will happen. So if people who cook are satisfied by saying that, yes, this is a great product, then there will be consumption happening. So you have to probably reach out to such an audience who is a diehard fan of cooking. And fortunately in India, we have large numbers. So to begin with, educational institutes is a great path to start the process, which will not cost a lot of money for any company like yours to actually begin the process of education.
I will give this credit to you, because I remember when we were planning to initiate our rounds, you gave us the right direction. So I will upfront give this point to you, and I'm really thankful to you to help us think on those lines of how to enter the market, and we are already working on those lines. So Ahmed, what do you think? Is the global audience ready to accept the strategy that India has thought of and that the Indian audience works upon?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Moving forward for this field, wherever you are in the world, you will have early adopters that are advocates and supporting sustainable food technologies, and cell-cultured meat will be no different. All over the world, this overall same trends will have to be there in terms of consumer awareness and consumer education. Let the consumers know, like we just discussed, we're working on this novel technology. Here's how we do it, but also here's why we're doing it. And here's how we plan to come to market. We're going to work with some chef partners, with restaurant partners, food institutes as well, to come to market. And this is our plan. Let's start educating the public on getting more interest in this field. And then ultimately, when companies launch, at least the early adopters will be on board right, and following initial success, generally you reach the wider market as companies scale up. I think that'll be a trend we'll see all around the world, initially with restaurant launches and partnership launches. So ultimately, when this field can scale up production to the level where you can be on the shelf at a store, that's ultimate goal.
Yeah, I have one point on this, Siddharth and Siddharth and Ahmed. I want one point on this. For India, I would say, Siddharth, going to the doctors as promoters for this would be the last point, because the moment you go there, then you have created a product which is meant for patients and not for consumers. Okay, you go to consumers and then probably tell the doctor, you speak now. Because going to the doctor and telling him to promote your product, which means you're asking him to promote the product to a patient and not to the consumer, so that market size reduces suddenly. So I think it's a great way of doing. First, reaching out to people who will consume, and subtly saying that why thing that Ahmed said, that why you should be here, why you should do. Okay, you start at early ages. I mean, just 3 days ago, we read in newspapers that the world, 30% of the world, or more than that, I think, will be obese by 2030. Okay, so this is one subject. So you have certain elements of speaking in the fashion that creates a larger audience. So suddenly you go to a person who's already treating patients, then you're saying that, okay, this product is only for patients and not for consumers. Only when you become a patient, you consume this. So I would say that one should not be doing this. This should be done at a later stage. If you do it early, then your market size reduces largely.
It's the way that we have to identify a node to enter the larger market, work on that node, and then step by step add on more market size.
Absolutely.
I totally agree. And we are already running late and I'm getting continuous pop-ups. So it was great, and I would love to have more discussions with you both, because it was an interesting session from a perspective which normally companies like us do not think of, and it ultimately impacts the whole process. And thank you to everyone. And especially, I would lastly ask you guys to give a brief wrap up if you want to conclude everything from the market perspective. Harpal sir, from you first.
So for me, I think any new product will see some friction, but I think there will be acceptance if the product is unique. And we all know now we are going through a lot of climate changes. I think it's about time that we look at products which are friendly, sustainable, and create a better place, Earth as a better place to live in. So I would say it is always a great welcome for such a product from my side,
Yeah, thank you. Ahmed, any comments?
Sure. I like to use the phrase, context is everything. And with food, it matters so much more, especially novel food technologies. When companies in the cell culture space, particularly cell cultured meat players, want to come to market, it's all about getting that context right, working with the right partners, chefs, restaurants, communicating clearly what the product is and what its aims are, and then ultimately working on the technology side behind the scenes to come to market in a more viable, large-scale manner. All these things are going to be important for the field's wider acceptance and to enter the market in the right way. And I think that's going to be really important moving forward.
Great. It was a really interesting session, and I hope the audience liked it. Few of my questions already included some of the questions that I can see from the audience. So I have tried my best to answer them as and when they came. So thank you, Harpal sir, and thank you, Ahmed, for giving such an interesting, insightful session. And thank you, audience, for patiently listening to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So moving ahead, we now go to the next session, and I am delighted to say that my session was able to surpass a lot of time, and I hope everyone enjoyed it. So it was an interesting session. We have been seeing from the morning how the domain has shifted. Companies talking about the product, companies talking about the research side, companies talking about how they are going into the market. And then the investors coming up and saying how they want to invest in it and what are the blockages. Then policy makers talking about what is the status of policy. And ultimately seeing how the Indian companies are working in this domain, how they are thinking of becoming more entrepreneur in this format. And now speaking on market trends. A lot is happening in this, and many breaking news have come up in every session. And I'm so delighted that it has been going in the right direction. So I will quickly take you all to the next session. And in the next session, the title is Alternative to Fetal Bovine Serum. A very interesting session. It would be moderated by Shubhankar, who is a co-founder at MyoWork, and they recently received a huge amount of funding. They closed one round, and they are working on scaffolds of how to use them in the domain of cultivated meat. And it's a made in India product itself. The speakers joining would be Dr. Stephen from Nubio, Lee Granio from Biftek CEO, and Vignesh, he's from Cellular, and Daniel, he's the product manager of Core Biogenistics. And we have Neeraj Verma, who would be joining as the head of innovation from ClearMeat. So we have one person from ClearMeat also. Great. So I would tell this moderator to join in and take over the whole thought process. Thank you, everyone.
Hello.
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 So I think we have the floor, I want to say. I'd like it if Neeraj was here, and then he can confirm, and then we can kind of get started.
It says that we are live.
Yeah. That's a good indication. So I'm just going to go into it. If they want to stop me, they can stop me. So yeah. Hi everyone. We have a great panel with us today. I'm Shubhankar. I'm your moderator today. I'm a co-founder at MyoWorks. We're a company focused on creating edible scaffolds for cultivated meat. With me is Dr. Vignesh. So when I say your name, just give them a hi so they know what's being looked at. So with me, we have Dr. Vignesh, who's the co-founder, who's the founder, CEO, and chairman at Cellular Technologies. We have Leo, who's the CEO of Nordic Bioanalysis AB or NBAB, and has been active in the cultivated meat space since 2018. We have Daniel, who's a product manager at Core Biogenesis, and we have Clear Meat's very own Neeraj, who's the head of innovation and operations at Clear Meat. So thanks for everyone who's here. It's great to kind of get started on this panel, which is titled about serum-free media and how we're going to take it forward. So very briefly, I just want to go in order and understand that just as a zoomed out vision, cultivated meat's majority cost comes from the media. We know this is a problem. Within cultivated meats media, the majority of the cost comes from the growth factors and the albumin. And so that's what I want to focus this first round of discussion on. What would be your sort of winning strategy to reduce the cost of growth factors and albumin in so that we can make cultivated meat a market-ready reality. So Dr. Vignesh, why don't you go first, since you're showing up first on my panel here. Yeah. Hi.
Sure. Hi. Yeah. So like you described, I'm the founder and CEO of Cellular Technologies, and our business at the moment is really on the scaffoldings and the microcarrier. So we are less concerned, or initially we were less concerned about the media costs, because there are numerous companies around the world working on that. But what we've come to realize is that there needs to. So what the general trend is to get replacements from plants, right? Plant-based replacements. Then recombinant. Then there are also companies using the conditioned media, the extracts of the conditioned media to do this. But from our analysis, it seems that there's not going to be one solution that works universally. It's probably going to be a hybrid model, and I foresee more innovation happening in this area, because what we're trying to do now is we're trying to work with the same recipe that was worked for decades, right? And just that we replace animal derivatives with other sources. But I think perhaps there could be some innovations happening with the cell biology itself, small molecules and things like that. So I think moving forward, we would see innovations like that happening.
Cool. So yeah, next, I think if I'm going to call people out in class, Leo, why don't you tell us more about what you think is a winning strategy? And if you think it's, like a blended approach, then, what are some target proteins or growth factors we should be looking at for particular strategies, if you want to delve deeper into that?
Sure, no problem. So I've never worked at a company that's actually developing media solutions or media. So I've always been a user of media. So in my previous businesses, we have, of course, used media solutions and have seen over the past few years developments in the sort of the way media is produced, the cost of the media, and what are the ingredients. When I started back in 2018, a lot of the media still was serum based, which of course back then was a big issue for the industry. And I'm just very happy to see that a lot of different companies have now been able to, of course, create FBS-free media solutions, which I think has had a big impact on the industry and helps us justify the fact that we always say, as a cultivated meat industry, that we are more sustainable, more ethical, because that used to be a big problem. And you say, oh yes, we don't harm animals, but then in the end you sort of did. So I think for me, in the last 5 years, that has been the biggest development in the media solution, saying that you can really eliminate FBS and have sort of different alternative nutrients and growth factors in your media solution to make sure you can still grow these cells cost effectively and hopefully also soon at scale. Now, of course, there's still the challenge of the media being too expensive for real, say, cost parity. But I'm seeing more and more companies, especially in the B2B space, actually developing more and more affordable media solutions with the right growth factors and ingredients. So I'm happy to see that trend sort of going in a very positive direction, and hope that it will only go up and onwards from here.
Great. Daniel, why don't you tell us more about your kind of perspective on this?
Yeah, absolutely. So I completely agree also with Bagnis, because at the end there is no single solution that fits for all the single different proposals that are out there. At the end, I think that's the best alternative is the one that does the work, and actually there are like so many different types of technologies that can be efficient and productive in order to have this type of application translated into the society, right? So that comes from precision fermentation and then molecular farming, also for sure cell-free systems. So I think that diversity is the key in order to have this wide adoption. And most importantly, because if we just focus on one technology, as for example, it was more like a precision fermentation for the biopharma industry, then we will face these type of adoption issues that could be just in terms of behavior, or in the actual capacities of the technology, like for example plants molecular farming. So what I really think is that if we have this type of variety, different technologies have the different advantages and disadvantages. Precision fermentation can have like a very nice yields. We have the whole experience. The problem is the cost. Most importantly, we cannot forget about what is the source of this whole technology. That is the sustainability. That is that we cannot continue like feeding the planet in the way that we are doing that. So if we also mimic these type of processes for getting the raw materials to get this technology, we are going to have like very important challenges in the future. So that's why the plants molecular farming, in order to get these recombinant proteins, is nowadays from our perspective the best alternative that can pose a solution for this, not only in the quality and the safety of the proteins, but also in the cost and the scalability. And then from there, I completely agree that nowadays we were mimicking very well what it was done in the field of life science, because this is where all the knowledge is coming. But there is a lot of room of innovation. I mean, we are reimagining food. So at the end, we also have to reimagine science. We have to understand the fundamentals, right, of cell biology. But from there, I think that's to explore like alternative proteins coming from different sources, like plants, or even insects, or other living organisms, and then to culture cells with that can really make a difference in terms of the cost. So yeah, that's more or less my general perspective.
That's cool. Neeraj, I mean, of course, Clear Meat has been like rolling out, piloting some of the Clear X9 as an alternative for, as a serum-free alternative for cultivated meat production in chicken cells. What do you think about these? Like these guys have said, they have like, we need a much more complex blended approach. Go where the cheapest option is I guess what I'm hearing. If the cheapest option for a particular protein is molecular farming, you mix that up with something else that comes out in better quality in precision fermentation, mix them two together and make a cheap media formulation. So what do you think from Clear Meat and Clear X9's perspective? How do you think this thing will pan out in the future?
Thank you, Subhankar, for the question. It's a wonderful question. So I would like to mention a few things first. Like first of all, our audience get to know that how FBS isolated or prepared. So to extract the actual FBS, we have to kill the fetus and mother also, and isolate the blood, centrifuge it, and purify it to obtain the particular growth factor from the blood to culture the cells. So we have to eliminate that thing, because again we are using the animal sources to culture our meat, right? And we are looking for the alternative which are completely natural and not animal based. Like, so there are various companies who are looking for the alternative which is a synthetic one or genetically engineered, as Core Bioscience. I will appreciate them because they are using the plant based host to manufacture the protein and growth factor which are required to culture the cell lines. So this is the major concern. If we are looking for the alternative which is also derived from the animal, that doesn't make sense to me, because our goal is to save the animals, and so that's why we are looking for the source which is completely natural and doesn't derive from the animals. So during the last few years, I can say the 2.5 year has been already taken to our R&D team to develop a solution for cell culture media, and we name it as a Clear X9. So Clear X9 itself has all natural component. There is no synthetic or genetically modified component we have used in it, and we are able to reduce the cost approximately 70 to 18%. So this is a big achievement for us, and we compare the efficiency and the safety of that product. So we also do some internal research and identify that when we compare the standard, which is the FBS used conventionally, and we compare to the Clear X9 efficiency, so we have identified it. Our cell which are grown in the Clear X9 is more healthy than the FBS one, and the efficiency is also better. So we have tested various cell lines, including the chicken cell lines and some primary cell lines which are directly derived from the animals, and some cancerous cell lines, and some other cell lines. So we have tested out various type of cell lines to ensure that our Clear X9 working in the all cell types, or it's particular for the one cell type, that is the chicken cell we are working on. And we have concluded successfully that if we supplement cell culture media with Clear X9, that would be more efficient, more cost effective. So so we have concluded that. And another aspect of that, we have also developed the cultivated chicken keema. So that chicken keema itself grown in the our Clear X9 in-house developed media. So this is also completely natural, and in our pipeline we are also looking for the way to make it antibiotic free. So we are also working on that.
Cool. I think one thing that Neeraj touches on, and I think is connected to all our conversation, is media is not a piece to look at in a vacuum. None of the cultivated meat pieces are to look at in a vacuum. Like a particular media might work very well with a certain type of cells, which might be your desired cells, but that may not be someone else's desired cells. Or maybe a media works really well with certain kinds of scaffolds, whereas the others just don't attach, or stuff like that. So any important points about, say, breadth versus depth when you're developing a serum-free media that's cost effective? Do you want to go broad and just say, I want to copy pasta serum-based media and get the kind of versatility serum-based media gets me? Or do I want to go deep and cheap and say, I want to make it work with chicken fibroblasts at this cell density, and I want it to work just like that? And it doesn't matter if it doesn't work at all with human cells, because that's not what I do.
Mm-hmm. I think from my experience as a user of media, I've always been most happy with sort of tailor-made media to specific cell lines. So it's one thing, you can just develop a basal media that works for every cell line, but it doesn't work perfectly for any of them. And if you really look at scaling up cell culturing or cultivated meat, and again, to reach these price parities, you need the best media you can find to get the best growth rates and so on. So I have always preferred sort of tailored media to the specific cell line / source animal. And I've seen that the better growth results rates are also meaning that the media is more effective, and then overall we can create a better end product, or at least more cost efficient end product. So as a consumer of media, say like that, or customer of the media companies, I would prefer a company supply me with a variety of options, saying we have like this is our company, this is our brand, and within this brand we have 5, 6, 7, 8 different types of media that are slightly optimized for each cell line. So they might have the same base technology behind it, but actually have specific nutrient mixes and growth factor mixes specific to a certain species or cell type.
Yeah. Interesting. Daniel, do you want to chime in here about, I think you had something to say, I felt it.
Yeah, no, I don't know if Leo wants to, add anything else from that.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Because I completely agree. I come from, the regenerative medicine research field as well. And this is what you learn when you are working with a variety of cells. Most importantly, we need to understand that, surely the field is going to move into, the use of pluripotent stem cells at the beginning as a source. in order to have, this unlimited capacity to proliferate. And then from there, you start with differentiation protocols, going maybe from batch, feed batch bioreactors to perfusion bioreactors for the differentiation, something like this. So then you will have to apply different media conditions, right? And when you're working with cells, you understand, okay, so we have the generic components that come from the basal media, dimen, then with sugars, amino acids, fatty acids, vitamins, etc. But then you have the supplement part. And I think that this supplement part has to be very cell type specific, and not only with some type of ingredients or components, but also in terms of the reproducibility that we can achieve with that. Because even in research, I mean, when you are doing FVS, that's fine, but when you move to the clinical manufacturing, even in cell therapy industry, biopharma, etc., FVS is not good because it has no consistency. I mean, you can get one lot exerting one, proliferation to your cells, then another one is different activity. So I think that these chemically defined components that you have the whole ingredients in a specific concentration, and then that are, proven for specific cell types, this is the way to move forward in order to know that the cells are going to proliferate well, and then in a consistent manner. The thing is, which ingredients? So that's, the important aspect, right? So like a completely recombinant proteins, or natural elements that we know that are exerting the appropriate effects on the cells. That's the thing. But I really think that in terms of the cell biology, you will need different recipes for different cell types.
Right. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. So I just want to talk about affordability of serum-free media options available out there. So, you talked about molecular farming and talked about precision fermentation, and we also talked about plant-based analogs. So out of these three, how do you parse out their affordability? I would assume that plant-based analogs are very cheap because you don't need to do anything other than just take the plants and purify them. Whereas, the precision fermentation requires very specific growth conditions. I would assume molecular farming requires specific growth conditions as well. So if you were to rank them just by price, how would you go about doing such an exercise? And is there maybe a situation where low volume proteins are better produced in certain systems and high volume proteins, like maybe an albumin, is better produced in a different system? So any thoughts on that?
So I just want to add on to the previous question about having very tailored media for the cells, right? Because it is kind of connected. I think from an ideal point of view, what Leo and Daniel said is exactly like no one can argue with that, because each cell is unique. The kind of meat we are trying to produce is also unique, and so it will need unique media components, right? But when you come to this question about affordability, I think that's where we need to strike a balance between to what extent things are tailored and to what extent can things be generally used for different cell types, right? And I don't think the industry, from my understanding, the industry still does not have that balance yet, where some of the widely used ingredients should be mass produced because everybody's going to use them, and then what's specific or tailored to the meat type can be made using more expensive methods. That's one thought I have, but another thought I have is that in order to bring the overall price down, then we need economy of scale, right? Because economy of scale brings in many components that are important to bring overall price down, from raw materials to processing capabilities. So I know I'm not answering your question, but I just wanted to.
No, it's fine. It's about.
Yeah, because I just want to put, because it's not a black and white thing, right? There are many components to really consider, from getting the best type of cell growth, which leads to the best quality of meat, at the same time to have it meet price parity, or at least come near to price parity. And when we think about it as an international effort, then I think one of the things that the industry as a whole can do is to decide which of these is commodity that everybody uses and which of these are more tailored, right? Which perhaps the individual companies can keep as their own recipe. And for the sake of, I mean, for completeness, to answer your question, obviously plant-based ingredients would come first. And then perhaps, from my understanding, precision fermentation, right, would be second. Recombinant proteins are always the trickiest, but then again, when it comes to economy of scale, even that changes. So yeah, so I'm just putting a few things down that I think would play an important role in the whole equation. But yeah, I think the industry needs to kind of grapple with these things in order for us to bring the prices down. Sorry for the long-winded answer, but these are just
that's the point of this, right? Like, we want to get some ideas out there in terms of the field. It's not about solving this. If it was solved, then we'd not have time talking about this.
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, I've come across, I mean, just to not take too long, but I've come across some research that's kind of trying to go away from the norm, right? To go down to the fundamentals as to how cells behave the way they behave and why cells behave the way they behave, and could other components, mechanical components, even other kinds of stimuli do the same thing that we are trying to get from growth factors, right? And I think the future would definitely incorporate something like that too. I'll stop now. I think.
No, that's a very valid point. I also read something interesting about like small molecules made of DNA, like trying to imitate FGF2 and super heat stable, which I don't know how that, I mean, it's just a cool point. But yeah, I've read some of those about like temperature and electricity and air flow, etc. as well. Neeraj, I'm sorry, do you have anything to add to this? Sort of, what's the cheapest way to do this discussion? It's like, as I said, open-ended, not about actually finding an answer.
So as I have already mentioned, so for there are two components we have to understand. The first one, as Daniel had already said, we need the basic component like vitamins, minerals, salts, and some micro elements over there. And so, and another part is the alternative to FBS. So when we combine the two things, we observe that the major contributor of the cost is FBS. So the other thing can be done in a short cost, but for the FBS, we really have to look for the alternative one. And the alternative, as all, I am agree with all the speakers, they are already said that the plant-based alternative is the most cheapest one. As Suvankar has already mentioned that in the plant-based alternative, what we have to do, we have to just extract the protein content and purify it and check the activity of those content, either it's working or not. And one thing I want to add into that, when we are looking for the plant-based alternatives, so we have to first of all have to characterize the total protein content. Are those extract really have the growth factor we are looking for or not? So, and another hurdle into the plant based extraction is that when we isolate, so we have to look for a optimum protocol, because some growth factor and proteins are very sensitive to heat and temperature, and some pH sensitive. So we have to also look for that what is the particular environment their protein are work well, and what is the activity for that. So yes, plant based I must say that plant-based alternative is the good option when we are talking to reduce the overall cost. And for cultivated meat point of view, I can say there is so many factors which contribute to raise the cost. Is infrastructure is there, vessels is there, and manpower is there. So many factors. So unless we scale out the production, we can't reduce the cost. So we need to scale out at a particular level to reduce the cost.
Yeah.
Certainly. So I think that brings me to kind of like the bigger picture question, right? Where we, assume that these problems are difficult, but we have the teams all around the world working in this kind of competitive setup, and people will come out with the best answer. There will eventually be winners and losers, and the winners will carry the day, and then humanity as a result will, go forward and create a more efficient way of producing meat. With that in mind, how do you see like the market mature over time for serum-free media and within cultivated meat? And sort of as a bigger picture, how do we go and actually take a single-digit or double-digit sum of meat in the future, assuming that these important technology challenges do get solved?
Yeah, I can comment on that if you want.
But please, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Just kind of like for a summary, but I think that in these terms and also linked to the question before, the most smart approach to get is going into the facts. So the numbers, and there are like so many different reports, and for sure everything is about estimations, but it gives like a pretty clear guidelines on which are the objectives for the field. So basically, these estimations that maybe by 2030, the cultivated meat can, take around 1% of the worldwide meat production. That's kind of like even optimistic for sure, depending on the regulatory sides and the, behaviors of acceptance. But let's assume that, and then if we are thinking that, this is going to involve like some, I think it's 1 to 2 million metric tons of cultivated meat, and then the efficiency that we have nowadays. I think it was around 20 to 40 liters of media per kilo. So then at the end, if you start to think about, the final concentrations, like for example, albumin 1 gram per liter, growth factors around 100 nanograms per ml, something like this, then you get to the prices, and it's around like 10 euros per kilogram of albumin. And then for the growth factors, you need to get around 100K per kilo. As well for the growth factors, and even that with those prices, then is when albumin still takes around 95% of the total cost, whereas then it's transferring, and then the growth factors is around like 0.02% of the total cost of the growth factors, right? So there is where for example at Core Biogenesis, this is what we do. In order to achieve this close parity. For the pricing, we are around more or less, for bulk quantities above 500 grams, something like this. We can, achieve something around €1 per milligram, which is very, acceptable for the cultivated meat. It's still not in this type of, targets that we have, because, it's a little bit like 2 times higher or something like this. But in order to, get to those prices, we can achieve it with what was commented before, economies of scale. So yeah, for the growth factor side, it's kind of like, I think it's feasible. Especially we have specific type of technology that is called oleosin fusion. And instead of having the whole purity, you have more stability with the growth factor for lipid nanoparticles. That at the end also makes the cost much cheaper, right? So that's one of the approaches. But I think that for albumin, I think that's replacements of the native protein. This is going to be the approach that maybe we can have, in order to get something that is much more cheap and affordable for the industry. So yeah, that's more or less, the kind of picture that we can assume, especially for the media. But yeah, happy to hear, the rest of opinions. Yeah, I don't know. I cannot hear you. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that makes a lot of sense, right? We need to kind of scale up and out in really large, meaningful ways. I think, Vignesh, you talked about, alternative technologies, maybe electromagnetic radiation, or just kind of paraffin secretions, co-cultures. Can you talk to us more from that perspective? Do you think that those components today are underlooked as part of this kind of growth and scale up story, and that we ought to pay more attention to that instead of making this a commodity game of cheapest?
I mean, as an enabler, that's how I think, right? Because what we're trying to do now is we are trying to make the cart go faster, and we are asking, do we add 2 more horses, 3 more horses, 10 more horses, right? That's kind of what we're doing in the industry today. But I think a more, I mean, just based on history, I think a more realistic way would be to have some kind of a disruption that's more fundamental to the cell itself. I don't know the answer, right? But I can speculate, but I don't know the answer. But I feel that may be a more viable option. Has to trying to play the same game, but just making it cheaper, making it more cost effective, right? But so that is perhaps a more philosophical approach, or rather that started as a more philosophical approach, but we are seeing now that these things are starting to happen with electromagnetic radiation and mechanical stresses and strains. We are seeing that these things are starting to play a part. So yeah, so I think the future will be very interesting. My suggestion to companies would be to not restrict themselves to adding more horses to the caravan, but to think on first principles, and that's what we are trying to do too. Yeah.
Any thoughts on that, Leo? From just like more cards, sideways thinking, the world will be more complex, or will it become a commodity business?
Yes, actually, I think anyway, it will become a commodity business in the long run, which is both for media, but also cultured meat. I mean, all of these products eventually will become a commodity business. Now it's heavily science-based. But in the future, I mean, cultured meat now is, for example, a science. It's very complicated. 10 years from now, it will just be like any other food product, hopefully. And the same will be for the ingredients that go into it. It will become a commodity. It might be a highly complicated and sophisticated commodity, but still will be something much more common. I do have one question, actually, which maybe is something that some of my fellow panelists can answer here. I got a question from someone a few days ago, actually, and it is about the impact of insulin growth factors, or IFG1. Do either of you have experience with using it, and whether it has any influence on humans later on, or you think it's only because it's often one of the growth factors in the media and it's consumed by the cells? Does any of you have a idea of whether it actually remains in the end product after the cells are sort of fully proliferated and grown, and whether using certain growth factors actually would lead to potentially increased ingestion rates in humans?
So, hello.
Yeah.
I'll just say that, there's like a double-edged sword here. So you want a really good and heat stable growth factor, I guess, which is probably going to stay alive through the process and maybe going to go to the food at the end of the day as a part of the cell pellet or the final scaffold product, which is something we don't want. But at the end of the day, we also want to use as less growth factor as possible. The more heat stable it is, it's more likely to make it to the end and you need less of it. But if it's not heat stable, then it's a cleaner product. So I don't know how to address it. I'm assuming that you need a cheap, non-heat stable product and then let it degrade, or maybe even run a degradation or a pasteurization sort of cycle at some point. Of course, not heat pasteurization, maybe do something else with it, come up with. Yeah. Vignesh, you had something. Sorry to cut you off.
No worries. I lost my train of thought. Like one of you guys go.
So, in my opinion, what I think is when we are looking for the alternative to growth factors, so either epidermal growth factor or the insulin growth factor we are looking for, we have to keep in mind that we are trying to grow cells in that media, and the cells are immersed in that media, and cell itself multiply and grow into the mass. So when we talk about the consumption of those masses, we said it the cultivated meat. So that we also ingested the growth factors we introduce into the cell media. So we have to look for that either these growth factor are going to clear our digestive system or not, or are they going to affect our health also? If there is any protein which are not non-digestible or cannot cleave or digested by our digestive system, that it will be making harm to our body. So we have to look for that aspect also.
Yeah. I think yeah. So just to add to what Neeraj said, I remember what I wanted to say, that most growth factors do break down, right? But if there are some growth factors that are going to stay, then we inherit the same problems in animal husbandry, where harsh hormones are injected to the animals, which eventually have shown to lead to human health degradation, but is also shown to lead to pollution of water sources and so many other things, right? So the last thing we want is to have like this so-called super growth factor that would cause other issues, right? Because then I think we may have solved the immediate problem of cell growth, but we're going to open up Pandora's box for so many other things.
Yeah. One of that's like a very brief comment, but we were thinking about that very deeply as well, especially with some collaborators in the industry. So basically, one of the technologies that we have, that, as I mentioned before, is this immobilization of the growth factors with lipid nanoparticles. And these lipid nanoparticles are GRAS products coming from the oil of the seeds of the plant. So actually, those oil components are already used as food nutrients. So what it means is that it has like two avenues to improve these safety issues. One is that because of the lipid composition, you can make a wash in the cell pellet, and then this is going to be kind of like a separation of phases, so that you can remove. Otherwise, if they are conserved, naturally, what we are expecting is that the growth factor component is going to be break down, and if you have something, it's going to be more about the lipid component that is safe for human consumption because it's a FDA approved ingredient. So that's one of the possibilities. Then what I foresee is that also we can take the samples of the cell therapy industry, where they have very strict protocols for cell washing and fill and finish products. For sure, this is going to increase costs as well, but as a starting point, it could be interesting to think about that as well in order to remove all other components.
All right, guys, I think that was all really interesting. I think we came up with 2 or 3 really smart ways to deal with Leo's problem there. I hope that was helpful.
Thank you.
But yeah,
I thought I'd throw in a crazy question.
no, it's cool. Like, I think that's what helps kind of get the juices flowing. But thank you so much for putting this together for ClearMeet, and thank you so much for my panelists for being here. I think it was definitely instructive, confusing, but then that's how like clear thoughts come, right? You create a word like a thought cloud, and then maybe something nice comes out of it. So again, thank you so much. I think we have to wrap up now. Neeraj, is there anything else, or can we wrap now?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Shubhankar. Just something is rounding in my mind that Vignesh has pointed out the artificial hormone we are giving to the farm animals, and we are consuming those animals, and same with the antibiotics. So the world population has been growing rapidly, and we are facing the antibiotic resistance is also growing with the population. So if I talk about the 5 year or 10 year before, when we get infected with some bacteria, the doctor prescribe a single medicine and we used to eat it and we get well. And nowadays, when we get infected, so they have crossed a lot of antibiotics. We have to consume it to cure our body. So the antibiotic resistance, where it is coming from? So the major cause is the antibiotic we are providing in the feed of animals, and mostly in the birds like chickens. So that is the major concern, and so we have to apart from the alternatives to obvious, I must say those companies are developing the media, they also try to get it free from the antibiotics.
Very good point.
Very interesting. Definitely. Definitely worth. Yeah. Great. So again, thank you, everyone. I think I'll let the Clear Meat panel people take it over from me. I think there's a next panel after this. So again, thanks for your thoughts. Definitely food for thought, and hopefully some actual meat comes of it sometime soon. So yeah, wonderful, guys. I'll stop talking now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
Bye.
Shubhankar.
Bye.
Nice to meet you all. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
for sure. It was a
Likewise.
pleasure.
Bye.
Bye.
Great. What an interesting session it was. I really liked the thought of every company in this domain bringing in their expertise and their understanding of how an alternative is required and what is the research status. I hope more and more companies work in this domain and we all work together to identify the right solution for both the food tech companies that will make cultivated meat available for the market, because if I don't know, you guys, the audience knows it or not, the way meat is made in lab or an industrial setup requires fetal bovine serum, and it does not justify the vision that everyone is trying to achieve of sustainability and climate change. And now that is one of the topic of our next discussion, and I hope that the audience will be able to understand the impact such alternatives have and why there is a need for such a solutions on the perspective, especially when it comes to food. And I am delighted to bring on board our moderator, Ravi Nandan Sinha sir, and the panelist speakers are Naseema sir from Energy Alternatives India, Dr. Yogendra Kumar Saxena, Pratichi Kapoor, for an interesting session. And I would now hand over the panel to our moderator to take over and let the audience know about what we are doing and why we are doing about it.
What happened basically?
We have now come from the meeting room to the live session now.
Okay.
Yeah, recording is started.
Yes. So can we start? I think I'll just need a go ahead and then we can start.
So yes, sir, you can start now. You are live.
We are live?
Yes, you are live, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Namaste, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ravi Nandan Sinha and welcome this afternoon to a wonderful session that we are going to be in. Along with me are my fellow panelists, the Power Pack panelists. I'll introduce them to you shortly. Firstly, let me thank ClearMeat for conducting this beautiful session on the topic of sustainable meat solutions that we are going to talk on. And all the wonderful ladies and gentlemen who have joined us, please feel free to raise questions. Please feel free to ask, because what we are going to talk is we are going to talk something about impact. The first session where I was, and I hope a lot of you must have been there, the opportunity that we see, the investments that we see in this segment, the scope that we see in this segment, the future that we see in this segment is simply amazing. And I invite all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to keep your questions parked. The panelists who are here are equally powerful and will be more than happy to answer your questions. And always remember one thing, no small or big question. Oh, there was a very famous advertisement that one question can change lives. Similarly, that one initiative that Clear Meat has started, has innovated, is now going to change lives the way we will think about meat in the future. So allow me to introduce my powerful panelist here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce you to Dr. Yogendra Saxena. Dr. Yogendra Saxena, with 4 decades of experience in the area of EHS and corporate sustainability, has led the sustainability agenda at leading Indian corporates. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Saxena has been recognized with several national and international awards. We are very, very fortunate that we have got such senior gentlemen sitting with us. Presently, Dr. Saxena is engaged in mentoring businesses at initial stage of sustainability, integration, and advance their efforts. Also, he's a sustainability leader of international repute. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Yogendra Saxena. Dr. Yogendra Saxena ji, very nice to be here.
My pleasure
and hosting you. We also have here with me the lady Prachi Kapoor, and I'm very, very happy to introduce her. With 20 years of professional career, with current focus on delivering profitable and sustainable growth opportunities in plant-based food and beverage category. Experience in senior management roles, building strength, and currently she's the director with Bets, and she's heading Middle East, Indian subcontinent, and Africa. So it's a pleasure to be hosting you, Prachi. It's my pleasure.
Pleasure always. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
And also we have Shri Narsi ji. Narsi ji, I would request, I don't have very much details of Narsi ji with me.
Yeah, I'll make it short. My name is Narsimhan, Narsi for short. I head this firm called Energy Alternatives India. We are a management strategy consulting firm with a dedicated focus on climate tech. We probably were the first to start a boutique consulting firm for this way back in 2008. We are headquartered out of Chennai. We had the fortune of having worked in pretty much every vertical within climate tech, except actually food. So probably I can bring in some perspectives from the energy side of the business, and hopefully I can ask a few questions too. Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Mr. Narsimhan. Thank you, Mr. Narsimhan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very, very powerful panelist team that I'm having, and I'm fortunate enough. My name is Ravi Nandan Sinha. I am the director of MSME Business Forum India, the forum which actually works on implementing ease of doing business. And today, I'm very fortunate that Meet has given me the opportunity to interact with these powerful fellow panelists. Thank you. To begin with, I would start with Dr. YK Saxena. Saxena Sahab, I would request your opening remark on today's summit, your opening remark on the today's topic of climate change and sustainability. So over to you, Saxena Sahab.
Just to give a brief impact, Indian legislation started in 1974 with the Water Act. Later on, because of the Bhopal tragedy, we thought of the Environmental Protection Act, in between Air Pollution Act in 1981. And slowly, after having about 20,000 pages of Indian legislation, without having much idea what is already written in the Constitution of India, because it was never taught to us, we move into the sustainability since about 2 decades. So today, sustainability is not a buzzword. And if you look at the climate change, it is visible. Sudden change in temperature during the month of January, February, and March, which we are predicting it is going to be very hot. Climate change is also visible. And when we talk of sustainability in any corporate or any industry, whether it is food or meat or milk, it is basically the triple bottom line performance: environment, social, and governance. Economic, environment, social, and the governance is also very important. Now we have moved further one step, and we call ESG reporting. It is environment and social governance. Most of the industries in India, if you look at the sustainability report, like from most of the FMCG groups, like I don't mind naming ITC, for example, it is more like a seminar we are giving it. If somebody taking bath with a shampoo or soap. And whatever little bit we are doing, we are putting it to sustainability, which is not the case. What is sustainable in meat industry means at the production stage, either we are not using the chemicals, as Pratiji just mentioned, what type of chemical they are supplying, or we are doing holistic grazing, like after one grazing, if we are feeding it to the cows and all, we will make sure to move it to the other land and go for grazing so that the soil fertilizer levels are maintained. Water energy recycle programs are there because grazing is very much water intensive. And as you mentioned, Nancy, that you will take some case of the energy also. Energy is also very important. Time has come now, we talk of herbal, for example, in cosmetics industry. And I say herbal is as verbal as it can be in cosmetics. They might put it one tea leaf and they say it is tea extract or tulsi extract, like pudin hara is without pudina at all. It is full of alcohol, which we take from Dower. Sorry. I am a very vocal environmentalist. I am going to tell the facts basically, and I have worked in all these industries. We should have locally produced meat. 135 million population is still my thing, not even 5-10% are going to the supermarket and buying the meat, which is hygienically packed. So meat production is also going to be tomorrow something like a family planning. You have to knock everybody why this clear meat or organic meat or lab produced meat is better than the other meat which we are buying from the market. So marketing is certainly very important, which I think they are discussing separately. If we just discuss, as I told you, I'm a Kaist. We are coming from a non-vegetarian family. And I used to say in my engineering days that I'm a Brahman. So people used to say, oh, Kaisto mein bhi Brahman hote hain. Brahman in the sense I don't eat meat and I'm discussing meat today. So from that point of view, I'm Brahman. If we take the meat, for example, lamb, beef, pork, farm salmon, turkey, and chicken, the most worst one is the lamb. From climate point of view, it produces more CO2 during the stages of growing and cutting it. And chicken is the best. So for all meat eaters, I will suggest if you to switch on to turkey or chicken basically. Chicken produces only 2.33 kg of CO2 per kg of the production before transportation. That is extra. That energy I'm not talking about here. So basically, if you see, meat production is very much bad about the environment. If we ask about the sustainability, energy requirement much high because refrigeration is required. Even transportation is supposed to be into the air conditioning weapons also. And roughly 14.5% of the global greenhouse gases are emitted from the meat production in countries. In conclusion, I will say, if at all, there's no doubt about it, that time has come that we should go for cultured meat. It is better. But most of the environmentalists are still saying that lab-grown meat will certainly create a problem for the climate change and sustainability. So if next time Clear Meat can discuss one more item, which is they are not discussing today, what are the legislation related to meat industry or processing industry?
We'll certainly make a note of this, Mr. Saxena, and we will, in fact, we'll come back to you on this, and even we will try and do some sessions on that.
So last, I will say that yes, cultured meat industry must go and make sure that they should go beyond environmental compliance because the meat is hazardous. It is microbiology.
Hello, can somebody please switch off keep your phone on the mute. That
is the reason since 4 days I'm saying nothing is clear at Clear Meat. A bakwas is either for me or for somebody else. I have no idea.
must be operational. This
no, but they are lacking in these small thing, and they are saying international.
Let's move on with our discussion. I think
last line is that we must grow meat in lab with taking care of the environment and say we are environmentally conscious with cultured meat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saxena sir. Thank you. I think the statistics that you gave, especially about the emission and especially about coming from lamb to chicken and to turkey, I think I'll come back to you on that. Surely. Mr. Narasimhan, your opening remarks on the topic on the ecosystem. Your opening remark.
Yeah. Hi. Good afternoon. I come from the energy sector.
Could you please be a bit louder? I think you're a little distant from the mic. Yes.
Am I better now?
Yes, better.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I come from the energy sector. Almost all the work we have done so far last 13, 14 years has been around sustainable energy, which is pretty much renewable energy, energy storage, energy efficiency now. If you really look at it, just going back to numbers globally, out of 52 billion tons of CO2 equivalent of emissions, as Saxena as well said, you're talking about maybe 20-25% non-energy. 75% is energy, 25% is non-energy, and of this 25%, a good percentage probably comes from the meat industry. What I would like to say to begin with, as my opening remarks is, you see, eventually it's all about scaling. Today, whatever is the percentage of cultured meat or alternative proteins we are doing anywhere in the world, it's very, very small. Like what solar was 10 years back, it was practically, it was a very small number. Today, solar has scaled to some extent, to a certain extent, where it's supplying about 4 to 5% of all the country's requirements, and it could be 20%, 25% in about 10 years from now. What probably we should do is to see how to scale this sector. Now, I just would like to draw a contrast over here. If you look at energy, to a very large extent, it's a B2B sector. Yeah. And the emissions are predominantly CO2. Whereas if you come to food, to a large extent, it's B2C, and the emissions are predominantly methane. Yeah. These are differences between the sectors. At the same time, we have to see how do we scale this from whatever it is, some insignificant percentage today to 30-40% within the next 15 years. What lessons can we take from energy, even though it's a very different sector? What lessons can we take from the success of solar and wind? How can we apply it to the food industry, because this is B2C? And how can we scale it to, let us say, 100-fold what it is today? I think these are the challenges as a consulting firm I see. It's all very nice to talk about a whole lot of other things, but finally it's about emissions. And for us to really cut down dramatically the emissions, we have to figure out a way to scale.
No, Narasimhanji, we will come back to you on your emissions, and we would like you to please make us all aware more about it, because that's one topic that I think all our audience would love to hear. And to the audience also, I would love that if you have questions, keep it parked with you. Post the questioning or our discussions. I'll ensure that all your questions are taken up, and we will put up. And I think, as Dr. Saxena or Narasimhanji is saying, that there are certain statistics which you should listen and put your questions accordingly. Ms. Kapoor, I welcome you and would love to hear your opening remarks.
Yeah. So thank you, Clearmeat and Nandanji, for inviting me to this wonderful, I would say, future relevant event. A lot has been said by Dr. Saxena and Mr. Narasimhan. So I'll just to wrap this up, I would say, sustainability to me is simply ways to sustain living on this planet for all inhabitants alike. A mindful shift from conspicuous consumption to conscious consumption is what will really, define sustainability in the most simplest way. And the reason is because if we don't mend our ways of unbridled consumption today, we are really creating and leaving a hollow world for our future generations. Correct. A lot of people on the, as an audience, as, people who are hearing, we may reason that why even should we bother about sustainability? What will happen over the next 100 years? Who cares? But this argument doesn't hold value anymore, because the pace at which things are changing, we are already staring at climate catastrophes, by each passing day. Sustainability and climate change are intertwined. Which means the way we consume has a direct impact on climate change. And, just adding to what Dr. Saxena also said, weathers are changing. It's exactly what we are experiencing today. Your wetlands are becoming dry regions are getting flooded, your arable land is reducing. So to put it simply, it is literally an unbalanced equation if we were to look at, of infinite and growing number of people on one side against finite resources on the planet on the other side. So therefore, some balancing act needs to be done, because the way we are guzzling resources, even 3 planets will be short to meet the demands. So it is an alarming situation, and about time we put not just our mind, but even our hearts together in saving the planet if we were to sustain our own species, on this planet. To give, just adding some statistics to it, while Dr. Saxena said lamb is most unsustainable, I would just say that if you're talking about different kinds of meat, starting from beef to lamb to chicken, beef consumes almost 15,000 liters of water to produce 1 kg of beef.
Oh my God.
That is how unsustainable it is, because it's a full supply chain. You need to first irrigate the land to grow the feed for the animal. Then to feed that, to raise that animal, you need another graze land. Then to get it to a slaughterhouse, you need a lot of energy resources and water resources. So a lot of natural resources and energy that gets consumed just to produce that 1 kg of beef. Then another 10,000 liters to produce 1 kg of lamb. You look at chicken also, because you first need to erase a lot of forests to create those, farmlands to grow feed for chicken. So while it is the least sustainable, but in no way even eating chicken is sustainable. And because all of the food that we're talking about lies in the arena of B2C, but not only individuals, companies also need to, and I believe thankfully are also realizing the importance of their actions and offerings, that has a bearing on the environment. And I'm so glad to see, companies like Clear Meat. Actually, I should not call Clear Meat and, a company. It is a string of ideas. So,
or a thought process, or a process
thought
which
process
has,
actually,
yes,
So
I think that is
ideas
more
like
appropriate.
Clear Meat. I'm so glad to see that they're bringing people together and instigating the right discussions with events like this. And they're working hard in the, in just the right direction to support the very construct of, sustainable living. So I really wish Clear Meat all the best in their endeavors, and definitely do hope that we see a lot more action and a lot more, fructification of these ideas on the ground in near future.
Thank you, Prachi, and I love the statistics that you have given. It's an eye opener for me. I'm making a note of it. 15,000 liters for a kg of beef and 10,000 for a lamb. Can we also hear for a chicken?
Chicken is lesser. Chicken will be, because if I add the complete supply chain, it will be somewhere around 5,000 to 6,000 liters of water.
Saxena sir, you were saying something. Please, sir.
Yeah. Pratik, just one correction here. I gave comparison based on CO2 emission, and you are talking about water sustainability.
Yeah. But since we were talking about the whole sustainability,
yeah,
even
I'm
there,
just saying
sir,
both the views are different. That's
so
all.
even there, sir, when you're talking about emissions, so we are talking about CO2 emissions and also methane emissions, right? So methane emissions, in fact, is more harmful than CO2. And then we do any kind of cattle farming, which is to the production of beef. Cattle release most amount of methane in the air, which is 3 times or 4 times more harmful than carbon dioxide. So even if we were to look at emissions, beef is most unsustainable, then followed by lamb.
That's what I was also telling.
Yes, and in fact,
lamb, beef, last is chicken.
Beef, lamb, not lamb, beef.
Yes, so and the panelist and even Narasimha ji said, I think now if we have to see from the other perspective, I think 70% of the planet are into beef eating. So we are emitting most of the CO2 from that perspective. And then Narasimha ji, you highlighted very well about the methane. So we will come on the statistics part of it. But Prachi, I would like you to answer this question, because you have taken us to the how we are keeping our planet ready for the next generation. I would also like to understand from you the cultured meat opportunity. Now, when I say cultured meat opportunity, Prachi, I want you to tell us or take us through from the 3 perspective of people, planet, and then the taste. So tell us through that, and I think our audience would love to hear on that.
So since we were talking about sustainability, so in the same breath, I'll start with planet, the linkage of that. So as I was mentioning, cultured meat, if I was to link it to the health of planet, it uses just a fraction of natural resources compared to conventional meat, and meat, any kind of meat for that matter, because supply chain, when you look at any kind of supply chain in cultured meat, cultivated meat, lab grown meat, whatever we may call it, the supply chain is far more compressed to grow meat in a lab instead of a longer chain of cutting forest to start with, to prep first the farmlands to grow feed for the animal, then maintain huge tracts of land to feed and raise that animal, and then send it to a slaughterhouse where, again, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of water and energy resources are required, right? So just imagine the loss of biodiversity that the planet is going through in this process to clear forests, to create farmlands for feed, and then farmlands for grazing of the animals, right? And leave alone when it add to that the usage of natural resources at the processing level. So clearly cultured meat is clearly the answer to maintain the health of the planet if we were to survive for millions of years going forward. Now, from planet, if we were to move to people, now what it brings to them is meat with all nutrients. So what we are talking about when we say lab grown meat is we are replicating meat in the lab with all the nutrients which were anyway present when we butcher or process an animal, right? So all nutrients are there in that in that lab grown meat. However, the positive point to note for people to consume lab grown meat is it is devoid of antibiotics and hormones. And why I say that is, let me go back, I'll go back to my comment of unbalanced equation, which I had mentioned earlier, infinite people on one side, which means there'll always be a growing demand, right? And what do we have on the other side is finite resources. So what that has, I'm not saying it will lead to future, but what that has already led to is that all factory farmed animals are injected with hormones and antibiotics, almost all. So there are only a fraction that you find in Europe or let's say some developed countries where you have free range organic feed products, animal protein, but 99% of the animal protein that we consume across the globe are injected with hormones and antibiotics. And it is simply done to bridge the gap between ever increasing demand for animal protein and the falling lagging supply behind that. So it is bound to happen, right? So cultured meat for people with its well-defined, I would say, processes and well-protected processes is a viable meat option. It's a viable clean meat option, devoid of antibiotics and hormones, but not devoid of nutrients, right? And in a way, it also means no threat to zoonotic diseases, which we have been seeing so often, these days. So we had avian flu very recently in US, because of which the cost of eggs actually increased 20 times, within a matter of 1 month.
We also had this foot and paw for
absolutely.
Yes,
so,
yes.
So you are actually cutting through all this nonsense if you're moving from factory farmed animals to clean meat like a lab grown cultured
now, Prachi, my next question was also related to this. Was you also have to now, when you have told about sustainability, about its quality, free from this, you also have to now talk about the taste part.
Yes, so which is very true. For any food product, we are talking about food. Food is cultural. Food gives me pleasure, right? So if it has to be adopted, no matter what nutrients am I providing, no matter how clean the product is, unless it is tasty, for any food product to be adopted and be successful, it has to taste good. If it doesn't, it is a medicine, right? Now, because we are creating the actual meat in just a different and more efficient production and supply chain process, it provides people with the same experience and pleasure of eating meat. So there is definitely no compromise on the taste, whether you're doing beef cultured, whether you're doing cultivated pork or you're doing cultivated chicken. There is no difference.
So Prachi, we'll also have to see how India takes on the packed food, especially cultured food, because and maybe I'll come back to you, or if you can just tell us in about less than a minute, what is the percentage, if you have some statistics of the people opting for packed food, especially for non-veg?
So in India, I would say as of now, our packaged food industry is very small, right? And it is not because there are multiple reasons for it. It's not because only that we are averse to buying packaged food. There are various reasons to it. Affordability has been an issue in the past. Supply chain infrastructure has been, and so these things are changing. The awareness of consumer is also changing. The purchasing capacity has been changing. In fact, changing, I would not say changing, but it has been improving for the better. It has been transforming. So I don't think we can go by the historical data, how we have been consuming, but we need to look and gaze into the future, how consumers is expected to change their consumption patterns and the way things are moving. The patterns that we are seeing, India will move now with the rising awareness levels, need for more hygienic products and infrastructure supporting better. Consumers will adopt more packaged food going forward.
We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you. And yes,
lab-grown meat does carry a chance because it is more hygienic in nature.
No, Prachi, thank you so much. I'll come back to you. And awareness, yes, I totally agree. And so will Saxena Saab and Narasimha ji will also say that, yes, we are lacking into awareness. We need to do a lot of things. But yes, thank you for some of the inputs. Saxena Saab, if you can tell us, if I may put it in this way, that what does sustainable future for meat production look like? If we can be straight into this, what is the future?
As far as whatever Pratik mentioned, I agree with her. The main problem which is going to come with the cultured meat, because this is as clean industry as pharmaceutical, and it is as bad industry as pharmaceutical. The waste which is coming out from the cultured meat industry because of the microbiology involved in it, it is hazardous. Sorry to say, if it is coming from MSME or small sector, we have no future. If coming from the initiative coming from some big corporates like Glaxo or Britannia, if they are moving into taking care of all the environmental things, yes, future is bright, no doubt about it. But awareness is required for public also, awareness is required for the industries also, what they should do with the waste to keep the sustainability and climate change in mind. This is mine.
Thank you. Thank you. And Narasimha ji, since you said about it, I would like to ask, what is your view in terms of the opportunity, the way Prachi was asking for the cultured meat, especially from the people and the planet perspective. I want your view also onto this, onto the same question, your views on that.
You see, as I mentioned, to me, I come from the business side of things, marketing side of things. It's all about scale. Unless we are able to get this opportunity, be it cultured meat, be it any other alternative protein with a lower emission footprint, unless we are able to scale it dramatically, we are not really doing justice. And the key there is going to be economics, right? Right now, be it plant-based meat, be it cell-based meat, these are going to be far more expensive than the traditional meat. Now, this is where I just want to say that, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we will have to see what we can learn from the energy sector. Solar was costing 17 rupees per unit 10 years back. Today is costing 2.5 rupees per unit. And the reason is not only market. The government got in right in the beginning. The government gave a lot of financial incentives, be it in the form of capital subsidies, be it in the form of viability gap funding. And government played an important role in accelerating the scale and bringing down the price. My submission would be for something like alternative proteins, especially something like cell-based meat, where there's a lot of investment required, the prices will be high in the beginning. The government will have to take a similar approach, learn from what they did in energy, give similar incentives, scale it up. Otherwise, the prices are going to be high, and India is a very, very price-sensitive market.
No, Narasimha ji, when you're saying about government, when you're saying about the role of the government, interventions of government, and you gave a beautiful example of solar, because I'm myself funding solar projects. Yes, it has come down drastically from what it started. But then, can we hear from you what is the opportunity, what is the growth, what is the opportunity?
Well, you see, I may not know a lot in that because I do not operate in the food sector. I do very little work in the non-energy sector. all I can tell you is, if, like any other product, new product, if even assuming government is there, it has to go through what is called as a market adoption. It has to be a gradual adoption by the market. I think the market guys, be it Siddharth, be it anybody else, has to look at a product market fit where they look at maybe the 2% of the market, which is still a pretty large market in India, and focus on them and crack that. Yeah, get it to a stage where they've got a market acceptance between in the first 2 to 3%, and that's all they have to do in the next 5 years. Once they do that, hopefully the economics will start playing a role for them. Essentially, I'm saying, to summarize, I think they should take a pretty much textbook case of marketing, look at 2 to 3% of the market, just target the product to them, and in the meantime, talk to the government, talk to others, scale up the product so that in 5 years from now, they can go to the next stage of the market, which could be 5 to 10%.
Yes, the market is there, Narasimhanji, because if you see the statistics, what we were discussing is the percentage of consumption. The percentage of consumption in my previous panel discussion, it was told it is just 6 kgs for India as compared to what, 100 kgs in US or maybe 66 in China.
Yeah, it's 150 kgs in US. Australia is about 80 kgs. So global average, if you were to look at, is about
40 to 50
55 kgs.
So we are sitting at a 6 kg to 50 kgs.
Exactly.
I think the question is, are people willing to pay a much higher price for alternative protein? That's the question.
Yeah.
Narasimhanji, we have seen one thing.
I agree with Narsi, because affordable, even when we are saying 6 kgs for India, so Mr. Nanda, what we need to understand is affordability has been also an issue even in consumption of the actual meat as well for a country like India.
Yes.
And as the incomes rise, historically, not just in India, we've seen globally, as incomes rise, awareness for consumption of protein increases. And that is what we are seeing in India as well, that more and more animal protein is being consumed because your incomes are rising. So things are changing, but yet affordability definitely does remain a key concern, and which will also be a concern in the adoption of cultivated meat. But that's not the only lever. I would say two bigger.
I'll come back to you, Prachi. I'll come back to you because
work on is regulations and education of consumers.
Allow me to come back to you because there is a question which has come from the audience, especially to Dr. Saxena, because it has been with Tata Power. Has Tata Power taken any initiative yet in alternative protein sector, Saxena sir?
2 questions were there. I have already replied no.
Can we hear for the benefit of all who will be listening?
Yeah, I said no, I have no idea, and there is no also answer, which I have committed here.
Okay. And
there's another question here.
Yes.
And it is, if cultivated meat has such a negative environment impact, why does the hue and cry with the investor to consumer? Each and every activity of human, whether it is a haircut or going to beauty parlor or taking bath, has an environmental impact. We must make sure to minimize it, to control it for sustainability. And that is the reason I suggested that we should come up with all these good habits and there will be no impact on it. Legislations are there. They should look into beyond compliance, basically.
Yes. On the same question, Narasimhanji, would you like to comment? Because this is a very good question coming from one of our audience.
Oh, well, I think I'm going to throw the question back to you guys. I was under the impression that cultivated meat has a much lower environmental impact than traditional meat. Isn't that the case? I thought that was a pretty, that was the whole rationale. So I'm not very sure what the questioner meant by that question.
And I say one line, Narasimhan.
Sorry?
I will add to you, because this is a microbiology, basically. So it will have an impact as a hazardous waste. Either you should have incinerator or it will go to third party like hospital waste to minimize it. Every activity has impact.
So
if we go for a haircut, it has impact.
The question is relative impact. For instance, you guys were talking about for beef, for lamb, etc. If it is X for a traditional beef, for cultivated meat, if it is X by 10, I'm fine with it. Isn't that? I mean, I just want to know about from Pradigy and
there is a biomedical, bio-based also from there, which is a problem. There's a water also, there's a emission also, there's a refrigeration need also. Everything is there, and like any other industry, we have to control this also, and industry will control it. Yeah.
Prachi, would you like to comment on this? I think we cannot see you. We've got few minutes left.
Okay, can you see me now?
Yes, yes, I can see you.
Right now, we are discussing something, a product which hasn't been produced at a commercial scale, right? It is still at lab grown meat, is still at a lab level. Apart from one company, Upside Food, or let's say Good Meat in Singapore, every other company who's working in lab grown meat is still at bench level, not at a commercial level, right? So it is to be seen how what is going to be the negative impact when it assumes a commercial scale. Having said that, I think the moot point here should be, if we are moving into a cultured meat kind of consumption, we need to compare it with what is the emissions that we are experiencing, the planet is experiencing, with the traditional farming of animal protein, versus if that was to be grown at a commercial level in the lab. Even if it is 20-25% lesser, I think that is a win-win situation for the consumers as well as for the planet. And to add to that, it is add to the emissions. As I mentioned, the positive of no zoonotic diseases, no antibiotic injected into the animal protein, which in a way, when we eat, those antibiotics actually enter our body as well. So you need to look at a more holistic picture, sustainability, health of the people and the planet. And if we were to look at that, I think lab grown meat is definitely a winner there, because there is no hormones that you're putting in to produce that lab grown meat. And also, if in terms of usage of natural resources, so when you do at a lab grown meat, I'm not an expert here, but your two major resources, what you consume, are water and energy. If that also compared to the energy and water what we are using to farm beef, for example, because beef, I keep coming back to beef, is because that is the most consumed meat across the world. It may not be for India,
more than
but
70%.
And that's what causes the largest carbon footprint, methane footprint for the planet and for the people. Even if we were to reduce that by 20-25%, I think it's a clear winner for us to move forward in that direction for the next 10 years. And just add to that, there are operational possibilities also, which lab grown meat gears up with. Where will you get so much forest to even erase those forests to create those
allow me
farmlands?
to call
Where
Dr.
will you get
Saxena
that
here.
land?
Yes,
Where will you get that land?
Yes,
You don't
Prachi,
even
allow me
have
to
that
call
much
Dr.
land
Saxena
left
here.
to even have those feed farms, to even have those graze lands. Where is the land left anymore? And that's why I was saying you may just need 3 more planets for
Yes,
people.
thank you. Thank you. I would love Dr. Saxena to come here and say in similar lines the market and the opportunity and your closing remarks on this. Thank you, Prachi. Dr. Saxena, over to you.
See, from marketing point of view, because this is a new concept even for the Western world, yes, we will take more time. In India, it is not easy. Like, for example, even cheese has not taken up a good shape in this country also. I don't know what percentage are using cheese. As far as environment sustainability is concerned, no doubt it is supposed to be better. It is as clean going to be industry as pharma industry, except the waste part, which is outside the plant. Market is bright. Probably if the people who are going to produce it to look into marketing first and then produce it. If they will start marketing after production, certainly it is going to be a failure, according to me.
Thank you, Dr. Saxena. Thank you. And Narsiji, your closing remark. We got hardly a few minutes left. And one last question from an audience, if you can, while Dr. Narasimha is giving his closing remarks on the entire system, on the entire concept. Please, Dr. Narsi.
Oh, well, thank you. I think I would say from a practical point of view, companies like Clear Meat, they are in for a long haul. They're not looking at a 2 to 3 year horizon, maybe 10, 15 year horizon. So I would request Siddharth and others to look at this as to identify the key drivers first, from a stakeholder point of view, from the market point of view, from even the policies point of view, and just be laser focused on making sure that they're able to get.
We lost you. We'll just wait for another 30 seconds because the time says we got less than a minute left. The audience, if you have any last minute question, I'll be happy to put it across to our panelist. Anyway, some technology issues. When technology comes and has its positive, we also have to take sometimes when we don't have those in our hand. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, I've got one question coming in. Saxena Saab, you will have to answer this question. It says, just a minute, I think.
The question
Why
says
India
why
government is not promoting such domains?
I think you are the right person, being the government.
I would say that it is not like this, that the India government is not promoting this, but please try and understand. It is still at a stage where we need a lot of awareness campaigns. We need a lot of talking about it. We need a lot of research ourselves to be conducted and to be taken. Yes, the statistics that we come across, we are studying about it. And traditionally, Prachi, you will also agree, India is not a market where we are more into tinned food as compared to Europe and the packed food. India is a market. India is a very different market. So it's a shift. But also, please understand that the pandemic has taught us one very good thing. We are a very good country when it comes to adaptability. Like whatever we have adopted in 1 year of 2020 or 2021, it is different. And now we are very much focused on quality. Quality is also which has come big time into India now. It is not that the government will not focus, it will focus. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a pleasure hosting and moderating this particular session for ClearMeet, and I would like to extend my compliments to the promoters, Siddhant, and the entire team, the backend team, which has conducted this webinar, which has conducted this more than a webinar. Let's call it a knowledge and an awareness session. You can imagine the knowledgeable panelists which were here. Imagine the concepts that was discussed. Imagine the powerful informations that has come up, statistics which has come up, which was never talked about. End of the day, when you say what government is going to do, is only when this knowledge comes into picture. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much, my panelists, for being with us. It was an absolute pleasure to host you. It was an absolute pleasure to discuss with you. And thank you, ClearMeet. Namaste.
Thank you so much. Pleasure.
Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Siddharth.
Thank you, Ravi sir. Thank you, Ravi sir, for such a wonderful discussion. And thank you, everyone. And it was such a delightful, lovely experience to understand the perspective of every person from the lines of how everyone thinks about sustainability and brings in the right thought process, and why we are still lacking behind as in India. Because Ravi sir, you and I, and especially Pratiji, we have been revolving around the globe, and we have seen how people are unaware of this whole domain. And it is the right platform, as you all said, that we have to come at the same stage and discuss more about it. There may be certain negativities and certain positivities to it, but as and when we discuss more and more, then only it will get more clearer and clearer for everyone out there. Thank you, everyone. It was nice for you and having your time, giving time to us. So hope to see you soon.
Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you. Thanks, Siddharth. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It was a very nice and well orchestrated session on the lines of sustainability, climate change. And I was mesmerized with the thoughts that they give, because in India, normally people do not talk on those lines. And people from such a huge domain talking on those lines, understanding that those lines gives more strength to companies like us, that we are bringing in the right solution to the market and bridging the gap. So now we are already running late. So let's go to the next and the final panel discussion that we are going to have today. And it is an interesting session which takes care of the logistics and supply chain, something that has never been discussed anywhere, wherever we have went in such discussions. And we normally, as a company, also forget this important channel of the whole thought process. And hosting this panel discussion will be Parul Soni. She's the business officer at ClearMeet. And with her, we have speakers from NITI. We have Professor VB Khanapuri. He's the associate professor. Professor Rofin, he is the assistant professor at NITI. And we have senior leader sustainability from FedEx, Mr. Vaibhav Gupta. So it's over to you, Parul, and have a lovely discussion. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Siddharth, for introducing me. I think I have been talking since morning, but somehow I realized, that probably I have not introduced myself before talking. So, hello, audience. I must say, as Siddharth just said, that this has been such a great day, and we have been attending the discussion since morning. Frankly speaking, it's a big day for us, and for me specifically, I've heard so much about, cultured meat and alternative protein as the industry. I've heard from scientists, I've heard from investors, I've heard from, senior people from the similar industry. I've heard from PhD scholars. However, everyone talked a lot. We heard about sustainability people. Somehow we always, in the entire discussion, we always miss this particular section, that we have made a product. The product is there, right? And we are talking about how we will bring policies and everything, but who will make it possible? So today I'm going to host the session on supply chain and operations to compress this entire supply chain and operations, to have this entire industry coming in to manage it. So we have Professor Roffin, who works with NITI. NITI is National Institute of Industrial Engineering. It's the COE for Center of Excellence for Center of Excellence. Sorry, I'm very, very nervous. So it's Center of Excellence for Industrial Engineering, Supply Chain and Logistics. We have Mr. Vaibhav Gupta, who is a very senior leader with FedEx. Hello, sir. And we have Professor V.B. Khanapuri, who is Dean Innovation and Research. And V.B. Khanapuri, sir, has a lot of experience, almost spanning to 25 years working with NITI. So here we are, and let's start the discussion. I would like to have Professor Roffin, Professor Khanapuri, sir, and Vaibhav, sir, to start with their opening remarks. So, Professor Roffin, over to you.
Thank you very much. I indeed consider it as a privilege to be part of this conference and this panel discussion. Thank you for inviting me for this panel discussion. So thank you for your kind words. And as we progress, I will put forward my points with respect to maybe the supply chain design, or maybe how the consumer acceptance is going to drive the supply chain design. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Parul, and thanks everyone from Clear Meat side for organizing this session. I believe it will be very useful for students as well as those who really want to learn and know more about this industry. And so today's session and all the time investment should add them a lot of value, and all the best to everybody.
Yeah, good afternoon to all. Good afternoon, Parul. Thank you very much for introducing us to the participants. In fact, when I look at the theme and what we are going to discuss, or probably the approach we plan to adopt, it seems very exciting for me. I would also like to listen to my co-panelist, understand a little bit more about you, and then of course I will give my perspectives, maybe not as an expert, but yes, as a person who has been there and more like a practitioner who would like to share his views. Probably will set some directions for those who are listening and for those who are going to be actively getting engaged in this industry going forward from here. Thank you, and look forward to this engaging discussion.
Perfect. So, we have heard about how, cultivated meat sector is growing and how the supply chain in cultivated meat sector is going to be. So I will ask my first question to, the veteran in this industry, Vaibhav sir, who is from FedEx, that, if he can explain to us, the panelists, as well as to the audience, that, if he can explain the supply chain in the traditional meat industry and how it is going to be different in cultivated meat industry.
Thanks, Parul. This is very interesting question. And I mean, the supply chain is very much set for traditional meat industry. It is not, if you talk about frozen, if you talk about raw meat shops, everything
all the media and options are very much available. So if I talk about how this really works, because to move to cultivated, we also need to know how is the traditional logistics industry or supply chain for this. So it's a complete chain, whereas the companies like DHL Express or FedEx or UPS or all those global players also come in picture when we talk about the express logistics parts, because this is not something which can be moved having a long transit time. It has to be a kind of 24 to 72-hour service at max, because that's what our ecosystem or the gel packs, dry ice, or whatever modes are there with support. So on this particular aspect, I would like to say UN 3373, which is a biological samples, which is a very well-established human tissues, blood samples, and something which move across for various testing purpose. This is very well set in industry. There are packaging guidelines available. There are storage guidelines available. And then how the disposal has to happen, all those things are there. So same way, when we look around, what we have to do, probably that will be the future in terms of developing the solutions for cultivated meat industry also. Second thing is, there are certain techniques. I mean, we have to also identify which range of temperature it is going to be controlled. So there are generally three range. We talk about frozen, which is sub-zero or up to -20, -30 degree, then 2 to 8 degree, which is a cool range, or then third one is ambient. So all the airports and the supply chain is designed to cater in these three temp zones. Okay, so we have to also find out, and for the traditional industry, it's very well said. There is another technique which is called invertainers, and I'm talking about it's for cargo planes. So invertainer is a container which can be charged about 48 hours, and then it will give us a temperature range up to -28 degrees Celsius for next 48 hours. So I mean, something which is frozen will remain really fresh till it reaches to destination. And in between of this supply chain, there are various airports which provides the services, and those services are, for example, in Dubai, it's a flower center, which is nothing but which provides the three temperature zones. So whenever shipment reaches at destination or it is originating, those are kept there to ensure that the temperature zones are maintained. So all I'm just trying to say, in supply chain, the traditional part, which is a cooling, is very, very important, maintaining a temperature, because lot of places acceptance is totally based on the data logger. So the entire meat kit, or if some shipment of fish, will be accepted only and only if the entire journey has certain temperature range from pickup to delivery, then only that product will be qualified for acceptance. Otherwise, the entire lot will be rejected. So these parameters becomes very, very important and critical in the supply chain. Now coming to cultivated chain, I think two parameters which are really different than the traditional meat industry. So here it's mainly how we develop the cultivated chain, and that's where how we really get the raw material, how we get that material developed into fresh meat, and then how that gets supplied is entire supply chain. But the first part is also very critical, and the cost aspects are very, very important, and how we scale to those levels so we meet the demand plus we remain cost effective. These are the two key questions which I will really love to have, or we need to focus in this forum also.
Definitely, sir. I think, you have made my life easy here. You have given me the cues to ask the second question. So yes, basis, how we are going, then I would like to ask you again, that how do you think, how does the cost structure of a traditional meat industry, the supply chain here differs in comparison to the cultivated meat industry? And what are these factors, and how you think, we would probably in future will tackle these factors to come into the proper industrialization of traditional cultivated meat? Sir, you are on mute.
Sorry. Yeah, so the way I understand, cultivated meat industry requires the development of that cell to a meat, and that cycle is very important. How we make that lean, how we make that more efficient and productive. So certain things can't be controlled to limit. For example, there is a development cycle of 15 days when that those cells grow and take a shape of meat. So if we want to inject more growth material, probably that can really increase the cycle, but I'm not expert on that thing. So I'm considering that as a constraint for now. Second thing is how we really develop to a mass scale, because for developing a mass scale to get this as an industry, we have to have that infrastructure. And that infrastructure is really related to bioreactors, how we get the cells. And I understood from you as well as reading other things, cells are easily available. I mean, so that's one thing which is sorted, at least from India perspective. But these bioreactors are really very expensive. Those are not easily available. We have to import those. And it also takes a lot of space to set up multiple reactors. So in terms of space utilization, the warehousing area will be much more as compared to the traditional meat industry. So these are some of the limitation factors. And as per my understanding, the cost to set up a reactor, which is which is capable of producing about 18 ton of meat in this 15 days of cycle, is about $6 million. So it's reactor plus growth material plus manpower plus everything put together. So huge investment in terms of capacity creation. And then once those kind of capacity available, then probably these things can be easily taken forward. But I mean, as of now, importing everything is really a bottleneck and kind of challenge.
Completely agree, sir. I would like to add few points here, so definitely importing. So we import bioreactors for sure, and we import the growth media. And that is what, we were discussing in earlier of our sessions, that if we can move towards homemade growth media, and if we can move towards the growth media, which is plant-based. So that will definitely going to have a good impact on our entire supply chain, but very valid point. So with this valid point, I want to ask another question, that as traditional meat industry is already set and cultivated meat industry is setting up, and as you explained us, that majorly it is not same, it is not completely different also. So this question is to Professor Roffin, that Professor Roffin, how would you think that the traditional meat industry partners can help and support the new industry which is coming up, which is cultivated meat industry, how they can help in support it to become more efficient and more sustainable?
Thank you, Parul, for that question. So before actually addressing this topic of how the traditional meat industry is going to help the emerging or upcoming the cultivated meat or so-called cultured meat kind of an supply chain or industry, what I understand from my research is that currently, if I'm taking that say cultivated meat value chain, the entire Indian context is mainly focusing on the upstream part of it. Maybe if I want to detail what is the kind of say cultivated meat value chain, maybe you can say there are different activities like say cell line development, or maybe the growth media, the scaffolds, and the reactors in which maybe this process will happen. And further down is what is going to happen, the production, distribution, and all other aspects of the supply chain. So there are several efforts from Indian firms to enhance or to strengthen this upstream process. But I will say that the efforts needs to be further accelerated. And here the traditional life sciences companies like say biomanufacturing firms and this kind of life sciences companies will be able to help this industry to go further downstream. So I can see that, see this company, life science company called Merck, they have set up a Merck Innovation Hub in Silicon Valley for this clean meat innovation. So this is one way in which a life science company has supported this kind of a clean meat or maybe this cultivated meat kind of an industry. More than that, I have also learned that this currently in India, what we are using is a kind of a biomedical grade media. So this biomedical grade media is not very suitable for large scale industrial production. So research has to be done for maybe serum free media as well. So this is also will be one role or one collaboration possibility between a life science company and the firms in this particular cultivated meat industry. And as I can see, there are different multi-agent kind of a situation in this cultivated meat industry. There are government players like say DBT, and there are NGOs like Good Food Institute, GFI, and there are educational institutions like say IIT Bombay who is incubating. Then there are private players like say Clear Meat. So it's a kind of a multi-agent kind of a framework that is currently prevailing in India. So in the upstream side itself, there is a need for more collaborations. And government can also play a role in this collaborations. What I can see is there is a body called CMMC, that is Cultivated Meat kind of consortium, Cultivated Meat Modeling Consortium. So this is like some of the efforts that should be put forward by the industry to have more collaborations in the upstream. And as my fellow panelist, Mr. Vaibhav Gupta has mentioned, one critical point in the supply chain is this bioreactors. So there the production of this cultivated meat can happen either as a batch or in a kind of a continuous fashion. So this continuous fashion or continuous kind of the production of this cultivated meat will happen if you are having the perfusion bioreactors. And as you might be aware, the cost of this bioreactor is prohibitively expensive. So some sustainable, the bioreactors also has to be made a little bit less costly. For that, you should have some kind of a media recycling technology. So with this media recycling technology, that will minimize the input as well as the wastage. And also there should be some real-time quality control. So that will take care of the kind of pH level, or maybe the temperature level, or maybe the pressure level. So all these parameters has to be properly set that the wastage is minimized. So unless we are having this kind of perfusion bioreactors, then it will be very difficult to sustain the production from an economic point of view. Now, let me actually come to your question with this background. So your question was, okay, how the traditional meat industry can support the emerging cultivated meat industry. I have a different viewpoint here. If you're looking into the traditional meat supply chain, maybe let me take a new age company like Cellular. So when I try to explore the supply chain of Cellular, it starts with the farmers, definitely from the animals. Then it is being taken to the slaughterhouses. Further from the slaughterhouses, it is being taken to the processing centers, where the cleaning, cutting, and packaging is happening. And after the processing center, it is going to the delivery center. Finally, depending on the customer orders, it is the last mile delivery is happening. So this particular traditional meat, or maybe the modern age, the delicious kind of meat companies, their supply chains are very, very long, and it is having multiple echelons. So if I'm thinking from the cultivated meat, where we are producing the meat inside the perfusion bioreactor, so this can be made very close to the market. So what I envision or what I propose as a supply chain design for the cultivated meat industry will be a kind of an integrated production cum delivery center that will take care of the production aspects as well as the distribution aspects that will be very close to the market. So the overall length of the supply chain will be minimum. And because of this, there are several advantages. One thing is that less number of intermediaries means your demand forecast will be more accurate. You'll be able to get more precise market information. Then the second aspect is that lead time will be less. If the lead time is going to be less, definitely the safety stock requirements or the inventory requirements are going to further come down because of lower demand variability as well as lower lead time variability. And also one more thing that I'm proposing is with respect to the flexibility in the capacity. Basically, your capacity is defined by the capacity of your bioreactor. Now, since you're in this integrated production cum distribution center, production part will be taken by the bioreactors. You can have a reconfigurable kind of a production system. But depending if one region has high demand, it is easy for you to be flexible and shift the capacity to that region. So this is what I'm envisioning for this cultivated meat kind of a supply chain.
Wow, I mean, I think we should make a flow chart of what you have just said. It should be presented in a diagram, because this
Yeah,
is
it should be
definitely
ideal.
this. Yeah, it should be presented in a diagram, and I'll probably ask my creative team to create a diagram, on proposed value chain for
Yes.
the cultivated meat industry. And I think I will tag Licious also. Even they will get benefited of this proposed value chain. I think
Thank
this is really good. But as I've been hearing Weberji and I'm hearing you, I just realized that we all are not from this industry, right? We are from traditional supply chain and logistics industry, and
Correct.
this is the new industry which is coming up. So I have a question, from you, officer, that how would you see this
Mhm.
paradigm shift being accepted by the world? How do you see the consumer? And in my case, when I say consumers, consumers are not just the end consumers. Consumers are the partners in that
Correct.
entire value chain. How
Yes.
would you see the acceptance happening in with these partners? And how it is going to impact the entire supply chain, and how it is going to impact the efficiency of the supply chain?
Sure. So this is a very, very relevant question, because ultimately your supply chain design means has to be or in a particular manner that caters to the market demand. So market demand again comes from the consumer or customer acceptance. Now I can take different perspectives on this. Now in say maybe marketing literature, you would have heard about something called as a product adoption curve. So any new product that is coming to the market, the customers will be adopting it at different rates. So maybe there are innovators who will adopt the product quickly. Then there will be early adopters, and there is early majority. So the market is accepting a product at different rates, and this percentage also varies. But there are so many barriers for the cultivated meat industry or cultivated meat to be accepted. There are certain reasons also. We call it as a kind of a food neophobia. This can be because of kind of distrust in science. People, some people or some segment of the society is not going to subscribe to this modern scientific development and the product that is coming from that scientific advancements. They'll have so many questions. Then there is something called as a naturalness bias. So people tend to, maybe there is a huge demand for organic products and things like that. So this naturalness bias is also going to impact, it is also going to act as a barrier for adoption of this particular product. More than that, the information asymmetry. We are speaking about, say, bioreactors. We are speaking about the cell banking scaffolds. How you are going to minimize this information asymmetry between the supply side and the market side. So this will be the major challenges of any firm who is operating in this particular segment. Now, okay, taken care that, okay, consumer acceptance is there in place, and a threshold number of customers have already accepted this product. They are willing to consume this product. They want this product to be on their table. And the next question will be, okay, how you are going to make it available for this customers. Then definitely you can partner with the existing players in the FMCG who has got that logistic capabilities and hyper-local delivery kind of capabilities. So what I feel is, suppose you're planning to have a collaboration with Licious. So Licious is currently into, I'm just giving as an example to drive the challenge. Now, if say Licious is currently into the traditional meat, now you are trying to sell the cultivated meat. So there is a particular challenge of straddling. If the consumer acceptance of the product is less, then consumer may think that Licious is mixing these two kinds of product. So ideally, if the consumer acceptance is less, if it is less than a threshold, definitely this should be segregated or should be separated. In that case, if the consumer acceptance is less, it will be ideal for a firm who is distributing the cultivated meat to have a collaboration with a firm which is having hyperlocal delivery or logistics capability, but is not into the meat industry. Okay, but if the consumer acceptance is higher, then definitely the straddling issues might not happen, and there it makes sense to have a collaboration with a distribution or maybe a firm which is already into the meat industry. So this is my take on that. And again, what I feel is whatever I've suggested in terms of the decentralized supply chain, this thing. So there also it is better to have a hyper local delivery model, and it will be easy for us to understand the market demand and the 15 days of lead time for making this cultivated meat. So with that, we'll be able to manage the local demand. So this is what I am feeling with respect to the consumer acceptance and how it triggers the supply chain design, how these two factors are linked.
No, this is completely, relevant to what you said. And just to tell you, we are in discussion with Licious. Licious has already created a category for, for cultivated meat. But we are still waiting. And, this brings to my next question that, we are waiting for the regulatory bodies to come up with the proper regulations that, how these kind of products, this cultivated meat kind of product should be marketed, should be brought on the table, on the plate of the consumer. So with this cue, I want to ask my next question to Khanapuri sir, that, sir, can you, if you can throw some light on what do you see, how do you see the regulatory landscape for cultivated meat industry going to change, and going, and it is how it is going to be compared with the traditional industry, how it can be navigated to bring, the success of this industry, what kind of regulatory changes, standards, quality matrix needs to be there. Over to you, sir.
I think Vaibhav and I mean, I'm just, like I said earlier also, I'm just taking the cues from my co-panelists, and the way they have presented the issue, I would like to see what kind of implications will they have on the regulatory part of it. Like when Vaibhav was talking about how the customer accepts in a traditional industries on extensive data logging, especially the temperature. Yes, this is an issue which needs to be factored into as far as your entire acceptance is concerned. Vaibhav also was mentioning about certain kinds of samples being shipped, and there are certain regulatory frameworks. We need to look at what these regulatory frameworks are and how they are being administered. Similarly, when Professor Raufin was talking about, especially for this industry, there's a need for collaboration. And if at all there is a need for collaboration, how will these collaborations work? And what kind of arrangements or what kind of mechanisms would regulate this kind of situation? So I'm just trying to I'm not going to answer all these questions. I'm just trying to pick a cue how this will lead to certain kinds of regulatory kind of things. Now, when we say that there is going to be a product adoption curve and there is going to be innovation which is going to be required, right? Then there also has to be certain kinds of frameworks, regulatory guidelines. How do you protect them, right? Now, you will come up with a lot of new things, but then if you don't have the right kind of guidelines, it is going to become a big mess there. And similarly, when you're looking at the concept of when Professor Raufin was talking about distrust, right? This was also kind of thing coming from either it is a quality issue or is it primarily emerging from the inability of the end consumer to figure out whether this product which I am going to consume, is it going to make some sense or is it going to have some implications? So I think there are a lot of issues which need to be addressed, and at least for the Indian context, I don't see that we need to reinvent the wheel. Already there are many countries which have already established these kind of frameworks. So we need to pick up what kind of frameworks are already there in place and how these frameworks are being made operational. Like, for example, if we are talking of a country like Singapore, which was the first one to establish this kind of framework, now, there the primary emphasis was always on, testing the end product. And this basically gives a kind of confidence to the end consumer. And if the regulatory framework has to be there, then how is the testing going to be there, or what kind of mechanisms or what kind of procedures will be there, have to be established for testing your end product. Now, this is also another aspect which is basically leading as a next fallout of this is whatever food, whatever is being produced, right? It is for human consumption, and if it has to be safe, then somebody has to have a mechanism or a framework to say that yes, there are no food safety or risks associated with the product. Not just the product. I think it has to go to the other elements which are very critical, or other components which are very critical in this particular industry, which is including the media or the cells or the scaffolds, whatever the terminology or whatever the raw materials which are being used. For me, it is like saying that your regulatory framework should touch base or have clarity on these elements. Also important is to look at if there are certain kinds of categories in which this particular product falls into, and if so, then it should have clarity in terms of yes, is it genetically modified, is it non-genetically modified? So we need to have a little bit of clarity in terms of understanding these elements as a part of your regulatory framework. Now, the more specific these regulations will come, it will have a better consumer acceptance. Of course, you need to have those procedures and all those things established so that these tests are well carried out. Similarly, we could also look at how these policy or the frameworks have been developed in other countries like US, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Israel. In fact, in many of these countries, there's a huge investment which is being made, and it is not being done without any consideration. Yes, they are definitely doing with a lot of consideration. So you need to look at how these frameworks are considering the various definitions and nomenclatures, the processes. So if we can pick those elements and then develop those kind of requirements fulfilling our needs, it can really help. And the last point, probably, which I would like to add here is in terms of, I'll say, a very important element is, like I was talking about, the lot of innovations will need to come in. We were talking of, Vaibhav was talking about the kind of equipments. Now, equipments, more so specifically, I did some little bit of study on that. Now, like he said, the cost of scaling up, basically the bioreactors. Now, all these things are going to lead to a lot of need for coming up with technological developments, innovations, including not just the product, but the process, as well as various elements which are going to contribute to this industry. And hence, not just the intellectual property rights, but also important to have a way to protect the trade secrets. Everything needs to be looked into. And what I want to finally conclude is, if I were to look at creation of a regulatory framework, right, we may also need to look at maybe not all these players are going to be there. They are not going to be just doing it for locals. They might be doing it for export. So they also have to consider how the people who will be participating in the investments in the local markets or probably for exports. So the regulatory bodies may have to additionally look at creating these kind of frameworks with a approach that there has to be an ease of doing business as far as within the country is concerned or for export is concerned. I hope I have covered some of these points which came to my mind. If there's anything else I would like to add.
Sure, sir. No, this is very intensive, and as you just said, there are a lot of regulatory things which need to come. A very interesting question came from the audience, and I think it will be answered from the regulatory bodies as well. But I would want you to put some idea to it. So the question is that how anyone will differentiate between a meat coming from cultivated meat or a normal meat. How the end user will understand.
Yeah. See, I believe there has to be a specific kind of elements which need to be certified or tested, stated that these are the elements which clearly tell that this is where it is coming from, and only then probably the customer will have a better acceptance. Like you might say it is plant-based, but you might say it is animal-based, but if it is plant-based is being used, then it is not going to be accepted once they come out of the truth. So I think these kind of standards will have to be established in terms of how these growth media or whatever is the material which is being used, what kind of things are being adopted, need to be regulated properly. Otherwise, this may not really help.
Definitely, sir. And I think not just regulations. There has to be another kind of innovation which needs to happen in the supply chain industry. So this brings to my last question, that what kind of technical advancements and automations you see supply chain industry using to make this entire cultivated meat industry making more scalable, more efficient, more trustworthy.
Okay. In fact, from the supply chain perspective, when I look at it, right, or the industry which we are talking of, one of the critical aspects, like what Professor Roffin pointed out, the customer's acceptance, right? Now, what is important is ability to trace, right? Ability to have a mechanism to ensure that there is a proper way of ascertaining the product's traceability, ensuring there is a proper coordination between the various people who are participating in it, and most importantly, like what Vaibhav said, because of the life which we are talking of, it has to be done in a most efficient way, and hence some of these technologies like blockchain technologies can be very well deployed in these kind of industry, which will take care of probably these three elements in terms of improving faster and efficient delivery, ensuring product traceability, and improving the coordination between the various players who are going to play a role in terms of ensuring that the product reaches the end consumer. That is one thing which I can say here. The second is in terms of what happens is, because this is a new product which is going to come in the market now, very rightly said, you can move closer to the market, you can have flexibility, and then look at the way in which you can shift your production plans and all those things. Now, all this essentially means you need to have accurate capacity planning. You need to look at how do we look at the demand forecasting, or probably see how the entire end-to-end supply chain, right from inbound raw material to your manufacturing to your making the product available, the end-to-end, right, needs to be very, very efficient. It has to be low on cost, and all this is possible if we can design adopt artificial intelligence in supply chains along with powerful optimization capabilities. I think this can make great wonders. You can leverage the benefits which this particular product is able to offer, unlike the conventional one where you have got certain set of constraints there. Here, you can move closer to the market. You can have certain capacities based on what kind of demands are going to be there. So use of artificial intelligence can make a huge impact as far as in the supply chains, as far as adoption of these technologies are there. Similarly, there are other things which will go along with this innovations which need to be included in this kind of industry. Could be in terms of some of these techniques or technologies which are being adopted, like for example, use of ultrasound. Now, this is there, it is being used, and if I'm not sure right now if it is going to make sense, but yes, ultrasound can have a positive influence, and they can be generally they are adopted to increase the food quality and safety. Now, these are some of these things which can be considered. Then, considering some of these technologies which are coming up, concept of nanotechnologies, which are going to be a kind of what we call it as nano ingredients which can be infused. So these are some of the ways in which you can the concept of nanotechnology which can be adopted, of course, within the product quality requirements being fulfilled and not violating any of those requirements. So these kind of nanotechnology based can potentially benefit in the product which you're talking of. I hope this answers your question.
Yes, sir, definitely. I think there is a lot to be, still thought about. There is a lot to be innovated. There's a lot to be tested in this segment. And then definitely, then only once it is done, then we have to create a very, very efficient value chain, a very, very efficient supply value chain to make sure, that this is not just made efficiently, but this is also procured efficiently. Then it is, stored properly, and then it is, probably as Robinson explained, it is transported to the last customer efficiently. So with this, I would like to end the discussion with the closing remarks from all the participants. So probably, Weber sir, can you just give, your closing remarks, maybe a 2-line on how you felt and how you see this entire industry growing?
No, this is very, very exciting space. Honestly, I also learned a lot just to prepare for this conference about this entire upcoming technology, what is happening in this segment. And as Khanapuri sir said, the importance of those ultrasonic and all. So ultrasound test, for example, I'm right now seeing for the shipping of mangoes, for shipping of lot of things, US FDA is so punctual. They opened a facility in Nasik, Lasangao, where all the mangoes are going, and those mangoes should also be from the stem trees. It is not that any tree can provide those mangoes, and those have to go through sanitization process. Then there has to be certain phytosanitary checks, certificates have to be obtained, and even the pallet which is made of wood has to be insecticide, and there are certain tests which we have to obtain, then only these can be shipped. So I am just talking about from a export perspective, but same thing, same supply chain ideas, packaging, raw material testing, safety, security will have to be developed for this product, and that's what is going to be big evolution and potential. So thanks a lot, Parul and ClearMeet team, for organizing this session, and really good learning for me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, Rofin sir, what are your closing remarks for this particular, session and for the entire industry?
Yeah. Actually, thank you for that closing remarks. This thing. What I feel is, see, there is this need for this product as soon as possible in the market because of sustainability reasons, because of nutritional reasons, because of undesirable effects of traditional meats such as maybe the saturated fat content and everything. So there is no doubt that this country needs this kind of a product. So how to make it happen will be definitely the upstream process, more collaborations on the upstream value chain. And once the upstream value chain has kind of a matured or it has taken a certain shape, definitely this downstream that should make it feasible to run it on a lower cost or maybe higher efficiency mode. So that is where the role of the supply chain design comes in. So the upstream collaboration is going to drive this kind of a journey. So there is no doubt that this product is this product is needed by this country at the earliest. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I wish all the best to this firm. And we wish that this product will come with all the regulatory requirements and everything to the market very soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. So Khanapuri sir, I'll really take, a pleasure for asking, what are your closing remarks?
Yeah, I think two quick points. One, going forward, looking at, of course, in the Indian context, probably we are going to be one of the most populous country, and the kind of requirements we have, I think not adopting these things would be a major failure. So there's no way we can be leaving this thing. Sooner the better. So question is, if the technologies are already there, there's already there are some things which are happening. Now, what is that we can do to facilitate this industry to really scale up? Like, yes, consumer acceptance will definitely play a role, but that will be definitely guided by how good and how strong your regulatory frameworks are developed and how they are going to build or repose confidence in the consumers. Okay, if you've got a very strong regulatory framework, then I think that will take care of the consumer confidence. And second, especially this industry is in a nascent stage, and I am myself seeing as a great opportunity. And if I were to get an opportunity, probably I would also like to jump in with some kind of innovations in especially smart packaging solutions. I don't know. I have got some ideas. Maybe others who have heard us would have some more ideas. Especially there's a lot of potential for coming up with innovative products, processes, which can be business opportunities for a larger cross-section of people who are listening to us, and probably they should engage themselves actively and see how well or how actively they can go ahead for coming up with more innovative solutions so that we can make this industry a more successful one. Thank you for that opportunity. Parul, I don't know, as a professor, I keep talking, but anyway, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Yes.
No, sir, I think we as ClearMeet, and I especially, if we are talking to professors from NITI, which is the center of excellence for supply chain and operations, I think whatever you are telling will become the source of truth. And as you know, Professor Roffin sir has already said, that there has to be a need of efficient value chain designing. So ClearMeet will definitely look up to NITI, and the students coming from NITI, the professors from NITI, to design that, not just for India, but for the global markets as well. So with this, I would like to say thanks a lot for such a wonderful discussion we had, and for joining and, even reading about this concept. I'm sure that this was interesting, and this was interesting for our audience as well. Thank you so much, everyone. And I'll take a leave from here. I am Parul Soni, Chief Business Officer, ClearMeet.
Thank you. Thanks, Parul. Thanks,
Thank you.
everyone. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Vaibhav sir. Thank you, Khanapuri sir.
What a wonderful session. What a wonderful session. So with this, we come to the end of the event, and I thank you all who have been patiently listening to the thought processes and the different stakeholders, their views, their thoughts, and their visions. And I hope that this webinar and this international conference was able to bridge the gap between what we do in the back end and how the audience or the consumer or the policymaker or the investor perceives it. And we do take some notes back home to work upon it. And I hope we bring more such thought discussions in future. With this, I thank you all once again for being part of such a wonderful discussion on the lines of sustainable meat solutions, looking for investing, innovating, and solving food challenges. And once again, thanking you all. Hope to see you soon. And we look forward for the next event that we will be doing shortly, and we will keep you posted. Thank you once again from everyone at the Clear Meat team. Thank you.